Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for your moderating. You are very professional. And only one add about Zhytomyr, the main information. I think all people who know Ukraine understand me what means Zhytomyr. Zhytomyr in Ukraine means Zhyto ta my. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for your ideas. Dear colleagues, it was very interesting, and I'm very happy to told about another our speaker. It's my colleague from Kiev School of Economy. It's Ivan Gomza, and he will talk about very important topic. This topic will be about spotlight on day-to-day life of Ukrainians during the war. And dear colleagues, I want to ask you to donate to Kiev School of Economy humanitarian aid campaign, because they help for all organization, because they organize a lot of events. And speaking about science field, they one of the leader who fight in this front, and it's very important. So dear one, let's start.
Well, hello everybody. Thank you for joining us such lately. For me, it is 9 a.m. in Kyiv, but for many of those who live in the West or East Coast, it's late into the night. So I hope that the talk I'm going to give today might be interesting and elucidating for you. So today I will talk not as a scholar who studies political regimes and their impact on war making, but as a private citizen who spent 12 months of the Russo-Ukrainian war here in Ukraine. And there are two reasons why I decided to choose this particular public persona. First, wars are typically perceived as movement of troops, battles, and ensuing military consequences. In other words, if war is a drama, military personnel are recognized as its main characters. However, since at least the 30 Years' War, when the first well-documented effects of war making on the civilian population were recorded, it is known that civilians bear the heaviest burden during the wars. Civilian houses are destroyed, civilian possessions are looted, civilians perish from privations and random fire, and civilians are used as human shields or objects of pleasure for those wielding barrels of a gun. And besides, on a more fundamental level, civilians are deprived of the agency during wars. Soldiers, they belong to the army, the institution that makes a difference. So they are actively engaged in their and their compatriots' future. On the other hand, civilians, they are private citizens in the primary sense of the word. They have no official positions in the public sphere, so they have to endure, persevere, and live their lives without being able to contribute directly to the war effort. Yes, I know, civilians, we donate money to the army and engage in countless volunteer activities. Still, in the final account, we remain outside of the only force, the armed forces, that directly settles the matter. And this contributes to many negative emotions, from self-recrimination in not doing enough to all-encompassing sense of powerlessness. And this brings me to my second point. Unquestionably, civilian fate is highlighted by reporters who came to Bakhmut or Kharkiv, or NGOs that organize relief efforts. However, to highlight means to temporarily center attention on. So when journalists arrive in Bucha to conduct interviews on Russian atrocities, or flock to Herson to report on the sense of jubilation, they capture only a fraction of civilian experience, and they leave their interviewees behind as soon as the subject does not warrant highlight anymore. So having lived through a year of war in Ukraine, I fancy conveying the day-to-day experience through systematized recollection of what we, civilian Ukrainians, went through and how and what we felt. Sure enough, my take will be a little bit individualized, and some Ukrainians from other regions and other social circles, they surely have other anchored recollections. However, I tried to make my effort generalized enough to help you to empathize with civilian life throughout the war in the 21st century. And in my talk, I will describe 12 predominant emotional states and the factors that they hinged upon. 12 is not a deliberate choice. On a basic level, there are 12 months in a year, and each month brings new challenges and thus emotional states. And besides, as a number, 12 is highly symbolic. There are 12 Olympian gods and 12 apostles. 12 knights sit at the round table in Camelot. Odin, the Norse god, rides a 12-legged mount. There are 12 stars in the flag of Europe, and 12 people sit on a jury. So I considered 12 to be evocative enough to constitute the moral fiber of my elegy. 1. There are no words to describe what we felt in February and March, only a sense of an ending, of jettisoned dreams, of the closed horizon. The uprooting, this might be the word, the best way to describe what millions of Ukrainians experienced. In a massive exodus, hundreds of thousands fled their homes, fitting their past in one luggage. The invasion violently shut the book of normalcy, throwing Ukrainians into a total unknown. The comfort zone, a proverbial space one must live to improve, became unavailable as we rushed into the abyss. Where to settle in Ukraine? Maybe you should go abroad. What to do once you settle? Stockpile canned food or remain unencumbered and ready to flee further? Join the army or stay close to your near and dear ones? All answers were fraught with possible bad outcomes. Hence, the massive sense of being uprooted in March. 2. April was the merciless month when all illusions died. The notion of a conventional military conflict, of an orderly conduct of occupying Russian troops, of a chance to negotiate the differences, of a short crisis, these self-deceptions were tortured to death in Bucha, bombed out of existence in Mariupol Maternity Hospital, ripped out with technicals at Herron City Park. Anyone who harbored fantasies about Russians, their political agenda, and the Russian way of war suffered massive disillusionment. From then on, the pattern became clear. Russia adopted a genocidal approach aiming to destroy Ukrainian statehood and identity. After Bucha, there were torture chambers in Kupiansk, abducted children in Berdyansk, and purposeful destruction of Ukrainian cultural patrimony wherever Russians could. However, each new addition to the collection of horrors shocked less and less. The nature of the Russian invasion became clear back in March. In April, there were 3 bright spots in April. First, a successful defense operation around Kyiv, which crushed the Russian initial campaign plane. Second, was the sinking of the Moskva cruiser, which vindicated the bravado of Ukrainian border guards who taunted the battleship back in February. And third, Bayraktar, a Turkish unmanned aerial vehicle which wreaked havoc upon Russian armor up to the point that we, Ukrainians, composed honor. Now, several kids around 1 year old, they carry this exotic name. And maybe the luster of the name will lose its spell in a year or 2. Who knows? Disillusionment, it comes abruptly. 3. May. May was the month of tension. As the nation, we collectively participated in the drama of Azov Stil, with nom de guerre of its defenders becoming household names. Troubles, however, brew, and trouble brew much closer to home, at anyone's temporary safe haven, wherever it was. As it turned out, many toes were trodden on when people habituated to live as nuclear families were forced to settle and live within their extended families, with their in-laws, or even with strangers. An unsurmountable obstacle emerged between the internally displaced people who left everything behind and for this reason were trying to regain their life habits on the one hand, and the masters and mistresses of the house who accepted refugees in need, but eventually grew tired of their presence. Obviously, there are limits for tolerations, and it is unchanged even by the war. So many IDPs, including myself, we started considering moving back to their homes. Luckily, at this point of time, Chernihiv and Kiev regions, they were out of the harm's way, so people returned. Later, sharing my experience with other IDPs, I was amazed to find out that every single one of them was driven home, not only by homesickness, but also by this unbearable bickering about sleeping too long and talking too loud with those who only 2 months ago seemed to be relieved just to see them safe and sound. Human nature, I guess, it cannot help engendering interpersonal tensions. 4. June, the month of desolation. Having failed to conquer Ukraine quickly, Russia changed its tactics. It started using stockpiles of rocket artillery, MLRS, and ballistic missiles to raise cities and terrorize the Ukrainian rear. It was terrible for the Ukrainian army. We were losing 100 soldiers per day without being able to suppress Russian artillery due to munition shortages. It was also terrible for civilians because Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, with 1 million of people, it was plummeted every hour. Farther to the west, the situation also wasn't safe. On June 26, 14 missiles exploded in Kyiv. Another attack targeted a shopping mall in Kremenchuk a day later, with horrendous casualties. In June, civilians in the rear learned not to ignore disgusting air raid sirens because missiles, they struck Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk. Nobody was safe anymore. Yesterday, it was officially reported that Russia launched 6,000 missiles against Ukraine. Back in June, the global community pronounced itself deeply concerned and shocked. Ukrainians were devastated by new or old political platitudes. 5. In July, the global community finally accepted that calls to Putin and third-party mediations, they would not work. Ukrainians were grimly joking that the Russian world stops only where its carriers got kicked. The realization that the formula holds water dawned on Italians, Frenchmen, Germans, and Americans. Thus, HIMARS made their debut on the Ukrainian battlefield, and a new name for newborns was coined. The surgical precision of the new weaponry reassured us. It was in July that a sense of perseverance developed deep down. The Russians were visibly dismayed by HIMARS. At the end of the month, they deliberately set Olenivka POW camp on fire, blaming, I quote, a US HIMARS strike. This move added to the sense that we can endure. If they, Russians, invented such a ludicrous lie, this means that they took notice of the new weapon and they did not like it. So we will use HIMARS time and again to overcome. Another welcoming development, which was already mentioned by Vitaly, was the fact that grain exports had been renewed. At that moment, many Ukrainians, we had misgivings about the move, being preoccupied with the Black Sea shore as a possible site of Russian landing. With the privilege of a hindsight, we can now say that those fears were unwarranted. The grain deal saved the global south from famine, and it filled Ukrainian coffers with currency. This also contributed to the nation's perseverance. 6. The summer days of August, they were flaming. Now it was Russia-occupied facilities set on blazes. In Kadiivka, the Ukrainian artillery surgically targeted the hotel built in Chechen Kadyrovtsi, the same special operation unit tasked to penetrate Kyiv and eliminate Zelensky back in February. Kadyrov issued a TikTok video promising some retaliations. We Ukrainians laughed. Russians are terrified with Kadyrovtsi. We take them out of game just like any other invader. When 12 explosions destroyed a dozen aircraft at the military airbase in Novofedorivka in Crimea, Ukrainians were delighted to watch a new reality show. Russians who moved to Crimea after the 2014 annexation were hastily leaving the peninsula via the Crimea Bridge. One short video with a Russian woman who called her relatives and complained, I quote, "I spent several heartwarming years in Crimea. I don't want to leave, but mommy, grab your belongings and get out of there." This video went viral in Ukraine. It forewarned things to come. We will force all Russian invaders and their dependencies out of Ukraine. 7. September. September brought elation. Ukrainian troops tricked Russians into believing an offensive in Herron was imminent and struck near Kharkiv instead. In a couple of days, swathes of territory was liberated. There were grim discoveries of mass burial sites at Kupiansk and Izum. Much less publicized, but no less significant than those atrocities, was the story of a couple of Russian teachers who came to Kupiansk to teach locals the Russian language. And, as the husband explained, I quote, "in search of a plot of land and a nice house Putin promised us," end of the quote. There it was, a program of colonization, plain and simple. Hence, we had to fight back. And in September, we were elated to recover some of our land. 8. On October 8, I was conducting an online class when I learned about an explosion on the Crimean Bridge. The symbol of Russian annexation and a logistical hub was damaged. Wow. My students and I, we shared immediately crafted memes. One showed the Russian woman complaining, "I spent several heartwarming years in Crimea. I don't want to leave." And in addition to this video, the Ukrainian Chief of Staff General Zaluzhny's portrait with 6 words across: "You are not going to live." In 2 days, we were not laughing anymore. A wave of missiles targeted the Ukrainian power grid, inaugurating the new Russian strategy. However, the real brunt of the new plan, it would become apparent later in the year. October had a particular spice of its own: the nuclear scare. Since August 27, when Russia had blocked a draft on the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, there has been information that a nuclear incident might occur. In addition to numerous threatening activities at Energodar, the occupied town with the biggest nuclear plant in Europe, a Russian missile hit the outskirts of the South Ukraine nuclear power plant. A nuclear card was visibly being played. By October, the media in Ukraine was replete with information on what to do in case of a nuclear strike. The feeling was surreal. There we were, in the middle of Europe in the 21st century, discussing the best possible means to block beta particles. People rushed to buy rubber overcoats and high boots. They stockpiled bottled water because alpha particles cannot penetrate plastic and you need water which is not contaminated. And yes, people hunted for Geiger counters. It was like playing Fallout or Wasteland in the real world. Essentially, and it is important, we were not terrified, but rather we decided to take additional precautions just in cause. The Cold War mentality of nuclear awareness and duck and cover culture, it was back in October. 9. November 1st, Russia declared that its partial mobilization had been completed. Although Western media was filled with predictions about the ongoing swarms of Russian soldiers who would overrun the Ukrainian defense, we, civilians, remained relatively calm. Most nurtured a resolution, a kind of a bring 'em on attitude. So you could say there was a sense of righteous might. And 10 days later, Ukrainian troops liberated Herron. This was glorious. Russians left another city they pretended to stay forever in. In an emblematic move, retreating, Russians took the remains of the 18th century Russian warlord Potemkin with them. On November 24th, Odessa's city council voted to remove Catherine II monument from the city center. In October and November, Russian symbolic presence in Ukraine started to dwindle. 10. For civilian Ukrainians, December 2022 was the most difficult month of the year. Personally, I experienced the most challenging winter of my lifetime. It was due to Russian attacks against the civilian power grid. To comprehend how the life in December was, please recall that Lviv, Kharkiv, Kyiv, and other populational centers of Ukraine, they are situated on the 50th parallel north. In other words, Ukraine's circle of latitude is similar to Cornwall or Newfoundland. If any of you visited Newfoundland in December, you might recall that the sun rises around 8 a.m. and the sunset comes around 4 p.m. In other words, daylight is in really short supply. The weather in Ukraine in December is gloomy. There are rains, snow, and slush. And typically, it is between 25 and 35 degrees Fahrenheit. And now imagine, you go outside and there are no streetlights, no neon signs, no cozy gleaming windows. Blocks after blocks are pitch black. Traffic lights, they don't function either. You have to cross a street hoping that drivers can see you. To improve your chances to survive, you buy a luminescent vest or you try to wear something bright. Unfortunately, you have to venture outside very often because power outages, they are all-encompassing and stores, they don't work without electricity. So whenever the power is on, you rush to buy groceries. And when you are there in a store, you always face a dilemma to buy as much as possible because you are here and the store is working, or maybe not to overdo your buying. And the later option is very sensible because your fridge is 60 degree Fahrenheit, and it cannot store food. And as a result, food poisoning is an issue. And the last thing you want to get it is the stomach bug when pharmacies are closed due to a blackout. Challenges don't stop there. If you have an electric cooker, as 40% of the Kyiv population do, you have a severe problem. Even if there is something to cook, you cannot do it. For this reason, many people survived on canned food, dry sausages, and chocolate. Even brewing tea is problematic, and this is very inconvenient because your apartment's temperature equals that of your fridge, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. And the reason is simple. Heating appliances, they require power, and the power is lacking. Oh yeah, and I forgot, there is no water to flush down the toilet because pumps, which brings water to your apartment, they are also dead. So dishwashing and keeping your clothes clean, it is also challenging. And besides, one of the biggest preoccupations constantly nagging your mind is how to power your phone to remain in touch with your dear ones. If, like me, you have a big phone with a massive battery, which can hold for 3 days, don't be too proud, because you still cannot use it and you cannot call anyone because GSM transmission towers, which generate signals, they cannot do it without electricity. So there you are in a dark, cold apartment, thinking about what you could eat without making another dirty plate. And adding to this harrowing image was a lousy signaling strategy adopted by the Ukrainian government. Officials told us, I quote, life in the cities is going to be unbearable, so you should either go abroad or relocate to rural areas. Both suggestions easily win the prize of the dumbest governmental communication during the war. So to wrap it up, December's predominant sentiment was false blindness, when eyes focus on an object, but the brain cannot build a coherent picture. Likewise, we were blindfolded in our dark cities with our perspectives unclear and the horizon unseen. 11. The new year, it radically updated all agendas and it lifted up the mood with two essential changes. First, by mid-January, schedules improved to 4 to 4 hours. Nowadays, the power supply is almost constant. That is the reason you can see me now. And second, the assistance of global community, it increased. It is coming in different forms: US Patriots and Abrahams, British Challengers, Germans, Iris-T and Leopards, French César and Polish MiGs. This material ensures that Russian missiles, which try to target Ukrainian cities, they do it less and less frequently, and Ukrainian soldiers get means to push invaders even further. There is no good term to describe the sentiment we have this January. That is something which a diver feels after a deep dive into a submerged cave, or a patient who finally has his or her transplantation performed. It is not solace, not comfort, not ease, but another complex sentiment of relief combined with the realization that a new dive and much more medications wait ahead. 12. The war is still raging, and as we have seen, Russian tactics are constantly evolving to paralyze Ukrainian will to resist. So I don't know what else we civilians will experience in March, April, or September. What I do know is that we had and we will live and feel complex emotions because of the valiant efforts of Ukrainian military. And it must not be forgotten that before February 2022, most of those peoples who are now in uniforms, they were civilians as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. It was very interesting, and all people from Ukraine, I think all people from another country analyze all these topics, and for all people it's very important. We don't have question, but I have question and idea for discussion. I think when we speak about this year, when we speak about this period, we can speak about some problem, we can speak about some challenge, but I think we need to speak about our adaptation, and that all these events make all people in Ukraine more stronger. People who stayed in Ukraine, people who live Ukraine, people who cooperate, people who move from abroad. All this situation make our people stronger. We try to diversify our life. We try to diversify our business, all sphere of lives. And now we create this situation, create more stronger people. I want to tell that it's my idea, and I think you agree with me that all these events make us more stronger, and even now we can live in this situation, we adaptate, and we can fight more effectively, and we can find way from all problems which maybe we will have in future, but now we live, now we fight, now we organize a lot of events in different fields, and all this make all people in Ukraine stronger. I think you agree with me.
Yes, Vitaly, I concur. And we can say that the old Nietzschean platitude because it is oft quote, which doesn't kill you, make you more livable and viable, it holds water in this particular case as well.
Yes, and when we speak about modern life, we need to understand that this life is not easily. We speak about COVID 2 years ago, we speak about COVID even now, we speak about war, but speaking about all university, for example, in Ukraine, we try to diversify our system, we try to find new ways how to organize our lecture, organize our training, and all spheres in Ukraine try to adaptate. And this situation shows that we can adaptate, we can work, we can live, we can teach, we can fight in these conditions. And I think this make Ukraine people stronger, and I think in future it will be a very good beginning of our good future in a new world when we speak about future, when we speak about all global change which now we have. So thank you for this opportunity, thank you for your discussion, thank you for all your elements which you find. It was very interesting. I think almost all people in Ukraine understand about everything, but we need to speak to people abroad, because now we need to understand about propaganda war. We need to speak about Ukraine. We need to organize such discussion, and I think it's very important front, and even in it we need to win. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for having me. Enjoy the continuation of the marathon.
Good morning. I think I'm now taking over the baton. My name is Tomila Lankin. I'm a professor at LSE, and I have great pleasure in participating in this event, and a great honor to be to be one of the people contributing also to the fundraising campaign. Before I present our presenter, let me remind you that you can make a donation to the Kiev School of Economics Humanitarian Aid campaign for Ukraine. The link is easily accessible on the PONAR's website. So without much ado, let me present Professor Danielle Lussier from Grinnell College, who will be talking about public trust and Russia's stability. Danielle, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamila. Can you hear me? I just want to check that my mic is working.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. So thank you. I have some slides that I'm going to share. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen so that we can hopefully see my slides. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about today, I want to revisit, so I'm assuming that you can see my slides. If not, speak up because I can no longer see you. So what I want to talk today is I want to revisit, after a year, a few questions and assumptions that were part of the conversation in the early days and weeks after Russia's full-scale invasion began. And first, it was very clear that Putin had anticipated an easy and quick military and political victory. And when these victories did not happen, and it became apparent that Russia would need to engage a much longer military conflict, and that this war would also result in some profound changes to Russian relations with the rest of the world, the question then turned.
Excuse me, Dr. Lussier, sorry, I don't see your slides, in fact. Would you please try to read them? I'm so
Absolutely.
sorry.
No, thank you for interrupting me. Oops. That's fine. If you can't see my slides and I want to re-engage them, let's see. I see what happened. Okay. Now I think you should be able to see. Yes?
Yes, we do.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Okay, great. So thank you. So I want to talk about this point, right? That when it became clear that the war wasn't going to be over quick, or that Russia would not achieve its military objectives quickly, the question then really turned to how much public support would there be in Russia for this war, and would the Russian population continue to support Putin in an unpopular, costly war against Slavic brethren, or would this war actually begin to be the undoing of Putin's more than 20-year grip on power? And the second question then that I think became tied up in early conversations after the war began is that a number of analyses over the past year point to the argument that this is largely Putin's war, that he insists on pursuing a military strategy that is not appropriate given Russia's military capability. And to me, this really points to the interconnected nature of Russia's domestic political regime, its stability, and the prolongation of the war. And so to me, this raises the question of how stable is Russia's regime. And Russia's regime has been stable over the past several years based on four primary pillars. The first being Vladimir Putin being at the center of power. The second, that economic and political elites resolve their conflicts through back-channel private communications, that there's an absence of visible, viable alternatives to Putin's leadership, and high levels of support for Putin. And the question to me then is, how has Russia's war in Ukraine altered these conditions? And I will argue that the Russian regime will remain stable if three conditions hold. First, that public trust in Putin is higher than distrust in him. Second, that public trust in Putin is higher than trust in any other political object, and that no credible alternative to Putin emerges from among the political, cultural, and economic elite. So to see if these conditions hold, we need to address several questions. We need to first think about and try to understand what the level of public trust in Vladimir Putin is. We need to understand what's the level of trust in other political objects. Do we have evidence that Russians support an alternative to Vladimir Putin's rule? We need to ask whether or not there are other members of the political, cultural, or economic elite who could emerge as leaders capable of pulling citizen support away from Putin. And lastly, what information can we use to reliably answer these questions in Russia's very repressive political context. And this last point about the information ecosphere is really important because even though Russia had been operating as an autocratic regime for many years prior to the full-scale invasion a year ago, the context has become significantly more repressive. And so information that one could have communicated and would have been more reliable 14 months ago, that may no longer be the case. So for example, we have reasons to question whether certain answers to public opinion surveys continue to be reliable. There are public statistics that are no longer always being published, or they're being published in ways that are not fully clear and transparent. We also know that self-censorship in the media has had to increase in order for certain media to even continue to exist. So I suggest that we need to look at the information that's available. We need to think about the broader political context and look at multiple indicators to try to see which direction they point in as we seek to answer these questions. So this slide here is simply the Levada Center data on Vladimir Putin's approval rating over time. It goes back to when he was first appointed acting prime minister in August of 1999. And the most recent rating from January was 82%. Now, even if we don't trust that number, even if we think that people are saying they trust Putin if they don't, I encourage you to look back even a year ago on this, where we would see a year ago before the war began. And I think what's significant here is even over the past 20 years, Vladimir Putin's approval rating has never moved below 60%. So it's important for us to think about that even though this rate may be highly inflated, there was a long way that Putin would need to travel down before the support in his regime would be destabilizing. So what else do we know about the overall impact of the war on the Russian population? We've received lots of different conflicting numbers about casualties, but nevertheless, between the US government and the UK government, there's an estimate that anywhere between 100,000 and 200,000 military casualties have been experienced by Russia. We know that 300,000 individuals were drafted into service in late 2022. And US military officials estimate that 80% of Russia's ground forces have already been dedicated to the war effort. So there's a very real sense that anyone involved in the military community has been highly brought into this conflict in Russia. We know that Russians have also expressed dissatisfaction with the war in a variety of different indicators. More than 19,500 Russians have been arrested for protesting the war. And that has been in a highly repressive context where there's a lot of brutality in the arrests and very long penalties and sentences that clearly are serving a deterrent effect as well. But more significant than that, we've seen that at least 500,000 Russians have fled Russia since the full-scale invasion, and that's a conservative estimate. At the same time, we also know that economic sanctions have not crippled the economy. There has been some impact on consumer access to consumer goods, but for the most part, the Russian population doesn't seem to be feeling economic pains as a result of the war. And we also have lots of anecdotal evidence between accounts written from journalists or people who are going back and forth from the West into Russia to suggest that there's a lot of business as usual in Russia, that if you walk around Moscow, you would have no way of knowing that this war is indeed happening. So we're seeing some impacts on the population, but they're quite varied. Now, if we think about, I want to go back to this question of public trust in Putin. And this slide here, again, is some Levada Center data that asks the question, to what extent are various political institutions worthy of trust? And that red line at the top is trust in the president. And this is the political institution that Russians have historically trusted more than any other political institution. And again, even if we think that August 2022 80% trust is inflated, I encourage you again to look at where it was in August 2021, and it was still above 50% at that point. My earlier research on trust in political objects in Russia, which is based not only on public opinion data, but on open-ended interview data with members of the Russian population, points to high levels of trust, specifically in Putin. And this trust has facilitated a particular mode of political engagement among the Russian population. In particular, they want to express their views and express their concerns via contacting public officials. This is contrary to, I would say, a perception that's largely held among Western academics and analysts, a perception that the Russian population is very passive politically, simply because they're not selecting into the types of political activities that we typically look towards, such as protest behavior or election behavior. And this is very important because if you have high levels of trust, you're engaging in this form of political engagement of contacting public officials through phone calls, letters, visiting their offices, etc. On this slide, I have some fairly new data that I received. This is from a survey that was conducted after the fall 2021 Duma election. So this was before the invasion. And I only recently received these data, so I'm only in the very early stages of analyzing them. But I was able to ask whether or not individuals had tried to contact any number of different public officials. Those are written on the right-hand slide. And what I found is that 11.9% of this nationally representative sample had engaged in at least one form of contacting at least one time. So more than 1 in 10 Russians have expressed their political concerns through contacting. This is prior to the invasion. More than 6% have engaged in multiple contacts over time. I then calculated another statistic that looked specifically at contacts that were made toward, that could be directed toward Vladimir Putin. So contacted Putin's office, contacted the reception of the president of the Russian Federation, which is in the regions, or they have a mobile reception, or people who contacted Putin's direct line. And we see here that almost 6% of the population has tried to contact Vladimir Putin or his office in some form or another. I see this, and to provide context, in the same period of time where 12% of the population engaged in at least one form of contacting, fewer than 5% engaged in any type of campaign behavior before the Duma election. And while we have our statistics about protest behaviors are largely unreliable, generally speaking, we could say that on average, fewer than 2% of the population tends to have engaged in some form of protest activity. To me, this high level of contacting shows a high degree of trust in Putin and in public in this form of engagement prior to the invasion. Another indicator we might look at for trust on this effect has to do with aggregate levels of appeals to the president of the Russian Federation. So this graph here is just information that I gathered from the Kremlin's website, the aggregate number of appeals that Vladimir Putin's office has received. And we can see that in 2022, he received more than 800,000 appeals, so a considerable number. I was interested in trying to see whether or not once the war began, the full-scale invasion began, whether or not the number of overall appeals that Vladimir Putin had received had gone up or down. So I graphed the appeals month by month. The information that's publicly available is reported on a monthly basis. And we can see a little bit of an uptick in the number of appeals that were received in the month after the full-scale invasion began, but then it drops down and levels out. And again, we see a little bit of an increase after the partial mobilization is announced in September, but generally speaking, by the end of the year, it's more or less evened out. However, something that is interesting is in the monthly reporting of that the Kremlin gives on the number of appeals that Vladimir Putin receives, it provides a breakdown of whether or not dynamic changes. So I can report, based on what is reported on the website, that in April, September, October, November, and December of 2022, the percentage of appeals that were categorized as pertaining to defense, national security, and legality increased month over month, which again, I would suggest that this is suggestive evidence, at least, that citizens, at least some citizens, are channeling their views or their concerns about the war through this mechanism. Another indicator that we might look at in trying to understand the dynamic of trust, it comes from another data point that we have from the Levada Center, which has occasionally asked a different open-ended question. So instead of asking how much do you trust and listing different political objects, they ask an open-ended question, name several politicians or public officials that you, or public people that you trust. And this data here, which is from this past fall, shows that Putin is the most frequently mentioned individual. So again, in October and November, somewhere between 40 and 44% say that they trust Putin. And again, perhaps this is inflated, but I think that the more important point that I want to take away from here is that no one else has more than 20%, no more than 20% of respondents name anyone other than Putin as being an official that they trust. What's particularly interesting, I think more valuable, is to look at the dynamic over time of this question. So what I have here is a graph that goes back from January 2020 that looks at this question of naming several individuals that you can trust. So again, if we think about that dynamic, in February 2022, so immediately after the invasion begins, Putin is named much more frequently. Now, whether or not it's because people suddenly trust him or they feel as if they have to say that they trust him, I can't answer that question. We don't know that answer. But nevertheless, what we can see is even going back much earlier, he's the most frequently named individual. But there's another point in this graph that I think is very important and I want to draw your attention to. I've graphed on here the individuals who, in response to this open-ended question, say, I don't trust anyone, or it's difficult to say. And the I don't trust anyone is that light blue line. That is this second most frequent response after saying I trust Vladimir Putin. And if you combine the percentage who say that they don't trust anyone, or it's difficult to say, it's 36% of the population. So 36% of the population is saying that they can't say who they trust or that they don't trust anyone. To me, this is suggestive that there's a real vacuum between people who at least demonstrate verbally trust in Putin and people who are able to say that they trust anyone else. So there's a deficit of trust in other public officials or entities. So again, thinking back to whether or not our conditions hold, my conditions for whether for the stability of the Russian regime. So prior to the invasion, this is condition one, that public trust in Vladimir Putin is higher than distrust in him. Prior to the invasion, Putin's approval rating was quite high. At the same time, the mass exodus that we've seen over the past year, together with the repression that Russian citizens are experiencing, are reshaping the public, both in terms of the physical people who are present in the country, but also what we mean when we're talking about public opinion. We don't have a way of siphoning out people who are speaking honestly versus those who may be self-censoring. At the same time, the Russian public has this long-standing tradition of contacting public officials to issue grievances. They were doing this quite frequently prior to the beginning of the invasion. And we have evidence that that pattern continued once the invasion began, as well as suggestive evidence that a significant number of appeals, or at least a larger number than prior, were falling under the domain of topics that would be where one would find if they were thinking that people were expressing concern about the invasion. Now, my second condition, public trust in Vladimir Putin is higher than trust in any other political object. Fewer than 20% of Russians can name someone other than Putin that they trust, and 36% respond that they don't trust anyone, or it's difficult to say who they trust. And with regard to the third condition, the Russian regime will remain stable if three conditions hold. No credible alternative to Putin emerges among the political, cultural, or economic elite. No other public figures are mentioned as trustworthy by a significant share of the population. And most political and economic elites have demonstrated loyalty to Putin, and they tend to avoid public criticism. So how has the war stressed Russia's regime stability? I mean, I think what we can see from these 4 pillars of stability is that they're largely unchanged. The first 3 of the 4 remain very similar to what they were before the war began. And the last one, this point about high levels of public support for Putin, that is the condition that I would say remains unclear. So I would conclude that the Russian regime is stable, but it's brittle. We have this mass exodus of the population, and it's not a random sample of people who are leaving the country. It has been largely dominated by educated middle class, as well as individuals who have the ability to be marketable in other labor markets and have the resources to leave. And that's altered this demographic composition of the public. This mass exodus has been comprised largely of individuals who would be likely supporters of someone who could split from the elite to form a counter-mobilization movement. The high levels of repression that people are experiencing in Russia has fostered self-censorship and social atomization. This makes it impossible to separate genuine from coerced support. And those incentives for self-censorship, they exist not only on the mass level, but also on elite levels, which reduces the reliability of mechanisms that we might look toward for developing linkages between dissenting elites and possible supporters. So if members of the elite are looking to consider stepping away from Putin and attempting some type of counter-mobilization, they have no good mechanisms to rely on to determine what the level of public support would be for them. And when a regime is brittle, which is how I would describe the Russian regime, it can snap. You can have this gradual erosion of support under repressive conditions, and that can foster a scenario in which if the regime starts to crumble, it collapses very, very quickly. At the same time, I don't think we have any evidence to suggest that we're there yet. And that's where I will conclude my remarks and stop sharing my screen for now.
Thank you very much, Danielle. Very fascinating presentation. I don't see any questions in the chat as yet, so I will use my prerogative as chair to push you on some of the very interesting points and findings you just presented to us. Let me start with some of the comments that you just made towards the end, because many of us are wondering about what happens when Putin exits the stage. The picture you presented to us is very much of a personalist autocracy that is also very deinstitutionalized, very low levels of trust in other figures, whether it's Lavrov or, specific institutions. I can't hear you. I think you're.
I'm sorry. Your audio cut out for me for a couple of minutes. So I missed your last point of question. If you could just repeat the last part of your question.
So the last part of the question is, given the personalism and deinstitutionalized nature of the autocracy in Russia, in terms of what do we know from comparative literature or generally, what is the hunch about possible scenarios in this case when Putin exits the stage? And the second question I had, sorry if I could just lump them together, again, very much on the minds of people who have been studying Russia for a long period of time. We all know that surveys to a certain extent, or to a large extent, are also, public opinion is an artifact of this massive machinery of manipulation and propaganda. So how do we actually really get to the bottom of how people truly feel. Let's say in a scenario when the media landscape were to change, how quickly would these dimensions of trust in Putin and some of the other public opinion factors you were presenting, how quickly would that change? So in other words, how much should we read into these sentiments as a kind of long-term barometer of public opinion, given the present-day media landscape?
Yeah. Okay, great. So I'm actually going to take your questions in reverse. So with that one, I think that for me, what's really significant for us to consider is looking at broader trends. I don't think that we can look at any particular moment right now in of a response to public opinion and think that it's giving us a clear picture. But at the same time, when we have, I think we need to look at the responses that people give together with their behavior and what types of behaviors that we can see happening. And when I think about that, this is where the dynamic over time matters to me. When you have a population that 20 years ago in a different media atmosphere that was much more publicly open, said they didn't trust political institutions, and they're still saying that they don't trust political institutions, I think that's a fairly reliable indicator. When we see a shift where people are publicly expressing an opinion that would largely considered to not be popular, even if it is something that's something as simple as saying, it's difficult to say, right? That's a great response. As survey researchers, often we think, okay, when people say something's difficult to say, or I don't know, they're expressing non-opinions. I think that difficult to say and I don't know need to be treated very differently in a repressive context. And it may suggest a form of self-censorship. And to a certain degree, a bit of audacious self-censorship, because it's saying that those people don't want to engage in the cognitive dissonance of expressing an opinion that they consider to be dangerous, but that they don't hold. But I think this question of the broader media ecosphere that you're talking about is really important because it speaks to a broader pattern of trust. How much of the population looks at the media that they're receiving and believes it, and how much of them looks at it as propaganda? And I suspect that there's some meaningful variation and heterogeneity that's based in part on education levels, and in part on what types of media you consume. And I think there's been some very interesting work that's been done that looks at this issue of cognitive dissonance and how especially for a number of older Russians, the stability that the Putin regime has given them, after the very extreme dislocation of the 1990s, has been so essential to their sense of self that even they can't not believe Putin when he's telling the truth because it's too psychologically destabilizing for them. And I think that does describe a proportion of the population, and that's quite, how big that is, I don't really know. But that does mean that how we think about trust for that group is very, very different than how we think about it for a broader population. And then to being mindful of time, to quickly address your first question, one of the things that I think we've learned from the comparative literature is when you do have this highly personalist regime, when it ultimately comes down, it can be highly destabilizing for the population, and it can be highly destabilizing. It gives opportunity for different elites to emerge, and we don't know what that's going to look like yet. The one point that I will make, though, that I think is relevant is that Russia still has this facade of elections, and it still has alternate political parties, other than United Russia. And I think that in the post-Putin era, that architecture is going to come out and matter and potentially provide a new place for stability.
I see I'm muted. Thank you very much, Danielle, for a fascinating talk. I'm mindful of the time, so I'm happy to pass on the baton to the next panel. Thank you very much, and also to giving me a chance to moderate and be part of this really important endeavor. Thank you.
Great. And I believe that I actually take over from Tamila. Thank you so much. I'm the next moderator. I'm just checking to see if we have our next speaker here and ready.
Yes. Yes, it seems that Dr. Umland has not been able to join us yet, so hopefully he will in a few minutes. But in the meantime, we're ready with a special presentation from Natalia Kudriavtseva. She's from Kudriavtseva State Pedagogical University, and she'll talk for a few minutes about linguistic rebuilding and the new approach to Ukrainianization in Ukraine, if that's all right. All right, give us one moment.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to speak about a new way to the so-called Ukrainianization of Ukraine. In October 2022, the Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, Danielle, claimed that the Russian language must disappear from the linguistic landscape of Ukraine. Linguistic landscape understood here as various languages spoken on a particular territory. On the national telethon, Danielle stated, "The Russian language must completely disappear from our territory as an element of enemy propaganda and brainwashing of our population. English is compulsory. Our native language is compulsory, while the imposing of these Russian narratives is very dangerous, as if we should come to terms with them, as if we should understand something. Look, we do not need anything from them. We want them to leave us alone. We want them to go back to their swamps and croak in their Russian language there." The so-called cancelling of Russian has been more and more prominent in Ukraine since the beginning of the full-scale Russian invasion. The language ombudsman Taras Kremin suggested that the lessons of Russian should be changed for some other lessons at Ukrainian schools starting from the 1st of September this year. As a result, several regions and cities of Ukraine, including Kyiv, cancelled Russian language teaching in their schools, as well as both the compulsory and optional lessons of Russian. And in Ternopil, even songs in Russian were banned from the city streets, while locals had been reported to dislike hearing compositions in Russian. This and other similar cases indicate an ever-growing shift in Ukraine's linguistic landscape, which is gradually being rebuilt into a mostly Ukrainian language one. This rebuilding has already been underway since the time of the Euromaidan that took place in 2013-2014. This time saw an unprecedented demand for accessible opportunities to learn Ukrainian among adult speakers of Russian, especially in the southeast of Ukraine. The Euromaidan and subsequent acts of Russian aggression in the Crimean Peninsula and across the easternmost parts of Ukraine were perceived as consciousness-raising events that compelled many more people to learn Ukrainian, or if bilingual, to switch to it in everyday use. This demand was met by a volunteer initiative, Free Ukrainian Language Courses, безкоштовні курси української мови, that had launched a couple of years before. The courses started as in-person classes held mostly in libraries, in the evenings, and at weekends during the day. Before the full-scale invasion, these courses were the first and only program which specifically targeted Ukraine's adult speakers of Russian and promoted the teaching of the Ukrainian language to them. The courses are currently operating online and have attracted even more people since the February of 2022. Unlike the traditional pattern where Ukrainian is taught as a native language to all students alike, disregarding the language they speak at home, in the free Ukrainian language courses, Ukrainian is positioned not so much as a native language or the language to identify with, but as a means of everyday regular communication. In the traditional pattern, the central socializing locus is corrective feedback, targeting students' use of Russian words and Russian-influenced forms in Ukrainian, since the pattern is shaped by the imperative of the pure language being a symbol of a distinct Ukrainian nation and independent state. The traditional view frames native languages as belonging to nations and also implies that what is valued is not simply Ukrainian, but standard Ukrainian, while mixed Ukrainian-Russian usage is unacceptable and stigmatized. In the approach developed by the volunteer instructors in the free Ukrainian language courses, Ukrainian is taught as a second language and positioned primarily as a means of communication, and only then a language to identify with. This makes non-standard use and hybrid Ukrainian-Russian practice generally acceptable, though using only Russian in class is not tolerated much. The ideological background of the course's Ukrainian language instruction is similar to the one described in ethnographic studies on the teaching of heritage languages in complementary schools. The approach to teaching heritage languages involves both of the above-mentioned perceptions of language as an identity marker and as a communication tool. The view of language as an identity marker argues for the separation of languages, which is common in educational settings having language as content as an institutional aim. This had been referred to as separate bilingualism by Chris and Blattwich, which means that it is good to know more than one language, but these languages should always be kept apart. The other position grounds on the speaker's agency and presents languages as fluid and overlapping, which is consistent with the language as the communicative action view. This has been known as flexible bilingualism or translanguaging, which is an arrangement that normalizes bilingualism without diglossic functional separation. I will now show a couple of excerpts from the free Ukrainian language classes, a part of my data from 12-month observation of their classroom instruction, which took place in Herron in 2020 and 2021. The shift of the emphasis from the language for identification to the notion of language as a communication tool allows to view the student's first language, Russian, not as an obstacle, but as a resource in the acquisition of their second language, Ukrainian. At the same time, socialization into the Ukrainian nation remains important, which results in the transformation of the traditional monolingualism into the separate bilingual model, the one I just described. Excerpt 1 serves as an illustration of separate bilingualism, realized in the instructor's insistence that his students speak Ukrainian in her class, thus giving Ukrainian the status of classroom language. This excerpt starts with the student relating a story of her daughter's experience with the music school. The student begins in Ukrainian, but quickly switches into Russian, and the rest of the narrative is exclusively in Russian. The instructor interrupts the student by saying, "Не спешіть, повільніше. Don't hurry, speak slower," by which she means don't tell the story in Russian, in which the student is, of course, much more fluent. And then the instructor explicitly says, "Українською, speak Ukrainian." As is clear from excerpt 2, speaking Ukrainian in the case of this student is far from speaking pure language, since she frequently uses non-standard forms and engages in hybrid Ukrainian-Russian practice. Still, the instructor categorizes her hybrid speech as Ukrainian and recognizes even this low level of proficiency, endorsing the student as a legitimate speaker of both Ukrainian and Russian. In this excerpt, the same student tells the story of her son's childhood experience with the music school, which he eventually quit. This time, the student is speaking Ukrainian using various non-standard forms, which could be classified as mistakes by advocates of purist ideologies. The students use so-called Russianisms, всё, музикальної, музикально, Ukrainian words that follow Russian phonology, подобається, повернеш, хочу, Russian syntactic constructions, в музикальну школу ходити, and non-standard Ukrainian forms such as вчительки instead of вчительці. But the instructor corrects only the Russianized form музикальна for музична. She first responds to the content of what the student said in line 10, and only later does the correction, explaining how to differentiate between these words in Ukrainian collocations, музична школа, music school, and музикальний слух, an ear for music. In Russian, there is only one form, музыкальный, and it is used in both the cases. Though correction takes place, except with an example of flexible bilingualism, the ideology also known as translanguaging, in which the emphasis falls on communicating meaning and correction is limited. This also makes the case for the interplay of ideologies of separate and flexible bilingualism, that is, while the instructor endorses separate bilingualism, insisting on using Ukrainian only, she is still flexible about what counts as Ukrainian in her class. In the free Ukrainian language courses classrooms, students frequently use Russian, and in fact, except one is the only time when I heard the instructor explicitly insisting on speaking Ukrainian. However, in one of our conversations, she mentioned that she tries not to allow prolonged use of Russian in her class. Students may often start answering in Ukrainian, then switch to Russian for a couple of phrases, and then switch back to Ukrainian without being interrupted or corrected by the instructor. The switchover may even occur within a single utterance, where a Russian word may be inserted into a Ukrainian phrase or vice versa. In her interview, the instructor explains that in her opinion, she does not have the right to oblige the students to speak only Ukrainian in class. Our aim is not to oblige the students, but to give this knowledge of the language to them. And then the students themselves will use it when they are ready. If I oblige them to speak only Ukrainian, this will frighten away the students and they won't develop further. They may even quit the course because they will feel insecure. Moreover, they are adults and they wouldn't like to look silly. I think this, meaning bilingual practice, conforms with the specifics of our region. It may not be appropriate somewhere in Western Ukraine, but this is perfectly normal for the southern region, she says. To engage the students, the instructor needs to accept flexible bilingualism, whereby Ukrainian and Russian are used interchangeably without functional differentiation. The student's first language, Russian, also comes as a resource, which the instructor uses to effectively teach Ukrainian. Very often I have to explain the Ukrainian language with the help of Russian terms or words. Often people simply don't know what is subject and predicate in Ukrainian, and I need to explain it in Russian. And this is a very effective technique. People know their language, and using it as an instrument, we explain the Ukrainian language to them. Our students know Russian very well. It's easier for them to learn like this. It is especially important at the very beginning, in their first classes. In one of the classes, the instructor uses translanguaging to explain how to speak about time in Ukraine. Except 3 is another case for the interplay between the ideologies of separate and flexible bilingualism. The instructor starts her explanation by counterposing the ways of denoting time in Ukrainian and Russian. She first gives an example in Russian. Сколько время? What is the time? And then says that the same formulation is incorrect in Ukrainian, if translated literally from Russian. In her interview, the instructor explains that this technique sets a name of showing how different these languages are, and that it also demonstrates that Ukrainian is an independent language. It is separate from Russian and self-sufficient. A couple of moments later, as she continues her explanation, the instructor compares the ways of denoting time in Ukrainian and Russian again. But contrary to the preceding instance, she points to their similarity by saying, "Это как знаете 5 минут первого." In Russian, it's like, 5 minutes past 12. It should also be noted that in line 11, the instructor performs translation from Ukrainian into Russian. She translates line 9, 5 хвилин на першу, 5 minutes past 12, which is in Ukrainian. And this might be because she expects that some of the students may not understand the phrase in Ukrainian, and the translation is supposed to help them understand what she's speaking about. So what does this approach to promoting Ukrainian can tell us about the rebuilding of Ukraine's linguistic landscape into a mostly Ukrainian-speaking one in terms of everyday language use? The free Ukrainian language courses approach recognizes the students' first language Russian as their language, meaning that Ukrainian comes as a second, or in some rare cases, even as a foreign language for them. The shift from socializing Ukrainian as an identity marker to highlighting its value as a means of communication entails a tolerant view of non-standard use and hybrid Ukrainian-Russian practice, which works as an inclusion strategy necessary to entice Russian speakers into learning Ukrainian, help them feel more confident when they're speaking it, and condition a lasting language transition for them. The nearest stage in the rebuilding process thus seems to be a Ukrainian-Russian bilingualism, since Russian cannot be imagined to be momentarily cancelled, but rather gradually superseded by Ukrainian in various social domains. This ultimately suggests a normalization of the idea of a multilingual community, whereby Ukraine's minority languages and some foreign languages, such as English, will come to the fore. I would also like to acknowledge the support of the Canadian Institute of Ukrainian Studies, University of Alberta, and the Hansa Institute for Advanced Study in Delmenhorst, Germany, provided for my project on promoting Ukrainian to Ukraine's adult speakers of Russian. Thank you.
We were grateful to have had that excellent pre-recorded presentation. Unfortunately, our schedule is a little bit changed, so we are going to be able to move forward with Schenk from the Nazarbayev University, who's going to be sharing her presentation with us now. But before I turn things over to Kares, I do want to remind everyone that one of our goals with Ukrainathon is to provide support to the Kyiv School of Economics Humanitarian Aid campaign for Ukraine. So as you are able, we are continuing to post the information for that in the chat. So as you are able, if you are able to make a contribution, please bear that organization in your mind. Kares, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Danielle. Thanks for the invitation and for the opportunity to talk to you on the anniversary of the Ukrainian war, or the Russian invasion. I really appreciated that previous presentation because I think it really demonstrates how complex language-scapes are and life is in these transition moments. And I appreciate how the presenter really allowed complexity to be complex. And so that's, I think, something that I'm going to continue kind of to probe a little bit in my comments. So I definitely remember where I was when Russia invaded Ukraine, when the bombs started to fall. I think many of us do, and many of us will remember those moments and those days for maybe forever. I think the February 24th, 2022 set off a very powerful set of emotions and reactions throughout the world, but especially in Eurasia. Yeah, I forgot that I have some slides that I want to share with you guys. Okay, okay. So the reverberations of the war in Ukraine have really been very strongly felt in Kazakhstan and other Central Asian countries. And it's not only the attacks, the initial invasion on February 24th, but there's other events that also stand out, whether we really remember the specific dates or not. So the partial mobilization of Russian forces to continue the war in Ukraine that happened in September set off migration waves like we've never seen in the world before. When else have we seen members of a former colonizer leave their country in droves to find refuge in exactly those places that they had colonized not that long ago? These are really complex and intertwined and very deeply felt events and issues that we've experienced and that we've lived through in the past year. On this initial slide, I have on the left is a picture of a solitary protester at the Russian embassy or the Russian consulate here in Astana yesterday on the anniversary of the war, a protest to stop the war in Kazakh and in English. On the right of this slide is one of the kind of indicative pictures that have been created to show solidarity between Kazakhstan and Ukraine, kind of merging the images of the flags together. In Kazakhstan, we also filter the events related to the war through the Khandas or January events from 2022. This was in early January last year, when there were mass public protests that were co-opted by various conflicting elite groups that provoked a crackdown. Hundreds were gunned down in the streets of Almaty. Many who were jailed were also tortured. And the population just watched these unfolding events in just horror. And these traumas are really entangled with how people in Kazakhstan have experienced also the war in Ukraine and all of the related events there. So the question of who belongs and how people signal their belonging, these are not new questions in Kazakhstan, but they really do have new salience over the past year because of Khandas, because of the war in Ukraine, because of mobilization, and how that's impacted migration waves to Kazakhstan. And I think there's maybe two kind of key elements that really have brought new salience to the situation, to these identity questions. The first is solidarity with Ukraine. The Ukrainian experience has really opened Kazakhstanis' eyes to the potential for what could happen in Kazakhstan. But there's also a large population that has relatives in Ukraine that feels this very deeply. So on a number of different levels, people in Kazakhstan really feel quite a sense of solidarity. Certainly there's people in Kazakhstan that also support Putin and support the war. It's not a homogeneous population, but there's a lot of solidarity with Ukraine and a lot of actions that have been taken to support the Ukrainian people. Another element beyond solidarity is the idea of trauma. So certainly there was trauma in Kazakhstan last January. The war has kind of heightened that trauma. There's also past traumas that really haven't quite been dealt with very well, including famine that was similar to what was experienced in Ukraine, the deportation of many populations eastward into Kazakhstan that caused a kind of a population mixing. These are traumas that haven't been dealt with very well and very openly in Kazakhstan, which creates tensions and kind of a demand for things to be dealt with going forward. And I think with these increasing saliences of identity questions, there come more big questions. One big question is, does this process of decolonization simply become nationalism, and particularly ethnic nationalism? Because identity in Kazakhstan is really quite government initiated. At least the categories and the concepts that we use to talk about identity in Kazakhstan are quite pre-prescribed. So, it's about ethnicity, it's about language, it's about religion, and there's certain kind of correct answers about what categories people fall into. So Kazakhs demonstrate their Kazakh identity by speaking Kazakh, by being Muslim, by embracing certain traditions. But how do non-Kazakhs demonstrate their loyalty to Kazakhstan? This is really less clear. And we've seen a lot of the negotiations happen in this sort of decolonial moment, this kind of resalience of identity questions. We've seen a lot of these negotiations about identity happen around language issues, specifically Kazakh language revival. And I think that this is reductionist because it really gives very simple answers to complex questions. Again, this is one reason I really appreciate the previous presentation on language complexity and bilingualism in Ukraine, to show that these things are really complex and they don't change overnight. So not too long ago, there was an event in Almaty where a group of activists in early 2023 they had a women's rally. Then they went to a cafe afterwards, and what unfolded really was covered quite extensively in media and social media, caused a big public debate. So this group of activists, after they finished their women's march, they went to a cafe. They asked for a menu in Kazakh. The restaurant said that they didn't have one. They said that they wouldn't ever have one. They said that the patrons, the women, were acting like fascists and Nazis, and that they should leave the premises. The cafe administrator called armed guards to remove the patrons. The patrons called the police, and in a very, very rare instance, the police opened up a case of inciting interethnic conflict against the restaurant staff. This is a sort of typical type of, maybe not every day, but a typical type of thing that's happening in Kazakhstan these days. But this moment of where the police opened up a case of interethnic conflict is really quite unique. Last November, there were big public protests in Taras, which is a southern city in Kazakhstan, where more than 200 workers from the company Kazphosphate were protesting because their manager, who is a Russian citizen, had called the employees sheep. They were demanding an apology. They were also demanding workplace reforms and things like this. The Akimat, or the mayor of Taras, later issued a statement that this was definitely not interethnic conflict. And this is actually a more typical framing of the way that conflicts occur in Kazakhstan, especially by government officials. But it's quite dangerous, I think, to frame events as definitely not interethnic conflict, because what it really says to the population is that we don't talk about these things. These things are off the table. It doesn't invite discussion. It doesn't offer people the opportunity to find routinized, institutionalized, public ways to resolve conflict. And these are big questions going forward. So how can Kazakhstan navigate these conflicts that are happening on an everyday basis without denying the underlying issues, without kind of dismissing people's perspectives? How can we look at these events in a way that doesn't securitize the issue, that doesn't heighten the kind of drama and tension surrounding the conflicts? How can we kind of go forward in social relations without looking at the threats of interethnic conflict, the threats of Russian invasion and things like this, but rather look at the opportunities to build belonging across groups who live in Kazakhstan? Because there are many groups in Kazakhstan, many ethnic groups that call Kazakhstan their home, regardless of their ethnic identity. Now, some of these issues really revolve around language. So what does it mean to speak Kazakh? I'm just returning to this slide because it's a nice picture again of kind of international solidarity between Kazakhstan and Ukraine. But many issues really revolve around the language issue in Kazakhstan. So what does it mean to speak Kazakh? What does it mean to speak Russian? What do we say about ourselves and about other people when we speak these languages? These things have become very politicized, especially in the last year, though they were already politically sensitive before that. One of the things that we've asked Russian emigres or draft dodgers or relocanti or whatever you want to call them, we've asked them in our research why they choose Kazakhstan as a destination. And many of them have said that Russian language makes it easier, that Russian language is widespread in Kazakhstan, and that makes it easier for them to adapt. This is certainly a double-edged sword, though, because yes, it can make it easier to adapt to life in Kazakhstan, but it can also be a crutch that prevents further and fuller integration. So willingness to kind of speak Kazakh or be willing to learn Kazakh has become kind of a filter question or kind of a test of loyalty for not only people that are coming to Kazakhstan, but also people that have lived in Kazakhstan all of their lives and are not regular Kazakh speakers. So I remember several years ago when the name of the hospital where my second and third children were born, here in Astana, they changed the sign on their building. Previously, it had been in Russian and Kazakh, and they changed it to Kazakh only. And at the time, I felt really marginalized as a Russian speaker and not a Kazakh speaker. But now I realize that that reaction was a reaction of privilege. And it was an example of not wanting to lose the power that comes with privilege and not wanting to be inconvenienced by change that occurs that might actually promote kind of a more just sort of situation, or a more kind of a more authentic, or I'm actually not even sure what to call it, type of situation. But I feel now really very complicated about this. And a lot of people in Kazakhstan feel complicated about this question of language, question of bilingualism, question of Kazakh language revival. But now I certainly feel the sense that I'm really missing out if I don't speak Kazakh. There's a really great podcast in Kazakhstan called Dopsos, and it's a bilingual sort of podcast that really does a good job of really integrating bilingualism. This last episode was a great scholar. They translated a little bit of it into Russian, and I just felt like I was missing out because I wanted to hear the whole episode, but it was only in Kazakh. And I think that there is this sense of really wanting to be able to unlock to needing Kazakh language in order to do this. And this is a very different sort of posture from, feeling like we're being marginalized, but feeling, in fact, a moment of enthusiasm to want to unlock something beautiful about Kazakh culture. And this is really a kind of a movement that is not only being felt by ethnic Kazakhs alone. And certainly there's some decolonial contours to this language revival, but I think it's also more than that, because it starts with a kind of a habituation or a recognition of the place of Kazakh language as embedded in society, even if and even when it's not actively being used. And this is maybe kind of a strange suggestion, but there's maybe just a very complex array of how language is perceived and used and internalized. I think there's also a kind of repentance and differentiation aspect to the language revival among those kind of Slavic populations. Certainly, it's the idea that at least for Kazakhstani Russians and other Kazakhstani Slavs or minorities, they're different from the Russians in Russia. Kazakhstani Russians are different than Russians from Russia. And this has really been made quite clear through the mobilization. And Russians in Kazakhstan, Kazakhstani Russians, really want to signal their understanding of Kazakhstan as their home. And I think that this, like I said, this is one of the major things that mobilization, the mobilization-driven migration has highlighted. That Russians are just different. And this is not something new, but it's been revealed in a different and new way. So our current research that we're doing on identity issues in Kazakhstan and the mobilization of Russians and the migration flows related to that, our research shows, as well as previous research by a former student, Danielle, shows that when Kazakhstani Russians go to Russia, they are considered Kazakhs. They are seen as outsiders. They feel outsiders. They are called Kazakh, which is an ethnic distinction, not a national distinction, or not a kind of citizenship distinction. So it turns out that there's really no concept of Kazakhstani in Russia, and really not only in Russia. I've encountered this with people from other countries further abroad and things like this. But the question is, why outsiders, why Russians, why Europeans, why Westerners get to decide what it means to be Kazakh? Who is Kazakh? And this is another example. I mean, this is an example of something that I call imperial ignorance that I'll unpack a little bit more in a few minutes. But the idea that people outside of Kazakhstan really have no clue and no curiosity for how multiculturalism, diversity, and things like that are negotiated in Kazakhstan. So it's definitely back on the language issue. It's an oversimplification, I think, to equate national identity with language, because it's simply not true that ethnicity and language map cleanly onto each other in Kazakhstan. And it's also crucially important to realize that national identity is much more than just language. And this is really an ongoing problem in Kazakhstan that needs to be resolved, because I think Kazakhstan is not as deeply bilingual as Ukraine, it seems. And there's really no ability to seamlessly switch between Kazakh and Russian, though I think, again, the previous presenter showed that there's actually a lot of complexity in Ukraine as well. So using language to kind of signal a decolonial impulse is a nice sentiment, but it's really much more complicated in reality, and it's very reductionist as well in reality, because language is complex and identities are complex, and really it will require hard work and training and time, and it probably will entail some amount of conflict, like what we saw in Almaty. These things, I think, will be somewhat normal going forward. The questions, though, going forward, I think will be questions of how open will Kazakh language speakers be to Russians and other ethnic minorities speaking Kazakh. In some ways, there is openness. Certainly there is openness, but there is, but again, complicated feelings about who gets to speak Kazakh, not who gets to speak Kazakh, but who it's most appropriate for to speak Kazakh. Will the Kazakh language revival go beyond a sort of symbolic language use to full bilingualism? How realistic is this? How necessary is this? And if some people can't learn Kazakh for whatever reason, will they still have other ways of proving their loyalty to Kazakhstan and enjoying the full benefits of citizenship and identity and belonging? Alternatively, what other narratives could be used to comprise an inclusive national identity that integrates Kazakhstani, Kazakh national identity and the multi-ethnic, multicultural identity that allows non-Kazakhs to be full citizens with all rights and regardless of their ethnicity or language repertoire. Things like shared experience that have nothing to do with language, whether those are historical experiences, whether they're current experiences, maybe they are feelings of home and belonging to a place, which may be to Kazakhstan as a whole, or maybe to more local identities, which is also important to recognize in terms of overcoming what we, I think, just take for granted, and that is methodological nationalism, that states are these natural categories to be protected and reified and naturalized and things like that. Are there also shared historical experiences that we can draw on? One thing I realized today as I was just reflecting on what I planned to say was that the people that I know, the Russians and ethnic minorities, Germans, Chechens, the people that I know never really talk about their families as victims of deportation. Certainly many of them are, but I've never heard anybody acknowledge that this is part of their origin story. Is that just my own kind of selection bias? It certainly could be true. That it's just about my own circles, but it also could be a matter of we just don't talk about this. This is not how we frame our identity. But I wonder if the Russians and Ukrainians and Germans who are here represent actually the colonizer, or if they represent co-victims, and if these things are things that could be potentially used to create ongoing future senses of belonging. So let me talk now a little bit about specifically the impact of the mobilization in Russia and how this created a flood of fears and a flood of migration into Kazakhstan. Because when Russia's military mobilization was announced, really droves of military-aged men came to Kazakhstan. And there were a lot of questions and a lot of discussions about how imperial these people would be, how imperial their mentalities would be. So there were a lot of conversations at the time about whether these draft dodgers were acting out of conscience or self-preservation. And many of these conversations arose, again, out of a sense of solidarity with Ukraine and wanting to be on the right side of history with Russia and Russians associated with a pro-war stance, clearly being on the wrong side of history. But sometimes the reactions to this migration wave really kind of arose out of more routine migration myths that are common in many countries, that migrants take jobs, migrants are a threat to our culture, migrants are a threat to our security, and on and on. So the idea of testing these newcomers to see what their political commitments were became a very popular idea and one that people talked about a lot. And one of these filter questions was Chi Krim, or who does Crimea belong to? And there was a particular moment that came when a viral video, pictured here on this screen, and the link to the YouTube video is also on the slide. The citizen of Kazakhstan, pictured here in the middle, interviewed two newcomers on camera, and their answers were, well, let's just say less than satisfactory. And I suspect actually that anything other than an immediate and unequivocal statement that Crimea belongs to Ukraine, no questions asked, would have been insufficient. Because this is not really a question about history or nuance. It's a filter question to test political loyalty. And what stuck out to me is that the Russian men that were being asked this question clearly just didn't know what to say. It was clear, it seemed clear to them that there was a right and a wrong answer, but they did not know what the right or wrong answers to those questions were. So my question, thinking about this, this episode is it an example of imperial ignorance, or is it more complicated? Is it more entangled? And I think, of course, it starts with imperial ignorance, which is a result of education that only tells history from a narrowed perspective. And this imperial ignorance is, of course, not unique to Russia or Russians. I had my own episode of imperial ignorance, probably a lot of them, actually. Soon after arriving to Kazakhstan 11 years ago, I was invited along with a group of colleagues to the Institute for Modern History for some discussion. And one of the questions they asked me as an American citizen was a filter question. It was, who won World War II? And my answer was, we did, which was nicely ambiguous, but also completely naive. I had no idea what the depth and ownership of identity that victory in World War II plays in the region. So my answer, we won, maybe was ambiguous enough to be satisfying, though I realized only this week another layer of my own ignorance as I was having a discussion with a taxi driver, because he asked me how we are taught in the United States about World War II. And he told me that in school, he was educated in the Soviet period. They are taught that victory over fascism was only a Soviet victory. It was not a shared victory with allies like we're taught in the US. So this was another moment where I realized how much I don't know and how much my answers may seem quite naive or quite controversial, actually, from a different perspective. So my taxi driver this week went on to talk about the specific role of Cossack soldiers and the victory over fascism, and how the Soviet textbooks really refused to acknowledge these contributions. And it again is a reminder of the ways that we teach history absolutely creates imperial ignorance. So these boys, these newly immigrated boys to Kazakhstan, were really equivocating over who Crimea belonged to. And it really made me think about how sometimes we just don't know the right answers to the questions because we don't, or our view of the world is so limited that we can't even conceive of what the right answers are, even though we know that the answers that we've been told are not the answers that are being sought. So for many people, the Russian draft dodgers have become quite symbolic. Many people, not only in Kazakhstan, but kind of in the world, dehumanize them if they do not act according to certain scripts. And I think, of course, this is a part of the heightened sense of justice and solidarity that the Ukraine war brings. But I would also ask, what are we really seeking when we ask these types of filter questions? When we're looking for a right or a wrong answer, the question is really being used to simplify and sort people into good people and into monsters. And if the question is actually the start of an ongoing conversation, we really need to know that the process will be quite fraught with uncertainty and complexity and mistakes, especially at the beginning. What will it take to undo Russian imperialism, I think, is a good question. So I saw this was a tweet that just this where somebody from Kazakhstan was tweeting or was kind of retweeting Konstantin Sonin, who was just kind of wrestling with the guilt of the war, and this Kazakh this Kazakh person was saying was not accepting this. This is not acceptable. Your grief is not acceptable. And I had another conversation not too long ago with a taxi driver where we were having a very existential conversation about the state of the world, and I asked him, well, what is it going to take? What is it going to take to move forward and to kind of reconcile with the past? And he said, Russia has to break up. They have to have a civil war, and they have to suffer like they've made everyone else suffer. And only then can things be made right. And these ideas exist, and this makes going forward really complicated. I don't know what the right answer is, in fact, but I know that the conversations indeed have to go forward if there's going to be solutions to these really deep problems.
Correct.
So these
interrupt you, but we're
sure.
Trying to keep track of time. We're going to fall quickly behind. Could I just give you 1 minute to wrap up?
Oh, sure. I thought we had until 15
Our
more
other
minutes.
speaker has arrived, so we're going to try.
Okay. Well, then I'm happy to cede time. Oh, so yeah, absolutely. Let me just wrap up. So I'm happy to conclude so that we can get back to Andreas' conclusions as well. So, I mean, basically what I want to say is that these problems are really complex and deep, and they don't have clear answers, but I think going forward, the conversations have to happen. And so I was visited by a former student yesterday in my office who I haven't seen for 10 years, but he was saying, I just want to talk to people about politics because these moments are just really important. And I said, that's exactly right. We just have to make it okay to talk about it, because that's the only way that we're going to be able to find solutions that actually people find satisfactory. So thank you very much. Sorry for causing a time crunch because I didn't look at the chat at all, but thank you for giving me a chance to share my thoughts.
No problem. I was not fulfilling my moderating duties as well as I should have been. Chris, you left me with more questions than we have time to discuss, but I do want to, and I look forward to having a chance to talk with you about them. And give our speaker, Dr. Andreas Umland from the Stockholm Center for Eastern European Studies, I think we can give you about 14 minutes to talk. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
I cannot switch on my camera here because, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
I'm trying to switch on my camera and Zoom tells me my camera is stopped by the host.
Could you try one more time?
Okay. Now it seems to work. Okay. Yeah. Apologies for being late. We had changed the time several times, and I didn't do the update in my calendar the last time, so I just missed the right time. Anyway, my presentation, I had then the pleasure and the benefit of listening to Karis's presentation, which I may have otherwise perhaps missed. Perhaps as a comment, also that I would immediately suspect that the Crimea question is, of course, a coded Pavlodar question. It's not actually about Crimea, but about Pavlodar. And because Pavlodar would be too obvious to ask, you would then ask about Crimea. And the issue about the breakup of the Soviet Union, I was just here at a conference in Bavaria. I talked to a Ukrainian, the breakup of Russia, not of the Soviet Union. Ukrainian diplomat told me the same. He has also the view that overcoming the imperial legacy of the current Russian Federation that was his theory, and it has a certain logic to it. Is perhaps only possible via a breakup of the current Russian Federation, because otherwise, even with a sort of new democratization attempt, the imperial tradition may reconstitute itself then, as we had, for instance, in Germany after World War I. But anyway, I want to come back to my little presentation here, which is more about the Western discourse about the war and the link between these discourses and Western policies towards Ukraine and towards Russia. And the puzzle that I want to address here briefly is that what we've observed during the last year is a steep fall of Russian soft power, of Russian economic influence, of Russian diplomatic power, political power, international influence and international reputation on the one side. And on the other side, we have not yet seen, at least from a Kiev perspective, as much support for Ukraine in this war as one would have expected against the background of this steep fall of Russian international power and influence. So the support from the West is obviously large, but other countries have been much less supportive than the Western countries, and also the Western countries have not been as supportive, at least as quick in their support with Ukraine as the Ukrainians have wished. And I think the reason for that, for especially the neutral position or not as supportive of Ukraine position of many non-Western countries around the world, has a lot to do with the discourse that has been emerging during the last year about this war and the presentation of what is at stake. And what we have here, and now I'm reflecting largely what is happening in Germany, where I'm most closely following the public discourse about the war, is basically a division of two large camps. One can call sort of simplistically an idealistic camp, which is in support of Ukraine, and then another camp that sees itself as realistic and that is much more hesitant about the support of Ukraine. In Germany, we have basically in this sort of, as I would call it, pseudo-realistic camp division in two sub-camps. First, we have the ones who basically misrepresent the war as a simple war, as not a war of annihilation, as not an imperial war, and I would argue even partly fascist war, in that it wants to cleanse Ukraine from Ukrainian culture, from Ukrainian thought and ideas and language and so on, and to simply say what is needed is an end to the fighting, and that is better than a continuation of the war, while ignoring that the occupation, if you like, the peaceful occupation, has also enormous risks for Ukrainian civilians, as we have seen already before the large invasion last year. For instance, what we've seen in the book by Stanislav Asiev, Svetly Schlach, or in German Heller Weg, or Asiev's book about the Izolatia torture prison, or as he calls it, concentration camp in Donetsk. So there's this ignorant camp that basically ignores this aspect of the whole discourse, and then tries to talk only about war in a very simplistic way, and is then for peace. It's a sort of ignorant, I would say, pacifism. Then there is also a more reflective pacifism that does acknowledge that the war of Russia is not a simple war; it's a war of annihilation, of genocide, and that a discontinuation of the fighting is not an end to repression and torture and deportation and even murder of Ukrainians, but can then actually lead to continued terror on the occupied regimes. But here then the sort of the realistic argument is that, well, this is all very, very sad for the Ukrainians, but it's the Ukrainians' problem. So this is then, at the end of the day, there are national interests, and we cannot solve all of Ukraine's problems. Perhaps we can support Ukraine to a certain degree, but we are not going to go and risk World War III and being annihilated by Russia ourselves with Russia's nuclear weapons, because what is happening to the Ukrainian people is very sad, but it's not our people. It's the Ukrainians, and they have to solve that somehow at the end of the day, and we cannot do there that much. Usually this camp is more supportive of Ukraine and is in spite of this sort of slightly cynical approach, it does acknowledge that Ukraine needs support, but only limited support, considering national interests as it is understood. And then we have the idealistic camp. Here we have also a division, as I would see it, into two sub-camps. One is a camp that argues largely based on, as I would see it, emotion on that, which I also experience, emotions of empathy and compassion and so on, and justice and things like that, and who then think it is simply a human obligation to help Ukrainians in their fight for freedom, for survival, and for existence and for independence. So that is perhaps the camp that is most strongly supporting Ukraine. I would also put myself in this camp, at least partly. And then there is another camp that is slightly different, that may also have compassion and empathy and so on, but which argues also idealistically, as I would call it, that Ukraine is defending European or all human or Western values in its war with Russia. So this is a war about, in this interpretation, about the ideals of the West, about the values of the West, and we are obliged, not only out of compassion and out of empathy, to support Ukrainians in this war, but also out of our own values, our own norms. And I think this sort of division that I see in Germany, I don't know how much it is also present in other countries, is basically shaping the discourse, as I perceive it, at least in Germany. And what we have then is this sort of confrontation of idealism versus, as I would call it, pseudo-realism. What is, I think, missing here, and what could perhaps be a key to sustain Western support and make perhaps also other non-Western countries more supportive of Ukraine, would be a sort of a third discourse that would be not just about ideals and empathy on the one side, and about the war itself and about national interests on the other side, but a discourse, as I have described, and many colleagues as well, which would talk about the international implications of the war, not so much for Western values or European values, but for international security. One of the issues one could mention here, for instance, is that if Russia is in one way or another successful in Ukraine, it could try to be as successful, let's say, also in Eastern Estonia, because in Eastern Estonia, as you may know, the most Russian city outside Russia is located, Narva, which is even more Russian, both ethnically and linguistically more Russian than Sevastopol, which many people think of as the most Russian city outside Russia. If you look at the demographics, it's not quite true. Narva is slightly more Russian, both ethnically and linguistically. And once Russia then goes for Narva, as Putin has actually mentioned a few months ago when he compared himself to Peter the Great, then this would then trigger Article 5 of the Washington Treaty and involvement of NATO, and would drag us into a war with Ukraine. But perhaps that is not even necessary. I think the argument that one could develop, and I've tried already to develop, and others have tried to do so, is to see the attack of Russia on Ukraine in terms of the international system, that security system that has emerged after World War II with the United Nations, UN Security Council, the Helsinki Declaration, the Charter of Paris, and above all, the 1968 Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Because the real scandal of this entire war is, I've already said in several interviews, is not only that Russia has nuclear weapons and Ukraine does not have nuclear weapons, but that Russia is explicitly allowed to have nuclear weapons by the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and Ukraine is explicitly forbidden to have nuclear weapons by the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And as most of you know, of course, the situation is even more odd in view of the fact that Ukraine once had nuclear weapons, nuclear warheads, after the breakup of the Soviet Union, and then gave it up against so-called security assurances in the well-known Budapest Memorandum. So what we need is here, I think, to get away both from the sort of emotional discourse and idealistic discourse, and we should actually engage with those pseudo-realists who talk about this war in terms of national interests of Western and non-Western countries, that this is either not of any interest to countries outside Ukraine, except for Ukraine, because it's a Ukrainian issue, or that it may be of interest in terms, for instance, of the empathy that we have, the values that we have, and the general feeling of order that we have, but that this national interest that we have in this war is not as high as the Ukrainians want it to be, because we have our own national interests and Ukraine has its own national interests, and we have to find sort of a middle ground there, where we then can perhaps agree on some sort of support of Ukraine, but not very resolute support for Ukraine. If we can, in the public discourse, better represent the international implications that Russia's behavior has in terms of Russia's membership in the Security Council, in terms of its special role in the non-proliferation regime, in terms of its role in other international organizations and arrangements, and in terms of the subversive effect this behavior has on the whole international security system, from which all countries to one degree or another benefit. I think then we can also perhaps change the degree of support from Western countries and make wider publics in the West more supportive of Ukraine, and especially we may then also have a chance to get more support for Ukraine from non-Western countries once they detect a certain national interest in a Ukrainian victory and a Ukrainian full restoration of territorial integrity. My time is out, and I've run over time a little bit, but that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Andreas, for shortening your remarks so we could fit them in. I appreciate it. And I am now officially turning moderating responsibilities over to Dr. Schenk, who will take us to the next step in Ukrainathon. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much, Danielle, and thank you for your moderation. So I'm taking over for the next hour. I just want to remind everybody that part of the purpose of the Ukrainathon is to help raise support for Kyiv School of Economics and their humanitarian aid campaign. So we'll drop a link for that in the chat, and please consider donating to this cause so that the scholars of Kiev can play double duty and do humanitarian aid as well. So our next speaker is coming from Finland, Ryhor Nizhnikau. Please correct my pronunciation if that butchered your name. And Ryhor will talk to us about Ukrainian or Russian and Belarusian relations. Please,
well, thanks a lot. Thank you for this introduction. And no, you haven't butchered my name. You made it sound better. Well, so good start. So good morning. Really a pleasure to be here, and really a pleasure to be part of this initiative. I think it's really worthy, and thanks to the organizers for doing this and inviting me. Yes, I'll talk about Belarus-Russia relations, and to a certain degree, this has been probably somewhat still a topic, even in the shadow of our main focus, but still one of the probably main ones, because Belarus has been quite a staunch, well, it's a co-aggressive state which has been doing or supporting Moscow at its, well, let's say probably nearly full capacity. That would be my perspective during the first year of war. And the last week brought us a number of new headlines, including on Belarusian support and its participation in different Russian, let's say Russia campaigns, as well as the these new stories about the Moscow's plans to annex or incorporate Belarus by 2030, which has been quite widely discussed. So I think this is definitely probably a topic that can raise some interest, and I'll probably try to connect this to a book project that we've been developing with my colleague co-editing it, where we included a couple of probably the best of the Belarusian study scholars, which focuses or touches upon this. So this will be probably in somehow, I will try to a certain degree build upon that. And again, the key question when we discuss the war effects on Belarus and the war effects on Belarus-Russia relations is that we do have still quite a few perspectives. So to begin with, obviously, there is always a story about whether Belarus will participate in the military invasion itself. So this has been the main story of the first year of the war. Well, now it's a bit sidelined, but it can reappear at any moment. And the same story or the same debate is connected to a question of a degree of the independence in decision-making by Lukashenko from Moscow. So we do have a lot of perspectives. We do have some stories, some analysis which claims that Lukashenko tries to bargain. He tries to still keep some degree of distance. So we kind of don't, since probably last March, the story is no longer black and white. There is some, at least analysts and observers try to insert plenty of shades of gray into this, saying that Lukashenko is, and his propaganda, and also people who probably, not probably, but are his opponents, but they do try to discuss and try to introduce this argument. So my point in this respect, or my main argument is quite simple. We do have Lukashenko as Russia's probably main and most staunch ally in this war. I don't think that in a full matter of things, there is any other foreign leader, foreign country which does more than Lukashenko, maybe in overall numbers, but not in the degree of involvement, because we do talk about military support. We do talk about diplomatic and foreign policy support. We do have some even stories about mobilization of different pro-regime actors to provide some type of a volunteering to the front, and we have this in all number of areas, while the opposite side of this is is quite significant penalty on Belarus through Western sanctions, which definitely damages the Belarusian economy. But the question is that while Minsk is probably, we can say, the main ally in this war of Moscow, Lukashenko or Belarus is not better off from this. So it's actually only further undermines the country's sovereignty. It puts in question the future of the country itself. And obviously it makes the regime probably more stable, more sustainable for the time being, but in the longer term, based on the trends that we'll probably discuss in a bit, even the position of Lukashenko and his traditional role in the country as the main monopolist on power, who is the main interlocutor with Moscow, who controls how the society and the elite actually are engaged or approached by Moscow. So this has been eroding fast, and in this regard, even in the medium term, this makes his regime rather less sustainable than more. So having said that, very briefly, let's look at what has been the case before even the war began, because this is this story is longer than 1 year old, and obviously we go back to the revolution, to the root of the ongoing domestic crisis in Belarus, where this domestic crisis continues, which erupted in summer 2020, and the main cause obviously is quite simple. It's that these conditions, the structural conditions that led to the eruption of this crisis, they haven't gone. So this gap between this very neo-Soviet archaic regime and modernizing society, which has been much more looking as they are probably Polish neighbors. So there have been changes in attitudes and values, and which in a sense led to a demand, first implicit then explicit, of more participation in decision making. So these conditions are not gone. And since August, or basically since autumn 2020, the regime has been keeping this under, well, basically has been basically using only coercion and fear as the main sources of keeping this society at bay. And this hasn't changed. So we do see repressions going on. We do see that the repressions target not only anyone who has been found on some photo from protests, but also the ones who are somehow are found of being in support of Ukraine or sympathetic of Ukraine, or just writing something like pacifist graffiti or statements on the walls. So this is the targets of the society is kept in fear by the security apparatus in the regime. But there is no but this is not the way how you can restore any even partial degree of legitimacy even in some parts of the society. We obviously have some supporters of the regime. There is some supporters of the regime in the country, but here we come to a question how actually Moscow steps in, and Moscow is this kind of a legitimizing tool for this groups for Lukashenko's regime. So this is a big turnaround as with what we've seen pre-2020. And definitely the main outcome of that is that this we can talk about state and nation building projects as feeble and as contradictory as they could be up till 2020. They've been de facto suspended and probably even reversed. So what you've been talking about, the language, we do see that in Kazakhstan and its role, I didn't, fortunately couldn't hear all of it, but we do see that the Belarusian language becomes again this sort of a black mark, and we do see that even the pro-Lukashenko officials or the regime's officials who somehow very marginally speak out, saying that, well, we still kind of need Belarusian language just because we are probably Belarusians, they are publicly lashed. So, and the same comes with state building projects. But moving from that, we do see that obviously this structural weaknesses haven't been used due to lack of anti-regime agency, most of it. So we do see that as during the protests and as it is now after the war, neither opposition nor the West are actually capable actors or not capable, but when it comes to opposition, we probably can talk about capabilities and their ability to do that due to the also internal reasons, different splits and so on and so forth within this organization, lack of any kind of ideology and clear plans. And probably some may argue that they are happy to a certain degree with the status quo. But when it comes to the Western policy, and not a long story, we do see that the West is clearly not willing to, and rather prefers to have some kind of a wait and see approach to a certain degree, punishes Belarus for its actions, but do not have a proactive strategy of how to actually help this opposition to come to power. And then we have this type of a football where the opposition which is based outside of the country shifts responsibility and blame to the West, saying they don't do enough, while the West says, well, we empower the opposition and let them fix that. So we have this, and I'm not even talking about the Ukrainian dimension of this, and Zelensky and the Ukrainian government. So because I'm talking too long, I'll briefly then move to what we've been seeing after the war. So we do see that these trends have been kept in place, but the war had quite a few significant effects. The first one, obviously, is that basically the regime lost important element of what kept an important element of the model of Belarus-Russia relations, which has been in place basically since late 1990s, early 2000s, and was sustainable and persisting. So the important element of this model, which is that Minsk-Western relations were a type of a balancing, or rather bargaining chip to a certain degree, in this model, which kept which helped to stabilize it at times when Moscow becomes too ambitious or over ambitious. So this element, this kind of a protective something has been lost. So we do see that, and this has massive effects on obviously, first and foremost, also on the economy. So we see direct effect through sanctions that the major major sources of income that comes not from Russia, which were coming from Ukraine and the West, they are lost. Obviously there is a alternative political force which is partially recognized, which is obviously Tikhanovskaya and her office, and this is important. That's the first time that Lukashenko has is not de facto recognized as president, because there is no alternative to him, political whales, but actually there is one now, and wish you or not, some countries do recognize them. So sanctions do play a role, and this only and the direct effect is that Russia's dependence on Russia has grown. So the foreign policy independence has been de facto lost. So Belarus has no longer independent foreign policy because its probably ties with the West are irreparable under these conditions. And as long as the war continues and Lukashenko stays in power, we can discuss that probably a bit later if there is any interest in time. And any other alternative that Lukashenko obviously tries to put forward, and we have been probably seeing it during the last 2 weeks. Well, he's going to China today, and there've been other visits, and there've been obviously even the foreign minister of Hungary coming to Minsk to discuss some things. Obviously, this is far less sufficient because the countries which can maintain ties with Lukashenko, be it Iran or China, they view relations with Belarus as an element of their own relations with Russia. So they don't see or don't probably value enough Belarus and not ready to anyhow support Belarusian sovereign claims. So in this respect, this is far less viable foreign policy channel. And obviously, the second element of this is that the relations with the relations which have been inherited in a sense by Lukashenko, which are naturally at least neutral and somewhat positive, which is the relations with other post-Soviet countries, have been also quite damaged, if in some cases not ruined. And obviously in case of Ukraine, this has been ruined. But we do see that Lukashenko's behavior as kind of an extension of Russian foreign policy, and we can say a function of Russian foreign policy, where he probably not only does and says things that Moscow probably either wants to hear or see from him, or probably to a certain degree dictates, that this really damages sharply the relations with other countries, be it Georgia through visits to Abkhazia and through visits of Abkhazian de facto rulers, or his threats to Kazakhstan or Armenia at OEC and Eurasian Union summits. And this becomes even more dangerous because the final element of this, which is the Lukashenko's control of the elites, has been also quite escaping his hands. So the other source of Lukashenko's regime current stability, which is besides Russia, which is the elite, is also quickly reorienting themselves on Moscow. And this is a big development, which is unprecedented in the Belarusian under Lukashenko, because unlike any other post-Soviet country, he clearly insulated and did his best to insulate his own elite, his own his own elite from direct contacts with Moscow, and punished if any of those were either found or just suspected. So now this has gone. So now we see that the elites are trying directly and quite openly established new relations with their Moscow counterparts, and this is something that probably doesn't satisfy Lukashenko, but gives Kremlin another tool of another source of dependency on the regime. The last one, obviously, is the military presence in the country, which means that Lukashenko is both a type of a winner because he still can stay at the head of the regime right now, but makes him a loser in probably medium future perspective, because if Moscow loses in the war, or if Moscow wins in the war, well, when it comes especially to, he will not be in power. If he loses power, if Moscow loses war in Ukraine, obviously the Lukashenko's regime is gone, and Belarusian probably people and society will have a chance to decide on their future. So we can say that the way how the war goes and ends has a massive effect not only on the region, not only on for Ukraine. It matters for the whole region in Belarus. But if Moscow wins, and I'm not talking about it as a likely scenario, but winning means not losing convincingly. For me, this is also probably a definition. If we look at the things, how they go, if Moscow and Putin's regime will survive this and can continue there. So this is a long story. I don't want to go into that. There are different probably perspective which can be argued and at length, and we still probably have we'll probably meet again in a year and discuss this, unfortunately. But if Putin's regime survives this war, the opportunity to get rid of Lukashenko will be extremely easy. So I'll probably stop here, and I'll be happy to hear any questions.
Okay, thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. I do have a question, and that is, you know, since Belarus sometimes gets kind of not a lot of press, maybe because it hides in the shadows of Russia, maybe could you tell us a little bit about if there's been any sort of maybe controversial moves by the Belarusian government to maybe try to assert some independence or some anti-war stance, or if not, if there's any sort of movement on the part of the population to kind of anti-war type sentiments that we could know about?
Yeah, it's a good question. Briefly, obviously, the anti-war sentiments in the country are massive. So we have different estimates that between 90 and 95% don't want to any participation in the war, which is considered to be a major obstacle on any decision to send Belarusian army. It's a very pacifist country in a sense. When it comes to society, it's much more complicated because as in other post-Soviet country, although the country is probably more sympathetic towards Ukraine, it's still divided. So there are also the ones who are under Russian propaganda and do think that this is the Western fault. When it comes to regime, my point is that we do see a lot of statements which may be treated as that Lukashenko tries to somehow keep some distance from Moscow. For instance, he can obviously meet with some foreign ministry of Hungary, or which obviously is not the best way because they are pro-Russian as well to a certain degree. But with the foreign journalists and send a message that we are for peace and we don't want, so we are ready to meet with Biden if he wants to come from Warsaw to Minsk when he was on the visit there, and just fix things. But obviously, for me, it's rather plain, especially given these factors, which shows that he clearly too much depends on Moscow to really act independently. It shows that it's just he becomes a function of Russian foreign policy, and even this statement should be taken with a grain of salt. So I would say Lukashenko, knowing him, speaks a lot. He can contradict himself in one sentence, but based on these structural factors, we should not take him as an independent actor much.
Absolutely. Oh, very interesting presentation. We have a few minutes left, and our next presenter is not quite here yet. So maybe do you have any concluding thoughts that you maybe that's something that you weren't able to touch on in your presentation as well?
Well, I mean, definitely we can probably, I would say a few things. The first one, and probably this is what should be done, it's in a sense to, I think, first of all, the West, well, probably what should be done in a sense, because this is what can be always a good concluding point, and also, well, nobody will do anything, but still. But anyway, there are a few things which are important. I think the first thing which is important is to, there is a need to somehow find a more coherent Western policy. So obviously it should start from the fact that any type of the loss of sovereignty under any type of a referendum or whatever that would incorporate Belarus into Russia will never be accepted. Something that, for instance, the Baltic countries unfortunately went through, but their sovereignty have been always never in doubt, and that's why their restoration of sovereignty after the collapse or during the collapse of the Soviet Union was a done deal. So in this respect, this kind of a sovereignty question should be very obvious and clear, and that, I mean, we know that the war will continue, and if and like Ukrainian victory should be secured, but but if Belarus will become a kind of a bargaining chip, that would probably also, in the longer term, meaning that, well, you take Belarus and whatever, just to make sure that this war ends, we might hear these voices if the war drags on too long, obviously. But that would create another probably maybe a bomb under the European security architecture in a longer term, in a sense, potentially, I don't know. But the second point is that probably what is needed is to find also Ukraine, probably, in my opinion, and Zelensky's regime has to really also find what its Belarus policy is, because at the moment it's unclear. There is, I think, too much negative stories coming out, and I would say that Belarusian opposition is also to blame for that. But I would say that inability to find this common position that when both Belarusian opposition and especially Belarusian anti-Lukashenko societal groups in exile and in the country want Ukraine to win and win convincingly, because obviously they have not only they share the probably value side of it, but also the interest that would again secure Belarusian independence. That in this regard, it some kind of pushes away a part of, maybe a small one, obviously, but still a part of the potential allies and supporters. This should be, and then the third element again, if the just sanctioning Lukashenko by the West is not enough, obviously the Belarusian society under this regime of repression cannot do much. It's unfortunately the regime has been too powerful and too and it still has a lot of resources, and it's basically well, it's really it has a terrible yoke on the Belarusian society. So just sanctioning, which is still kind of partially compensated by Moscow, is not enough to bring it down, and to create a certain strategy, not just saying that after the regime falls, you will get this money and will help you to modernize, and then you'll decide your future. It's not enough, because if Lukashenko falls now, Moscow will decide what will Belarus look like next. But to create a plan,
I'm going to need to. I think we need to kind of move on to the next part. So thank you for those final thoughts. I do want, thank you, Ryhor, for your perspectives on Russian-Belarusian relations. Very, very valuable perspectives. I just want to remind everybody that they have the opportunity to donate to the Kyiv School of Economics. I did my donation during Ryhor's wonderful presentation, so thank you. And we are going to next go to Volodymyr Kulyk, who for me has been a really important voice in the last year, and I really appreciate all of my interactions with Volodymyr and his perspective. So without further ado, please, Volodymyr, take it away.
Thank you, Harris. It's great to be here. It's a wonderful initiative. Unfortunately, we couldn't see it all because we need to sleep. But now it's late morning, so we are refreshed and ready to see the rest of contributions. So let me share my screen. Slideshow. From beginning. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, everything looks good. Yep.
Okay, great. Good. So I will be talking about the impact of the ongoing war on Ukrainian national identity. Obviously, this is one important aspect of the Ukraine's response to the aggression and Ukrainian, what's wrong? I cannot move my slide. Ukraine's unexpected resilience in the face of occupation. We've seen very strong resistance to occupiers. Well, here is a picture of a rally held a couple of days before the large-scale invasion. Ukrainians demonstrated the whole Russia and the whole world that they would resist, but still it seemed unlikely that the resistance will be so large-scale, so powerful. And in the days to come, we saw many demonstrations across Ukraine, especially remarkable, courageous were demonstrations in the occupied cities. I will show another picture in the next slide. The kind of the reverse side of this resistance to occupiers was the mass support for the army, remarkable support, most impressively financial support, with millions of people actually donating various sums, obviously, but nevertheless, very many joining the army, hundreds of thousands, or territorial self-defense units. And others contributed by digging trenches or sewing these camouflage nets or delivering supplies or whatever. So mass support for the army, for the defense of the country was one part of this consolidation of society, which also manifested itself in Ukrainians helping each other, particularly helping vulnerable groups. Many people helped neighbors, elderly, disabled. Yeah, many people helped people who were in the frontline zones. Yeah, so who needed food and medication and basic supplies on a daily basis. Yeah, so many people helped evacuate those people. I mean, not everybody was convinced they should leave, but those who could be convinced were helped with evacuation and with resettlement in new places. Yeah, obviously some went abroad and were helped there. And last but not least in this list was a remarkably functional state, the state which we Ukrainians were used to criticize for whatever deficiencies we observed in our daily lives, and which we believed was not very strong and was not very functional, proved to be functional even when the front line was like I'm living in Kyiv, the front line was 10 kilometers away, and the the stores and drugstores were open, and the banking was functioning. I could pay with my card, and all utilities were intact, and I could use the internet. Later on, when Putin started attacking electricity grids, so we were left without internet and electricity on many hours. But in the spring, no. So everything was working. So I'm arguing that national identity is one important source of this resilience, and it is often overlooked abroad. Often it is believed that Ukrainians are not fully consolidated into a civic nation. But scholars argued for years that Ukrainians increasingly identified in civic rather than ethnic or linguistic terms. So obviously, it mattered to many people that they were ethnic, for example, ethnic Russians or ethnic Hungarians, and for many it matters that they were Russian speakers. But Ukrainian identity or overarching identity meant more than this ethnic, linguistic, original, or social or other identities. Obviously, Ukraine has big regional differences. Particularly noticeable is this difference between Ukrainian-speaking regions and Russian-speaking regions in how they vote, in how they see the future. The country, particularly Russian-speaking regions, were more likely to support close ties with Russia, integration in some form with Russia rather than with the West, while the West and the center preferred Western integration. They differed in how they saw language policies, for example, and history policies. But despite these persistent regional differences, we could notice an overarching attachment to Ukraine as one's homeland, and it was very strong, and it was present in all parts of the country, maybe with some variation, but nevertheless. So rather than seeing Ukraine as deeply divided, as many in the West see it, scholars argue that Ukraine is diverse, but rather united. And that was shown in the wake of the large-scale invasion. So let me demonstrate this overarching civic attachment. So here is the results of a survey conducted in April 21. The question which is responses to which are presented here inquired about the most salient characteristics of the respondents. So respondents were asked to list up to 3 characteristics of the list of 20 which best describe them. And on the left, I present this list, top part of the list for all Ukrainians, for all the sample. And on the right, for Russian-speaking part of the sample, for those who reported using predominantly Russian in everyday life. Yeah. So I'm presenting the data from before the full-scale invasion because I don't have more recent data, and because it is good to demonstrate that this high salience of Ukrainian identity was there already before the full-scale invasion. It was even strengthened after the invasion, but it was here. So we see that Ukrainian identity is the most salient of all identities of all sorts. It's a gender identity, it's religious identity, social, local, linguistic, and remarkably, we see that the patriot identity was rather high on the list. Yeah, more salient than those which would think would be salient in Ukrainian society, such as local or linguistic. Yeah, and even more remarkably, that if you look at the right, that Ukrainian identity is the most salient identity also for Russian speakers. Yeah, obviously, Russian speaking identity is one of the most salient, but we see the big difference between 30% and 21% in the percentage of people who listed these identities as most salient for them. Yeah, and remarkably, in the right list, in the Russian-speaking list, we don't see a Russian identity. So it is below this. It is with 10% or 9%, maybe at the end of the 10 most salient identities. So those people who consider themselves Russian-speaking do not consider themselves Russian, but most of all, they consider themselves Ukrainian. So basically Ukrainian in civic terms, but for some Russian speakers, Ukrainian is also their ethnic identity. Yeah, so while linguistically they might be Russian speakers, but not necessarily identifying as such. They might do not attach as much importance to their speaking Russian, while consider Ukrainian as their native language. Yeah. So anyway, Ukrainian identity is the most salient identity for Ukrainians, overarching all these regional linguistic and ethnic and social divisions. This is an important feature which contributes to Ukrainian national unity and which enables this remarkable response to the invasion. Yeah. So there is another proof of increasingly salient Ukrainian identity. Here is Ukrainian citizens' identity compared to territorially based identities of different scales, from local to global. So the question is, who do you consider yourself primarily? With just one answer. In the previous chart, it was with three possible answers. Here is just one. And over the years, yeah, so we see, because this question was asked repeatedly in every year. So I present this data for the last 20 years, and we see a steady increase with several peaks, and these peaks correspond to social upheavals. First, the Orange Revolution. So by 2006, it is shown. Then the Euromaidan, 2014, and finally a full-scale invasion. Yeah. So now Ukrainian civic identity is preferred by something like 85% of respondents, compared to local, regional, post-Soviet, European, and global. Yeah, so it is a remarkable attachment to one's homeland in civic terms. And having demonstrated that Ukrainian identity is very salient, let's talk about its content. So the meaning people attach to being Ukrainian. And here we see two important components. One is civic and the other is ethnocultural. So, and both change as a result of the invasion, or in the wake of invasion, very likely as a result of the invasion. And they are both remarkable. So starting with the civic attachment, we see first and foremost that it is an inclusive attachment. So 90% of respondents agree. So I will not mention which survey particular figure is from. So they are all from the last year here. And of course, if a question is asked repeatedly, there is some variation in the percentages, but not big variation. So I will just mention as a fact. Yeah. So 90% agrees with the inclusive definition of Ukrainianness. So everybody who considers themselves Ukrainian is Ukrainian. So it is accepted in this Ukrainian national community, which thus appears to be fully inclusive, fully civic. Yeah. Remarkably, 82% reported being extremely proud of their Ukrainian citizenship, and it's a huge upsurge from I believe 58 just a year before. In various surveys, it was more than 90%, and in one most recent survey, I saw something like 98% of respondents say they are confident over Ukraine's victory in the war. Again, it was completely kind of surreal figure in the first weeks of war, when Russians were just 10 kilometers outside of the capital. We heard the shelling all the time, or anti-aircraft defense sums, you know, and people still, of course, many fled, but wherever they were confident Ukraine would prevail. So now, of course, it's a much more kind of reasonable confidence, yeah. So grounded in the experience of this first year of how Russians were kicked out far away from the capital, how Kharkiv region was reconquered, and how Kherson was liberated, and all that. But the confidence was there all along, and finally the personal contribution to this victory. Yeah, so 60% reported making donations either to the army or to vulnerable groups, and 32% reported volunteering in some way. Yeah, either bringing supplies to the army or to this vulnerable group, or digging trenches, or doing something. Yeah, so not just sending money, but also contributing with their labor. So coming to more ethnocultural, I would say, attitudes. So the most obvious is, of course, strongly negative attitude toward Russia. So the Russians were considered friendly, or maybe even brotherly people by the majority of Ukrainians all along, even after 2014 invasion in the Crimea, in the Donbass. Most Ukrainians still did not want to kind of abandon Russia completely. They consider Russian state unfriendly, but not the Russian people. Yeah, so they believe the Russian people were not to blame. It all changed in the first days and weeks after the full-scale invasion. So the majority of Ukrainians believe that Russians are to blame. And that's why the attitude, not just to Russia as a country, was 98% considered a hostile country, but also Russia as a people became very negative. So we see here 92% have an attitude toward Russia, Russia meaning both state and people, yeah. And only 10% say reconciliation is possible within 15 years. Something like 30 or 40%, depending on the survey, say it will never happen. It will never be possible. They will never forgive the Russians. So it's a momentous change. It is, of course, related to ethnocultural feeling, how Ukrainians consider themselves different from Russian. But remarkably, this feeling is now extended to people of Russian descent, or people speaking Russian, the Russian language primarily in everyday life. So no less remarkable is the strong embrace of the nationalist narrative of the past, which has been a controversial, dividing issue in Ukrainian politics and public opinion for years. So I present here the data for perhaps the most divisive issue, namely the attitude towards the Ukrainian insurgent army, so nationalist guerrilla, fighting both the Soviets and Germans in the Second World War, and the Soviets after the Second World War in Western Ukraine. So I present the percentages of people who report positive or other positive attitude toward Ukrainian insurgent army for Ukraine as a whole, and then separately for Western Center and Eastern South, and for three surveys from before the Euromaidan, 2012, then 2017 and 2022. We see considerable increase in the first 5 years, but then a drastic increase in the next 5 years. So definitely having to do with the Russian full-scale invasion. And most remarkable, perhaps, is that now the East and South, the predominantly Russian-speaking regions, where people were very negative towards Ukrainian nationalists, in particular Ukrainian insurgent army, before the full-scale invasion, are now not very dissimilar from the west of the center. So more than half of respondents report a positive or other positive attitude. Of course, there is a desirability effect here. Some people may be withholding their negative attitude. Some say it's difficult to say, and some may even falsify their preferences. But the change is remarkable. So there is a social pressure, but not as strong. So there are experiments showing that preference falsification is not big. So we see a real social change here. And finally, another aspect of this ethnocultural attachment, so a stronger ethnocultural contact of Ukrainian identity, which is open to all Ukrainians, regardless of ethnicity and language, is precisely overwhelming support for the predominance of Ukrainian language in all social domains. So people are asked what the language situation in Ukraine should be in the future. And the choice is between the predominance of Ukrainian in all social domains, bilingualism, and predominance of Russian in all social domains. Russian is obviously a marginal choice with just 2 or 3%. So the main choice is between predominance of Ukrainian and bilingualism. And we see here that predominance of Ukrainian becomes more and more popular, and particularly drastic change between 2017 and 2022. Now 80% of respondents want Ukrainian to be the main language of all social domains. So meaning a considerable part of Russian speakers, people who keep using Russian, people who did not abandon it and maybe have no intention to abandon it resolutely, quickly, right away, anyway, support the spread of Ukrainian as a main language in all social domains, which would involve themselves, or at least their children, if it's about the future. So the choice is made, and the choice is away from Russia on all accounts. So this is a monumental change. So let me recapitulate. So national identity proved to be an important source of societal resilience. It is more salient than any other attachments Ukrainians have, and in its content there are equally strong changes in both civic attachment to Ukraine as homeland and cultural preference for Ukrainian to be more Ukrainian, so to say. More Ukrainian language, more Ukrainian in perceptions of the past, more Ukrainian in distance of hostility toward Russia. Regional differences still persist, but regions are getting closer. We can say that the East and the South, the predominantly Russian-speaking regions, are catching up with the West and the Center. So I stop here to leave 5 minutes for the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Volodymyr, for your presentation. This indeed is so interesting about differentiating identity beyond language, beyond ethnic categories, that I think we can all take lessons. This is, you know, the work that you do is really relevant also for Kazakhstan. If we have any questions, I'm happy to take questions. There's nothing in the Q&A, but if somebody wants to write a question in the Q&A, please put your questions there. I guess maybe I get the privilege of asking you a question since I'm first in line, since I'm talking, and that might be in terms of maybe futures of Ukrainian identity. What are the big categories that, like, if you were to design a sort of national identity policy or program, what are the available categories of belonging besides just territorial? Obviously, you know, going forward, the war will be, you know, kind of a big touch point. What are the other kind of available categories that can be used to really kind of dig into shared identity in Ukraine?
definitely language and culture is one such category. Yeah, so now it is obvious that all residents of Ukraine or citizens of Ukraine want to be Ukrainian. They do not want to be Russians. They do not want to be united with Russia. They want to be Ukrainian. They want to be European or allied with the West, because of course the West is not only prosperity but also security. Now it is obvious. So how that Ukrainianness would be implemented, would be kind of performed. So how much of Ukrainian language, how much of Ukrainian culture, how much of Ukrainian understanding of history. So how much divisions there will be, or unity within Ukraine. Yeah. So this data I've shown, and the others I've got over the years, show that Ukrainians do not believe in bilingualism, so like Belgium-like. Yeah. So it's not like the country should consist of two parts. It's not like the country should be multicultural in terms of the UK is multicultural. Yeah. So Ukrainians do believe in a nation state. Ukrainians do believe in Ukrainian language and culture as a foundation of Ukrainian independence and distinctiveness. Yeah. But they value personal freedom of choice. They hate imposition by the state or by anybody. Yeah. So Ukrainians want to be free to choose, but willing to choose Ukrainian. So I would say it like this.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Okay, well, we've come to the end of your presentation. Thank you again. I'm always just so happy to hear your perspectives.
Yeah, thank you.
It is time to turn, thank you. It's time to turn moderation over to Olga and Luke. She will be taking over. So Olga, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Karis, and thank you, Volodymyr, for a truly, yet again, interesting and inspiring presentation. Couldn't agree more with you on everything you have to say. It's wonderful data that you presented to us. I'm very happy to be able to be here today with you all and support this wonderful initiative. And we have an absolutely great group of speakers. My phone just is not opening right now. Sorry, 1 second as I do a little bit of, and our first speaker is Danielle, who will be presenting, who's from the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, and will be presenting Russia's war against Ukraine, global polarization, and a new starting point for the struggle of democracy. Serhiy, please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your invitation, especially Mikhail Alexeyev, who advised to invite me. I have very brief presentation. We see in previous presentation a lot of data, and in Ukraine we were able to conduct a lot of surveys during the war. It's good for sociology, and the Institute of Sociology did some surveys as well. But today I want like to analyze some classical thoughts in geopolitics. In March 2022 in Kyiv, I bought the Ukrainian translation of Zbigniew Brzezinski's book, The Grand Chessboard. Actually, I wanted to buy it for a long time in Ukrainian translation, but it was quite expensive. But at the beginning of the war, they made a good discount, and I get such opportunity. I read it in the evenings, comparing its content with what was happening in Ukraine, Europe, and rest of the world. I believe Zbigniew Brzezinski's predictions are a good conceptual framework for my speech. Therefore, I want to build it on the statements from his book, which is devoted to Russia and Ukraine, and evaluate these statements from the point of view of the current situation. First part of statements is about Russia. Statement 1. Outside of normal cooperation with Europe, which is part of NATO, Russia has no adequate future. In fact, we see confirmation of this thesis. Russia is turning into an economically, politically, and civilizationally backward country, the last argument of which is the threat of barbaric destruction of civilized world. Statement 2. Without integration into Western structures, Russia faces geopolitical isolation. We don't know whether China will swallow Russia or will make it its satellite, but geopolitical isolation of Russia, following the examples of Iran and North Korea, is very likely. Statement 3. Russia must accept the new European reality, economic and geopolitical. Another condition is the recognition of the inviolability of relations inside Europe. The democratization and unification of Europe is a historical process that is not subject to geographical restrictions. And Russia didn't accept it. At the end of 2021, Putin announced Russia's claims in Eastern Europe, demanding that NATO cede these countries. Statement 4. Europe and America cannot threaten a non-expansive nation and democratic state. Unlike China, they have no territorial plans for Russia. On the contrary, the new Russia is a source of stability for the Western world. As we understand it, Europe and America not only didn't threaten, but also didn't particularly restrain Russia, but they should, because real democracy never appeared there. Statement 5. All this requires an outstanding leader who is able to make a choice and clearly articulate the image of a democratic, national, and truly European Russia. Perhaps Boris Nemtsov could become such a leader. As we know, he was killed by Russian special services. He was the last Russian politician who gathered oppositional rallies of hundreds of thousands. Economic relations between the Western world and Russia didn't stop after that, not after Georgia, not after Crimea, not after Donbass, not after the death of Boris Nemtsov. Statement 6. Determine what Russia is and what its democratic progress is requires a wise and clear position of the Western countries. In addition, political and economic stabilization of the new post-Soviet states is necessary. Probably the Western countries has done a lot for the political and economic stabilization of post-Soviet states. But without ensuring their defense capability, this couldn't stop Russia in any way. And of course, there was no wise and clear position of the Western countries towards Russia itself. And statement 7, the last one about Russia. The process of correct self-determination of Russia will go faster if the current geostrategic context will push it in the right direction and close other options. The correct self-determination of Russia, in my opinion, is no longer possible, but the creation of an adequate geostrategic context through the effort of Western countries and Ukraine is still an urgent task that hasn't been solved. And next part of statements is about Ukraine, and as we know, Zbigniew Brzezinski pay less attention to Ukraine, so there are only 4 of them. Statement 1. An important condition for the transformation of Russia is its recognition of the independence of Ukraine. We see that this didn't happen because Russia understands only the language of force. Statement 2. If Ukraine wants to survive as an independent state, it needs to become a part of Central Europe and therefore part of NATO and the European Union. The year of the war fully proved the correctness of these words, and I would like all Western colleagues to be more determined to support Ukraine. Statement 3. Russia cannot exist in Europe without Ukraine, which also belongs to Europe, while Ukraine can be in Europe without Russia. And this is also confirmed. Moreover, at the moment, Russia's perspectives of integration with Europe are very difficult to imagine. But Ukraine, as an independent state, will no longer be able to exist outside of Europe. And the last one, statement 4, Ukraine is a geopolitical pivot needed for Russia's transformation. Russia's return to empire lies through Ukraine. This is due to the size of Ukraine's population, its resources, and geographical location. That is why Russia made a desperate attempt to encroach on Ukrainian state and on international relations that were established by civilized countries. From stories about the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine, Russian propaganda moved onto stories about the war with NATO troops. I think the above statements are enough. When I read Zbigniew Brzezinski's book last March, I couldn't help thinking that the Western countries for a long time were doing the opposite of what he suggested. The culmination of this systemic or rather anti-systemic activity was Russian invasion into Ukraine, first in 2014 and then in 2022. The bloody war in Europe in the 21st century is a clear sign of global polarization. At the heart of this polarization is demands that authoritarian regimes make on civilized world. The requirement to live by the rules they set. This is a new world without human rights, the possibility of self-determination of national states, and the corresponding international politics. The described global polarization has always existed, but now it has reached Europe, and I have one question. Are the citizens of old Europe and the United States fully aware of it? It looks like some awareness of it came only after a year of full-scale war in Ukraine. The way the war in Ukraine ends will become the starting point in the struggle for democracy, not only in my country, but I believe globally. And the success of passing this test depends not only on the provision of the necessary military assistance to Ukraine, but also on the adequate analytical efforts of Western social scientists, as well as formation of liberal public opinion among citizens of Western countries, according to which cheap gas and benevolent dictators cannot even be on the same scales with the value of freedom. Thank you for your attention.
Wonderful, Serhiu. Very thought-provoking. Could I ask, I'm going to wait a few seconds for questions and answers because you were incredibly on time with your comments. Very impressive. Are there, so while we're shaping some questions and answers, I'd like to ask you something actually that is not related to geopolitical interactions between the countries as you have laid out. I think it's connecting also to Volodya's comments. Zbigniew Brzezinski was famous for insisting on foreign dignitaries for saying his name correctly. Zbigniew Brzezinski. And there's a very famous interaction with him and Reagan about this and a few others. And this is something my parents have instilled with me. I am Olha Onuch, and let them figure it out. That's also this other combination that perhaps Ukraine's geopolitical position and how Ukraine is perceived in the world, also Ukrainians need to insist on being called correctly, use their correct names, and also their culture and preferences and points of view on geopolitical interactions. What do you think about this? Is there a role to play for actually Ukrainians to persist engaging the world on where they belong in the world and making everyone say our name correctly and where we belong?
Thank you for your comments. Yes, of course, maybe it was silly mistake, and of course it's very important to name people correct because it's like about social psychology. I will try, and I hope all Ukrainians will do this properly.
No, I mean in the greater sense that actually Ukrainians are increasingly a more powerful player, whether the world is ready or not, in the geopolitical scale, precisely because the world is looking at us. So perhaps we also have a bigger role to play. Do you think that might be the case, or do we really need the support of our Western allies and friends to continue to maybe communicate this to the world?
So what is the question to me?
No, just what role do Ukrainians have to play in this geopolitical strategic?
What our role? Okay. I'm not sure if I could say Zbignev's second name properly. So he saw some role for us, and it's geopolitical pivot. So I think it's good starting point for us to become such a player geopolitically, to be enough strong to protect ourselves, and so we could protect actually Europe. So it's good task for us and task for Western world. I don't think we need to ask more than he saw our role.
Excellent. Yes, I see a question here coming up in the comments from the audience. How can Western allies and advocates support Ukrainian democracy without preaching or taking over Ukrainians themselves, centering them in the process?
So how they could support us without what?
Without preaching or talking over, or West-splaining perhaps is another term that's used. How can our Western allies continue to support Ukrainian democracy?
Our director of our institute see a very simple formula to win this war. Actually, we have to win, but it's question what win is. So our victory is to liberate our territories, all our territories, including Crimea. So this is first element, and we need weapons. Actually, we understand it. Modern weapons, and another part of our victory is partnership, membership, not partnership, membership in NATO. So two elements, and we will win this war, and that's what we actually need.
Excellent. And in your own interactions, perhaps with colleagues and friends that live abroad, be they in Poland or in the United Kingdom or in England, when you try to communicate this goal of Ukraine, how do you see those interactions going? Do you see people being receptive, and how receptive do you think people are when you communicate these goals to them? Or do you think people are still on the fence on some things?
Honestly, last year was hard and I have a lot of work, but it wasn't my task to communicate such topics. Actually, we work in our institute and trying to to keep it working and to get some resources. So I can't answer this question because I don't have such an experience. I'm in a role of observer, and so I have some facts. I see what is happening, and I have some thoughts, but I haven't been communicated this with my colleagues abroad.
Well, so you are doing this right now. I'm in London. My colleagues are all around the world. Our colleagues in Fonars are in DC, and this is exactly what you're doing. And I think you didn't think you were, but that's exactly what's happening right now. So thank you so much for your presentation and for truly important things, bringing back into the conversations, being Brzezinski. And I would just like to say, I didn't mean that you were saying his name incorrectly. I just meant that people need to say that he Dembitsky correctly, and Onov correctly, and Kyiv correctly, and Odessa correctly, and Kharkiv correctly. And it's about time that the world learns a little bit more about Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before we turn to our next presenter, I would just like to remind everyone that we are indeed fundraising today, and we are accepting donations to the Kyiv School of Economics, Humanitarian Aid and Campaign for Ukraine. I believe there will be a link in the Q&A that will be available to you. So please do donate. And if you are listening to the recording, this is a great opportunity to pause and actually go and make a donation. The Kyiv School of Economics have not only been doing incredible work professionally as scholars, students, and teachers, but they have also been doing amazing work when it comes to the humanitarian effort in Ukraine currently. Truly impressive, and I consistently am in awe of my colleagues in Kyiv doing this. And maybe if I could just make one plug, also I'm wearing a scarf that is by Dodo, a Ukrainian designer. I also encourage you to check out Dodo and to check out other Ukrainian creative industries and designers that are, again, working through incredibly difficult times and yet producing some of these beautiful things. My scarf says, actually, Zrodilися ми великої години, we were born in the great hour. It is my honor to present our next speaker, someone whose work I have followed for many years, Sophie Lambroschini of the Center Mark Boch in Berlin, and she will be speaking to us about public utilities in war. Thank you so much for being with us here today.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll share my screen now. Is this working? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can. Yes, we can all hear you. We can see now your screen with also the photos window open. So I think you need to put this in, maybe play from start on the.
Yeah. There we go. That should be better. Is it better?
It's great if you could just close that window with the video.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Sorry, photos, yeah.
That was left over. I'm sorry. Okay, so I mean, I've spoken a number of times already here at the George Washington University on my current fieldwork that's began in 2018 in the war in Donbass, on how public utilities providing critical service such as water and power adapt and function and operate in wartime. And here I'd just like to present my latest field research in Chernihiv. I went there in January, and so what I'm trying to do is to contextualize it in the ideas I have developed so far, but I'll try to give you a bit of the theoretical ideas in the beginning and then go over to something really concrete and try not to make it too long so that there's time for questions. So the case of water supply in Chernihiv under siege, actually. So I'll be talking about the period of 5 weeks when the city of Chernihiv was under siege by Russian forces, and how it operated at the time, what conclusions it drew from operating in these conditions. But first, just as I said, a very short introduction on the way I've been working so far and thinking so far, observing how water utilities in Ukraine work in these wartime conditions. So first of all, that public utilities are socially embedded, and that this is very important, how the hardware of infrastructure systems interacts with the employees of the company, but also the consumers, and as well as the broader political context of local municipalities, for instance, but also military formations and such. To keep in mind the geographical and material immutability of public services, that we'll see that the problem with this infrastructure is that you can't just turn it around. You can't just adapt it to emergency conditions. You have to work with what there is, with the pipelines and the way they work, and the power stations and transformers, the way they are there. So this requires flexibility, but at the same time, the hardware is not flexible at all. And so what I've observed so far is the extent of in which interconnectivity and codependence play a role in operating public utilities in war. So interconnectivity, I'll be speaking about that later. Speaking about Chernihiv as an example. By codependence, I mean that there's a kind of domino effect that we'll see here too, where if a power supply fails, for instance, then there's a domino effect, and it means there is no water supply, there is no sewerage, there is no, we have a hard time supplying basic needs, such as bread and gasoline, for instance. Then also that public utilities, because they are mostly built into this post-Soviet providence state, a social state inherited in part still from the Soviet system, well, they are still seen as extensions of the social state. So there's a hypothesis that comes out of this, that public utilities, and especially their workers, develop this unique agency as fixers of social bonds, and that they symbolize and perform a kind of connectivity that is social connectivity, that is civic connectivity, and that could extend to identification and self-identification of Ukrainianness and attachment to the larger picture of war. So Chernihiv under siege, this is just a reminder. I think it's very clear on the map to what extent the city was quickly encircled by Russian forces, and very quickly they lost water supply, power supply, and by March 17th, the Chernihiv mayor Vladislav Astroshenko, I forgot to indicate his last name, was communicating that the city was on the brink of humanitarian catastrophe. There were a few routes out, but they were very dangerous because the Russians controlled most of the routes. So the next slide. Yeah, sorry. So here you just get a few pictures. The bridge was destroyed. It still hasn't been repaired. When I was there, the big supermarkets have been destroyed and burnt out. Buildings equally. So people lived in cellars. In many ways, it resembles what we read about Mariupol. I mean, Chernihiv was could have become a Mariupol, only it was saved and liberated by Ukrainian troops at the beginning of April. But so people had no working indoor toilets in their modern apartment buildings like the one that you see on the picture. There were no outhouses in the city, so they went in buckets and emptied them in improvised pits in the courtyards. So this is just to remind you how public utilities can be like lifelines of civilization, and that the symbolism attached to this is very important. It was also dangerous to get water and bread because the queues were being bombarded. So Chernihiv Vodokanal tried to make do with this, with the situation, and it had although their equipment was very old, they couldn't really adapt to what there was. The inequality between Vodokanals was extremely important. So if Chernihiv Vodokanal had good equipment, the one here in Donbass had a very bad equipment and had to adapt. So Chernihiv had to adapt to immediate needs. It set up a retrenched camp with sleeping quarters in the headquarters. They also had to adapt on the go. Distribution points were kept secret to avoid more bombardments. The delegation of water supply was passed on to volunteers who also organized generators and gasoline to be able to go forward. They also improvised a lot with making spare parts out of nothing. Despite this, the cost of the siege was enormous, with 5 people dead and many of the installations still not working today. So learning from this experience, it was about establishing better protective installations that, although these are all strategic objects, according to Ukrainian legislation, public utilities did not have bunkers, did not have many safety instructions for their employees. So here you can see the newly established bunker after the siege. So also a new organization appeared called Ukrvoda Ekologia. That is, it's an association of water supply companies that existed already for many years, but that has changed, transformed its mission. And now its mission is to try to establish horizontal connections and vertical connections to better share the experience of water supplies companies that until now were working in this very unequal setting and working very independently from each other. So to conclude, again, the social connectivity that is now developing into institutional and regulated networks, and that is building upon the wartime experience of the water supply company, in this case, Chernihiv, this is the example I gave you, but many other Vodokanali supplied their experience of war, and they all had similar stories of lack of preparation, but a very high engagement of local volunteers and local communities and authorities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophie. And that was really interesting. And as I understand, as we're waiting for some questions and answers from our audience members, I understand you have recently traveled, and these photos in part are also photos that you have taken. I think so many individuals would also just like to hear about that process as a scholar of going right now and doing this research in the field. And then I have a follow-up question on something directly from your presentation as well, if I may abuse my role. Okay,
yes, so about fieldwork at the moment, it's very complicated from an institutional perspective. I guess many of us have personal experience with it that is very linked also to the national context and to our government policies and such. So it's extremely complicated to go there from that perspective. The second part is that so I work on public utilities. As I said, they are considered strategic objects. So this implies, of course, establishing links, establishing relationships of confidence over the long term. So I've been working with public utilities since 2018, and that has helped. But that, of course, any scholar who is going to work in Ukraine right now has to be very, careful and attentive to the fact that that questions about what people are doing where and even making photos can be very delicate, and that even if you don't mean to pose a security risk, you have to be very aware of this. So it's always better also, this is part of establishing this report, is to get a clear picture of what one is allowed to photograph, for instance, and what one is not allowed to photograph, or what might seem like a delicate question. For instance, in my case, I can't really be asking about the geography of these facilities and installations when the utilities companies are actually protect their communications on such matters.
Of course, I can imagine that's, if you could just turn off your presentation so we could see you much bigger as you're answering some of your questions, unless you want to show us a photo again that you've taken in the field. In terms of, you said something very interesting about now this, the recovery process in some cases, but also this new protections that are coming up. And of course, it's very tricky to be doing that in the midst of the wartime context. So do you think there might be lessons from this that are actually lessons learned beyond the case of Ukraine, for Ukraine's neighbors, for others, in both maybe better preparation, but also recovery?
Yes, so I'll be very short because I think we're kind of short on time. Correct?
No, we actually have plenty of time, so please do go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, good. Then, well, the first aspect is the circulation of expertise, and that's something I'd really like to stress, is that the expertise gained by public utilities in war in Ukraine can be circulated and are being circulated to some extent to other practitioners, professionals of that sphere in Poland and in Germany. Those are the examples that I heard, as adapting to emergency situations anywhere. That this experience to how to quickly improvise and turn around the normal operations to adapt to emergencies is true in Germany when there's a big flooding, or perhaps in Turkey and Syria and what has recently happened there. So a lot of this expertise can be transposed to some extent, and I think this is a good example of how one can build more universally on the experience of Ukraine in this war. So it's a bit of lessons learned from Ukraine's resilience in this part. The other aspect is also the high value of workers, the high value of human input. That because these systems are not automatized and rely very much on human beings, which is one of the lessons actually learned also by the utilities companies, that some things need to be automated so that you don't expose your workers who have to go to the pumping station to make it work. But nevertheless, it also shows to what extent human beings, because they have 20, 30 years experience working these systems, can be invaluable when you're put in this sort of situation. I don't hear you.
Of course, I had to make the mute mistake. Thank you, Sophie. That is incredibly interesting. And of course, as we all know, one of the horrific strategies of the Russian Federation is to specifically target civilian infrastructure and infrastructure that will be crucial to the survival of civilian everyday life. And as we know, that is considered a war crime, and that is something that is ongoing. Thank you for telling us how this looks like in Ukraine and for sharing your important research with us. I'm sure there are many listeners and also people that will be listening to the recording later that will be getting in touch with you to understand this a little bit better. I'm Olga, and I would just like to remind everyone that in today's Ukrainathon, we are indeed collecting donations. So, and these donations go to the Kyiv School of Economics Humanitarian Fund, and it's really super easy. You click on that link that Ponars is providing to you in the chat, and you can do it on your phone. I've done this a million times, and if you want to look, if you are one of those people, like many academics and policymakers are, that you want to see the audit and the report, it's right there, one click away, before you put in your credit card or banking details to make this donation. So please support our colleagues at the Kyiv School of Economics who have done incredible work. I believe we also have, if we don't have questions in the audience, I believe we also have some videos from other guests that couldn't be here with us live that the Ponars team is going to share with us right now. Is that correct? Can I get a thumbs up from someone?
That's correct. Give us just one moment. We'll get it set up.
Great. Thank you. So as we're setting that up,
good day to you, wherever you are. My name is Richard Arnold. I am presenting this paper as part of the Ukrainathon, organised by Ponars in 2022 to mark the one-year anniversary of the war in Ukraine. I'm recording this, so I don't know exactly what time people will be looking at it. So I'm going to talk to you today about my paper. I'm situated in Poland. I'm currently on a Fulbright award. When I'm in Poland, I'm going to be talking to you about my paper, The Ghost of Taras Bul'ba, the Cossack image in the Ukrainian military. This is a paper I co-authored with, or I'm co-authoring with myself and Tomasz Cieśliak, who's here at the University of Wrocław. Okay, so my question began with this idea of how can we explain the motivation of Ukrainian soldiers in the war against Russia which began in 2022. What do their everyday experiences suggest about the sources of nationalism, and how do they understand the Ukrainian nation at time of war, and what does this suggest about the future? These questions are of great theoretical importance because motivations are a source of resilience for societies, as well as the implications for defining the nation through war, and generally a theoretical concern about the absence of war in the place of constructing the nation in studies of nationalism, despite the obvious connections which we intuitively think should be there. But empirically, it's also really, really important because the Ukrainian forces, of course, have done an amazing job, far surpassing expectations of how well they would perform in the face of the Russian assault. And so explaining the motivations, which has been really one of the things that they possess that Russian soldiers haven't, is, again, of great empirical importance. So, my theory refers to the idea about these myths of Cossack identity. These myths of Cossack identity are used by, the myths of Cossack identity used by the Ukrainian military. These myths help provide a sense of commonality and facilitate collective action by reducing the incentive to free ride. They promote heroism. Cossack identity ought to be visible. But further, if this is true, this Cossack identity ought to be visible in the everyday context of the Ukrainian military. So as a brief layout of my presentation, what I'm going to do is I'm going to situate the theory in the literature, I'm going to justify the case study, I'm going to look at give an introduction to Ukrainian Cossacks, then I'm going to look at the use of the Cossack myth by the military between 2014 and 2022, and I'm going to report on some work I've done since the start of the war in 1 year ago. So my theory refers to the idea that motives matter. This is a natural extension in some ways of my work on neo-Nazi skinheads, but it's also been recognized by the ethnic conflict literature, which in Yugoslavia in the 90s was used to explain, well, this is how people can do awful things to each other. But the flip side of that, I think, is how myths can also promote heroism and also promote a sense of engagement. And this is something that the schools of looking at ethnic conflict really agree on. So on the one hand, we have the primordialists, or the ancient hatreds people, who say myths are really they're culturally held and they're very deep and they're solid. And then the instrumentalist people say, no, these myths are all constructed and they're all very recent prominence, but they are used to motivate people. What they both agree on is that sentiments, motivations, can drive people to do things, and to reach, in this case, to reach heights that they hadn't expected before. And this is adapting the myth-symbol complex approach to ethnic conflict used by Kaufman, which of course relies on Smith's notion of the myth-symbol complex at the core of national identities. Now, more recently, instrumentalism has been applied to understanding state patriotic campaigns, but myths inspire heroism. They drive group cohesion, taking insight here from Rogers Brubaker, who says that groupness itself is a variable, right? So people don't always feel their group identity with the same intensity at the same time, but groupness itself is a variable. And it also aids recruitment. These myths also aid recruitment. Now, the everyday nationhood approach, which has become a dominant approach since 2008, implies that such myths should be readily apparent in daily experience. So these things won't be hard to unsee, to discover. They won't be hard to find. They should be really very easy. And so this is looking at the army as an locus of national identity formation. And there are a few works. They're older. Greenfield, 1994, and Posen, 1993. But it's been neglected field in the West, and that's primarily, in my opinion, because of the absence of war over the last 80 years. So I'm going to evaluate this theory in the case of the Ukrainian Cossacks. Well, why the Ukrainian Cossacks? They are near perfect Ukraine and its Cossack identity are near perfect candidates to evaluate this theory for three reasons. First, as we're commemorating moment, Ukraine is in Europe's largest conflict since World War II. Secondly, Ukraine is an example of a nationalizing nation. In 1991, when it became independent, it was still forging an independent national identity, and the Cossacks were a very usable past that had been used in previous articulations or attempts to create national identity, thinking back to the 1917 short-lived republic in Ukraine, where the leader had actually been the leader of the republic had actually been called the hetman. And also because and this leads into the third point, which is the Cossacks are the historical antecedent of modern Ukrainian national state, and that was of course the hetmanate in the 18th century, the background for Gogol's book Taras Bul'ba. So, looking now at Cossack identity and movements pre-2014, the picture you see before you is of the Days of Cossack Glory, which was a festival held in 1990 that attracted between 300,000 and 500,000 people before the fall of communism, and was designed to celebrate the 500th year anniversary of the founding of the Zaporizhian host. Cossacks there were Cossack groups pushing to become institutionalized in Ukraine at this time, but the institutionalization really takes off when Leonid Kuchma in 1999 designated 14th of October as the Day of the Ukrainian Cossacks. 14th of October is the Eastern Orthodox festival of Pokrova, which is one that's very significant to Cossacks, both in Ukraine and not in Ukraine. But the symbolism became deeper, and I haven't got the dates on here, but when the 14th of October also became celebrated as the Day of Defenders of Ukraine and Ukrainian Armed Forces Day. So this symbolism merging. There are subdivisions of Ukrainian Cossacks. There are the registered Cossacks, those who want to be like Cossacks are in Russia, where they provide service to the state. There are Zaporizhian Cossacks who were led by Panchenko, who were pro-Russian and affiliated with the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarchate. You don't hear much about them, or so much about them now. There are the Free Cossacks, who were affiliated with the Kiev Patriarchate, and the customary Cossacks, who are the smallest group. So, I examined the Cossack legacy in the military in both when the Ukrainian military was fighting in the Ator and since the full-scale invasion has started. I took 2 trips to Ukraine in 2018 and 2019, and now I've been conducting fieldwork with Ukrainian refugees in Wrocław, Poland in 2022, and now in the beginning of 2023 as well. The table before you shows the number of interviews and focus groups that I found, and I chose interviews and focus groups as the best way to look at these problems, in part because they're mentioned by Fox and Miller Idris in their 2008 article as being a good way to uncover everyday nationhood, but also because, and this is more relevant now, they are the only way that I can gain access to this material, because I'm banned from going into Ukraine by the Fulbright Association. So we have a total of, sorry, I didn't update the total numbers at the bottom there, but we have 26 interviews and 18 focus groups. So, how was the Cossack image used in the Ukrainian military or army following the outbreak of the war in Donbass, what was known as the anti-terrorist operation, or the Ator? Well, Cossack paramilitary organization, well, they're not exactly paramilitary organizations, they're more civic organizations in Ukraine, but they provided pre-military training for youth through organizations such as Jura and Spas. Jura being a nationwide network of trainers and individuals having fun, and clubs effectively. They would teach the kids combat hopak, which is the ability to it's a dance, effectively, or a dance or a martial art. Played a lot of sports, and sports being, of course, a really important way of preparing youth for the military. Playing paintball, giving direct military skills or direct target practice, the kind of things that you would need. But as a more generally they were imbuing the youth with the spirit of Ukrainian fighting culture. And some of my respondents also discussed Cossack organizations at schools. But the training was not limited to youth, because there was also some adult training. There was a revival of Ukrainian military culture and love for their land, giving people an impetus to defend Ukraine and to become forthright defenders of the national identity. Likewise, Ukrainian Cossack organizations have also been a source of recruits for the military. Of course, particular numbers, great numbers are hard to ascertain at this time. I can't read my slide there, but it's a source of recruits organizations fighting for Ukraine. In other ways too, from above, the authorities are not blind to the fact that a lot of people coming into the military are really devoted to this Cossack ideal and will refer to each other as Cossacks. And the military has instituted Cossack names for battalions. For example, the 54th Mechanized Brigade, named in honor of Ivan Mazepa, who was a famous hetman who revolted against Moscow. Also the Black Zaporizhians who fought against Moscow historically. But most importantly, perhaps, the Cossack ideal has been a source of motivation for recruits into the Ukrainian military. Many of my respondents told me that some of their colleagues, and indeed one of the people I interviewed who fights in the military in 2022, 23, have Cossack haircuts. That is to say, if you remember from the first slide, the osseledits, where the single lock of hair comes over a shaved scalp going down to the chin. One of my respondents also told me, of course, we use the Cossack image ourselves. I went to positions wearing a Cossack hat all the time when there was no fighting, and a lot of my guys used to dress that way too. So the other picture you see there before you is a picture of badges or chevrons given to participants in the ATO who had really embraced the Cossack ideal, and these were designed by them, they were made by them, so coming from beneath. Now, post 2022, how's the Cossack image been used since the beginning of the full-scale war? One of my focus groups, one of the participants in my focus groups referred to our Cossacks in the army, have the idea that often the military is drawn in the image of a Cossack. And what I found most interesting is that any foreigner, even foreigners who joined the Ukrainian military, were also referred to as Cossacks. They were lumped in with the Cossack label, which I found really fascinating. And as you can see, this is a famous picture of the Cossacks' response to the Sultan from the 15th century, and it's depicted there on the right-hand side by with Zelensky in the frame of a Cossack. So my conclusion is that the Cossack image is an important part of the motivation for Ukrainian soldiers. As General Valery Zaluzhny said, in war the nation is born. Now, Russia also has its own state-run Cossack movement, 15,500 of whom are fighting in Ukraine currently. But so in some ways this is a contestation over the label. But any defeat of Russia is liable to see renewed independence for free, that is, non-state aligned Cossack groups in southern Russia. And I'm out of time. Thank you very much for your attention. Slava Ukraine, and let's thank you.
All right, thank you so much to our colleague who was not able to be here in person, but nonetheless submitted an interesting presentation on the symbolism in the Ukrainian army. I would like to bring back our earlier speaker, Sophie Lambroschini, who was talking to us about public utilities in war. Sophie, I think you have a few more comments to make that I would like to give you the floor now again. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Here, since yes, I wanted to focus on a few moments. That's possible, I hope. First of all, I would like to focus on the cost of the siege for Chernihiv-Vodokanal, and focus then on the experience and lessons learned. So I went over this very quickly in my first part of the presentation, to open the floor more to questions. But since there is the opportunity to come back to this, it seems quite important. So Chernihiv-Vodokanal lost at least 5 employees. You can see the door of the pumping station number 2 that was hit. You can see the shrapnel there, and five people died. Actually, it's 2 employees and also 3 family members that came to the pumping station in mid-March to look for safety. But the problem was that at the time there were very few safety rules, and no one really knew what to do in this situation. Several employees also lost their homes and were then scrambling and improvising to find solutions to that problem. There was extensive damage to water pumping station, artesians, wells, and the wastewater cleaning facilities, and the work is still undergoing. So the pumping station you see in the corner there is still not operating, although it's been actually close to a year since it was destroyed, and there is still a lack of occasional water supply in Chernihiv to this day. You can also see what is left of 2 crane trucks and 14 trucks that were damaged and other machinery. So the lessons learned is about the lack of secure communication equipment. For instance, social networks were communicating on on places where you could get water in the city, and that's or at least this is what the army supposes, this how the queue for bread and water was hit, killing many people. The lack of autonomous power supplies and generators, even in like strategic things like pumping facilities. The lack, the human presence that I said that is indispensable to operate facilities because there is no automated system, and also the lack of bunkers. So, for instance, here I'll show you. For lack of a bunker, this is where people. So they were. I'm sorry. So they were hiding actually in the place where where mechanics can repair the underside of cars, and so this was one of the first things they did, was to modernize the bunker for the future, and to bring in supplies and beds. What I was saying about sharing experience and how the association Ukrvoda Ekologia is trying to centralize data and experience is that this experience already existed in Donbas, and this is the company Voda Donbasu that had protected its windows years back in 2017 already from shrapnel and hits, and also established bunkers. But this experience from the Donbas war did not circulate horizontally nor vertically to the other water supply companies. And then the need for investment, and I think I'll leave it at that, therefore, is the need for investment is of course very high. First of all, the whole system goes back to the 60s and 70s and is reliant on the experience of these old-timers, workers that have been trying to keep the system going for many years. The oldest employee at Chernihiv-Vodokanal is 72 years old, and he has helped, for instance, with the mapping of the underground pumps and pipelines that then run through the city, and that were improvised in part already in the Soviet days. So this institutional memory is very important, and can only be over time replaced with modernized equipment, which cost tens of millions of dollars just for Chernihiv-Vodokanal. For now, what has been done, and it has been done quite quickly, you can see, for instance, something very modest is repairing and putting in new windows in this water filtration tower, and just bringing in generators and big water supply tanks that can then be disposed of, well, throughout the city, or kept on location for populations to come. And then this is a screen image, and this is something Chernihiv-Vodokanal is very proud of. It is German equipment that came in with an underground camera to explore the state of water pipes throughout the city, and which avoids digging up pipes unnecessarily. So as a result, the Chernihiv-Vodokanal is trying to continue to develop what it already had and to modernize it. Luckily, it is very rich in water resources, which is not the case for many of the other water supply companies. And this inequality is one of the big challenges for public utilities in the water sector in Ukraine throughout. For instance, Chernihiv-Vodokanal received a 23 million World Bank loan back in the period 2011-2013, which was channeled through the Cabinet of Ministers. But it was not the case for many of the other systems. And for instance, in Donbass, the large supply network that was providing water to 4 million people across the front line did not receive such funds. So again, there is an effort to try to coordinate both vertically and horizontally, and to organize and regulate this development. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sophie. And thank you to all of our panelists of the last hour. We managed to squeeze in 3 phenomenal scholars for the price of 2. This is also my opportunity to once again remind you that we are, this is a Ukrainathon. We are looking for people to make donations. The Kyiv School of Economics humanitarian support drive is crucial to doing exactly the sorts of things that Sophie has been just talking to us about research. They support civilian reconstruction efforts and providing generators to schools and other things. So please do take a look at that link. Thank you to all of our presenters. Thank you to those of you who have joined us from Kyiv. Thank you to the researchers that are going to continue their research in the time of war. It is now 1 p.m. in Kyiv. Good afternoon. Dobry den. It is now 11 a.m. in London, and I believe 6 a.m., am I correct, in DC. And it is my honor to pass on the baton to our just recent presenter and now moderator, Sophie Lambroschini. Please, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Olga, for moderating this session. And so I will be moderating the next 2 speakers. So the next speaker now is Olga Tokariuk, who is a journalist and academic and expert on Russian disinformation and more generally on media issues. She has enormous experience in Ukrainian audiovisual media going back to the mid-2000s, and has experience as a journalist, work for TV channels such as K1 and Inter, and then Hromadske, which has become a symbol since Maidan of public television in Ukraine. So I give you the floor now, Olga, and you'll be telling us about the work of journalists in Ukraine and in the context of disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophie, for this introduction, and thank you everyone for tuning in and supporting Ukraine and watching Ukrainathon. It's an honor to be invited to speak to all of you. And I would like to talk about the impact of war on Ukrainian journalism, and then if we have time to slightly touch upon the issue of disinformation. And I would like to share my screen and show a presentation that I prepared. I'm currently based in Oxford, where I'm a fellow with the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism. Can you see my screen? I hope so.
Yes, we can.
Perfect, great. Okay, so I will immediately proceed without wasting my time. So the impact of war on full-scale war on journalism in Ukraine. So without choosing it, all Ukrainian journalists became war reporters. Those who reported on other issues before, when the Russian full-scale invasion started, began reporting on war. And I want to quote here a Ukrainian photographer who works for international news agencies, Yefrem Lukatsky, who said that we Ukrainian journalists cannot return home from this war as our foreign colleagues do when they get tired. The war is in our home. That also gives you an idea of the psychological and emotional toll that Ukrainian journalists have to face while reporting on the war in their home country. The first media casualty of full-scale invasion of Russia and Ukraine was my ex-colleague Yevgeny Sakun, with whom we worked in Ukrainian TV more than 10 years ago. He was killed during a Russian missile strike on Kyiv on March 1st, 2022, near a Kyiv TV tower. And at least 15 journalists, that's an estimate by the Committee to Protect Journalists, have been killed in this war while doing their job in this past year. I want to mention the names of some of them. For example, Sasha Kovshinova, Fox News fixer, who was killed on March 14th during the battle for Irpin in Kyiv region, or Max Levin, a photographer with a huge experience of covering the war in Donbass since 2014, who survived the Battle of Ilovaisk that he covered as a photographer, but who did not survive Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. His body was found near Kyiv in early April after the deoccupation of that part of Ukraine from the Russian forces. And also Viktor Dedov, a cameraman from Mariupol, who was killed by a Russian bomb in his home during the Russian bombardment of Mariupol. So journalists were killed while reporting the war, but also when they were in their homes or when they were fighting because they joined the Ukrainian army. Here are some of my colleagues who are still fighting, who used to be journalists, but who are now members of the Ukrainian armed forces. Andriy Bashtovy, the village editor-in-chief, and Anastasia Blishchik, Ukraina TV, a former journalist and presenter. Anastasia joined the Ukrainian armed forces after her fiancé, Alexander Mahov, here on the left, was killed in Izum in early May. Alexander was a reporter of Ukraina TV and Dom TV, and previously he served in the Ukrainian armed forces during the first stage of Russian aggression on Ukraine. He then returned to work as a journalist, and after Russian full-scale invasion, he again became a soldier, and Alexander sacrificed his life in this war in early May last year. And I also want to mention journalists who joined the ranks of the army and who were taken as prisoners of war by Russia, such as Maxim Butkevich here on the right side. Maxim is a very good colleague and friend who has been also working in the human rights field, working in human rights activism, defending the rights of migrants and refugees in Ukraine. Maxim has joined the Ukrainian armed forces after Russian full-scale invasion, and he has been taken as a prisoner of war by Russia someone in the spring. His whereabouts are still unknown, and he's still in Russian captivity. So I wanted to show you those faces and tell those names, to give an idea of how how human the human face of this war and the journalist's role in it, both on with microphone, with a camera, with a pen, with a computer, but also journalists who joined the ranks of Ukrainian army as many representatives of different professions to defend their country. Here, let's stop a little bit on the numbers and the figures of what 2022 and the past year, what it was for the Ukrainian media in general. This was a very tough year, maybe the most difficult year for Ukrainian media since the independence of Ukraine. And firstly, because of the huge financial difficulties that the media faced because of a decline of advertising revenues. They fell by 79% for print, 61% for radio, and even more for TV station. And that, of course, represented a huge challenge for the media. How should they survive in this situation of a lack of funding, of lack of advertising revenues? Many had to change their business model and rely more on subscription money and mostly on donor money. More than 200 regional media outlets in Ukraine went bankrupt or were forced to shut down because of this financial difficulties or because of Russian occupation. This is a huge number, more than 200. Then another feature of this year for Ukrainian media was that oligarchs who own the major TV stations in Ukraine, they lost a significant part of their assets. So even the staff on the biggest Ukrainian TV channels who felt quite safe in the previous years because the owners had the money and those TV stations were faring quite well. So a part of that staff has been laid off last year, like 1+1 TV had to lay off 1/4 of its employees, and some actually TV stations were closed altogether, like Ukraina TV that belonged to Rinat Akhmetov, an Ukrainian oligarch. And then, of course, the challenge, another challenge is that destroyed or occupied newsrooms, how to return to work after the occupation, and the media in Kharkiv and Herson region still face this challenge. I want to also briefly address the United TV Marathon, something that a unique feature of Ukrainian media space last year. It was launched by 6 most popular TV channels in the very first days of Russian full-scale invasion. These newsrooms, they joined their forces to produce reliable content, and also because some staff have left the country, like women, for example, employees, female employees who fled Ukraine to bring their children to safety. So it was a challenging time for TV stations to work separately. That's why they decided to join their forces. And this effort was also endorsed by the Ukrainian government to continue informing the public and also to defend the population against Russian influence attempts, against Russian attempts to push propaganda and disinformation, to undermine Ukrainian resistance, to instill panic and to just confuse Ukrainians and lie to them what is actually happening. As I said, the government endorsed this initiative, and even for this year there has been budget funding allocated for the United TV Marathon. And it is watched by a big part of Ukrainians. 94% of Ukrainians know about this marathon, and 84% of those who watch it trust it. But this raises another issue that recently it has been there has been a controversy, and there were accusations that this United TV Marathon shouldn't continue for a very long time because it is perceived as very close to the government and only a source of good news. And also because 3 opposition TV channels that are related to the former president were not allowed to participate in it. So yeah, there are some other concerns about the end of the TV marathon, the poor coordination between different newsrooms, that sometimes the same speakers or the same topics are repeated in the same time slot because the newsrooms don't really cooperate. And also that some presenters who work on this TV marathon, they do not really have trust in the society because they were working on pro-Russian TV stations before. A new Ukrainian media law, something that is also important that happened in the past year, it was adopted by the parliament on December 13th, 2022, in the framework of bringing Ukraine closer to the legislation of the European Union, in the framework of Ukraine's European Union integration. This new law gives more powers to the National Council on TV and Radio, And it will be able to regulate all media in the country, so not just TV and radio as before, but also online media. And it will be able to suspend online media or impose fines for violations of law or remove broadcasting licenses. So there has been some concern over how these powers, increased powers, will be used, whether there will be oversight and whether they will not be abused. But so far, it's just the debate. We haven't seen like the side effects yet. Some challenges for Ukrainian journalists that they face since the full-scale invasion by Russia. Well, obviously, physical difficulties to work in unsafe, unpredictable conditions. Initially, there was also a shortage of protective equipment and health insurance. And of course, in the recent months, there were frequent electricity and internet cutoffs, making the work of Ukrainian journalists more difficult. On the occupied territories, of course, the challenges are more immediate and more physical. It's kidnapping and torture of journalists by Russian military and Russian forces. Bureaucratic challenges also. Sometimes the procedure of getting permits to access frontline areas and liberated territories is seen as very long and non-transparent. Then obviously a psychological toll and emotional exhaustion that I already mentioned, that Ukrainian journalists are affected by war on a personal level, and many of them have lost their homes, they have lost their loved ones and sources of income. Many of them were forced to flee Ukraine, and some of them actually are trying to work for Ukrainian media, even if they are physically at the moment in other countries. And then last but not least, the competition with foreign media that have more resources and sometimes are prioritized by Ukrainian officials when it comes to giving interviews, to giving comments. Sometimes Ukrainian officials see it as a priority to respond to the requests of foreign media rather than Ukrainian media. Although yesterday there was a big press conference by President Zelensky, the first one in a very long time. A lot of both Ukrainian and international journalists were invited and had the possibility to ask their questions. So some things have changed since I prepared this presentation for the better. And I want to also quote a study of Ukrainian local media needs during wartime. I think it's important to speak about local media because they have been worse affected than the central media that, as I said, the United TV Marathon now had the budget funding and they have more support and more resources to continue operating, but the regional media have really suffered more, and many of them were forced to close. So this study was conducted by Lviv Media Forum, and its goal was to understand the needs of local media organizations and how to address them. 61 local media in all regions of Ukraine, except the occupied Crimea, participated, so even media in Donetsk and Luhansk region. And 3 media organizations at the moment of this study were located in Russian occupied territories of Ukraine. And here are some findings. So local media said that 61% of them were subjected to cyber attacks. 26% said their staff was subjected to direct threats to their lives and well-being, and 38% reported other threats to their staff. 56% also of the local media organizations that participated in this study said they had to fully or partially relocate their staff, or the staff relocated by themselves after the full-scale Russian invasion, and most moved to the western regions of Ukraine, such as Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, Chernivtsi, Khmelnytsky, but also to Dnipro and Kyiv. And this applies to the media from Donetsk and Luhansk regions, mostly, who did not want to move too far away from their regions, not to lose also the contact with the sources there, to be closer to their home regions. So they moved to Dnipro or to Kyiv. And some media staff moved abroad, mostly to Poland and Germany, those 2 countries who are the biggest recipients of Ukrainian refugees in general. So for main needs for main challenges that this local media reported for their staff, so the first group of challenges are safety related, how to work under occupation or in evacuation, uncertainty, threats because of their pro-Ukraine position, reputational studies, challenges, how to survive as media organization and preserve the audience trust, then informational getting access to information, and then managerial breakup of a business model, loss of revenues, changed format of work. So all these challenges local media reported in the past year. And also their urgent needs, and it's the urgent needs, the most urgent need is financial support. So 75% of local media organizations said they need the additional funding. And what is remarkable here is that the majority of respondents said that only $3,000 per month would cover their needs. So it's not such a huge amount. And I think there is a space for international organizations, for the global community to step up and to help those media organizations to survive, because the amount of money is not as big, and it could save a lot of local media organizations that are trusted by the audiences, that are close to what is happening in their regions, that are a vital source of information for many people from eastern or southern regions of Ukraine who had to flee. Then other urgent needs are additional equipment. So media organizations need more laptops, photo, video, and sound equipment. Safety needs. 43% still need protective gear, medical kits, and insurance. So despite that some supplies were there, and some both Ukrainian organizations of journalists fundraised to get this protective gear and equipment to newsrooms in Ukraine, and also some international organizations stepped in, such as European Federation of Journalists, but it's still not enough. We see that local media still need basic tools to continue their work. And then, of course, psychological support. More than 1/3 of media organizations said their employees needed it, and some said that their male employees needed it more than female. And human resources, 72% reported they needed more employees, and then 1/3 said that their staff number declined because many joined the armed forces, fled, or live under occupation. So these were the challenges, but I also want to address the opportunities that arose for Ukrainian media since the full-scale invasion by Russia. And one of those, I think, and they're on the bright side, is that journalists definitely are feeling more sense of purpose and importance of their work. And I think this sentiment is also shared by the audience, that people hopefully, and from my observations, it is so that people started to appreciate the work of journalists more, especially in covering Russian war crimes, in reporting from recently liberated territories. So the work of journalists has turned out to be crucial in this war. And then the voices, the fact that the voices and the work of Ukrainian journalists are finally heard and sought after abroad, I think that's another opportunity and another positive outcome of this terrible year. And my presence here, I think, is also a confirmation of that. And I'm happy to use this opportunity to tell you more about Ukrainian media. Then another, I think, a good development is that big international media such as Washington Post and FT, NPR, and most recently also German media, they started opening or expanding their bureaus in Kyiv. And in some cases, those bureaus were opened instead of their bureaus in Moscow that were forced to close because of Russian authorities' crackdown on the work of journalists, including the foreign journalists. And also the good thing is that these bureaus that open in Kyiv, not in all cases, but in some cases, they employ local staff. So it's not just the Western correspondents who come to Kyiv and who do the reporting, but these are also Ukrainian journalists who have been living in Ukraine, who know Ukrainian context so much better, that they have the opportunity now to make their voices heard by working in the bureaus of international media in Ukraine. And here with a question mark, I put the chance to de-oligarchize the Ukrainian media system. This is really a question mark. We will see how it goes, but it is an opportunity, and there is a possibility to do that. And then last but not least, the very important thing that I already mentioned, the journalists are involved in documentation of Russian war crimes, and the evidence they collect might potentially be used in courts if it matches legal criteria. And here I want to mention several initiatives to collect this evidence by journalists. So the first one is the Reckoning Project. This is the cooperation of Ukrainian public interest journalism lab led by Natalia and a world-renowned reporter Janine Di Giovanni. They are collecting evidence of Russian human rights abuses and potential war crimes, and they do it according to the legal criteria that are needed so that this evidence can be used in trials, in courts in the future. They are publishing the results of the work also on major international outlets. There was an article in Time magazine just last week by the team of the Reckoning Project about the months that the whole village of Yahidne in Chernihiv region residents were forced to flee in a basement when this region was under Russian occupation. It even made the front page of the Time magazine. So they are doing an amazing job both in documenting Russian war crimes for future trials and also reporting and telling the global audience what has been happening, what is still happening in Ukraine. And then I want to mention also individual efforts of Yevgeny Spirin, who is the editor-in-chief of Babel UA, Ukrainian media outlet, who helped to identify civilian victims of Russian army in Bucha morgue, because he, in his previous career, was working as a forensic expert. So not only reported, but he actually volunteered to help identify the victims of Russian army in Bucha. And the Media Initiative for Human Rights, a project that I worked with briefly. It combines journalism and human rights activism to expose potential Russian war crimes and advocate justice for the victims and survivors, because this is also important to talk about justice, about the need of justice. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. I wasn't really able to address disinformation, so maybe a few words about that. Disinformation, in terms of disinformation, I think we can say that there are four groups of audience that Russia targeted with its disinformation. The first one is inside Russia, and there it was largely successful. It managed, if not to keep the support for war high, which is the case, but also to discourage those Russians who do not support the war from taking decisive action for organizing protests, for rebelling against Putin's regime. So I would say it has been efficient inside Russia. In Ukraine, it was the opposite. Also, thanks to the work of journalists that I just mentioned, this Russian disinformation efforts largely failed, as they did in the West, because they didn't manage to undermine the unity of the Western countries to support Ukraine. And then the fourth target audience is the audience in the global South, and there I would argue that these efforts have been partly successful in countries such as India, such as in South Africa, in Latin American countries, where Russia manages to convince a part of the audience and a part of the governments to at least stay neutral, if not openly support Russia, by using the manipulative narratives of presenting itself, Russia, as an anti-colonial, anti-imperialist power, playing on the grievances and the population of these countries about their history and their own colonial past. These are four targets of Russian disinformation. We can expect more efforts in the coming year. And I don't have time to elaborate on that now more, but please, I invite you to read my article for CEPA, Center for European Policy Analysis, on a year of Russian disinformation, where I touch upon this issue in more detail. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Olga. We have a few minutes for questions. So while we're waiting for some questions to appear in the chat, I would just like to remind everyone that the Ukrainathon is also an opportunity to donate to the Kiev School of Economics humanitarian aid campaigns for Ukraine. Together with Ukrainian businesses and state-owned companies, KSE has launched a humanitarian aid campaign for Ukraine, and the aim is to provide food supplies and transportation, refugee help for Ukrainian citizens affected by war, as well as medicine, first aid, and protective kits for the state emergency services of Ukraine and Ukraine paramedics. So you'll find the donation link in the chat. I think normally it should appear any moment. You'll be reminded throughout the Ukrainathon of this opportunity to donate and support professionals and citizens of Ukraine. I don't see any questions for now. I'm sure you will get them later in private. Well, I do have many questions, and thank you for opening the discussion on journalism and war. And I think especially compelling was this realization, this thought that a positive outcome, sadly, of the war is to bring Ukrainian journalism to a broader audience, and that has been done as you described, but also through the work of Ukrainian fixers, the support teams to foreign journalists. And I think what is very interesting is to see how the balance has been shifting also towards giving a voice directly to Ukrainian journalists rather than only through the foreign media that, as you said, has less knowledge about the context. But there's one aspect that you did not address, so permit me for asking, is that covering Ukraine in war is not only covering really war-related issues, it's also covering the political life of the country beyond that. I would like you to comment and explain perhaps on the challenges of doing that, and for instance of covering issues such as corruption that was brought up, which I think many people thought was quite significant, that a Ukrainian newspaper, well, an online paper, Zerkala Nedelia, actually revealed an investigation about suspicions of corruption in the Ukrainian government system. And so where is the tension between investigation and self-censorship, if there is such a thing for Ukrainian journalists? That would be my first question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sophie. That's a very good question. And in fact, yes, I didn't have time to address it, but I mention it very often in my conversations with, other people when we are talking about journalism in Ukraine and how Ukrainian journalism have fared. I think it is really remarkable that, yes, Ukrainian journalists became war reporters, but they didn't stop to report on other issues, and they didn't stop to report on corruption. And just this example of, ZNUA article on, the procurement in the armed forces that raised questions, and the investigation is now going on, has been published just this year. It is a confirmation that this debate didn't stop. There were also some very good investigations made last year on Ukrainian oligarchs by Ukrainska Pravda, by other investigative outlets. And, questioning how some Ukrainian oligarchs, rich people, some MPs, how they are able to, attend events or parties or just to travel abroad because they've been spotted in Monaco, in the Côte d'Azur, in other places where rich people usually go. So, and there were also investigations launched as a result of that. So, I think it is really remarkable that Ukrainian journalists continue to exposing corruption and reporting on these very controversial issues, even during the full-scale assault against their own country. And it demonstrates that there is freedom of speech in Ukraine, that there is democracy in Ukraine, that there is a space for debate and for asking uncomfortable questions to the government, even when the government is facing much more serious challenge. Also because the journalists, and I think the society in general, they see the corruption as a threat to Ukraine. Of course, it's not as huge as a physical threat coming from Russia, but it is a threat to Ukrainian democracy, to Ukraine's survival as a free and independent and prosperous nation in the future. So it is crucial to talk about that, to address those issues, to investigate them, even as the war is going on, because it is a contribution to building a more resilient, stronger Ukraine, more transparent, more just, where rule of law has supremacy.
Okay, thank you very much, Olga. I'm sorry that we have to end now. Olga Onuch came with a question, and I'll just throw it in there, and perhaps you can communicate separately, asking what emphasis still needs to be placed on. Are there some subjects and some things that are not being covered enough and talked about in world media and the UK in particular. Thank you so much.
Yes, very briefly, if I may just answer this question, 30 seconds. I think it's the topic of Ukrainian history, Ukrainian culture, the need to decolonize Ukrainian history and Ukrainian culture, to talk about the origins of this war, that this is not something that started in 2022 or in 2014, that this is the continuation of Ukrainian struggle for, their own state, to be free, to have the right to, express their own culture. So more emphasis needed to be on that, to dig deeper, not just focus on current events.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you, Olga. And now we are moving on to hear Yuri Matsiyevsky.
Hello.
Yes. Hello, there you are. Hello, welcome. So I have the pleasure of introducing Yuri Matsiyevsky from Ostrog Academy National University, and who will be telling us about Ukrainian resistance in occupied territories. So you have the floor. Thank you very much. And just a quick reminder about donations to the Kiev School of Economics Humanitarian Aid Campaign, and you will find the link in the chat. Thank you, but to you now the floor.
Thank you, Sophie. Thank you for your introduction. I have some slides. I don't know if you are seeing them already.
You need to go into I think animation or показ слайдов.
I already done that.
Yeah, you have to put it in presenter or in full mode. That is
slide control.
Yeah.
Okay, but I don't see my name here of assigning slide control. I just got a message that I'm also able to control slides, but I haven't.
Yes, you can. And go in on the bottom there, on the bottom of your screen, bottom right, and try clicking there.
Slide share, you mean?
Bottom right. No, okay. Under your PowerPoint screen, your PowerPoint window.
Let me, okay.
Go down. At the bottom of the screen, at the very bottom, under your slide, there's a little screen down there. Bottom right, more to the right, more to the right. There you go. There you go. You see the screen? There, further right. In the other direction. So you can see the screen there, and that should work there.
This one?
Yes, try clicking that.
Now I have it in default view. I don't know if you're able to see. Okay, I don't know if this would take some time.
Okay.
Let me start because
okay.
I don't know. Okay. I will just comment on what I have some points here briefly. So my talk today will address one of the less visible but not less important aspect of Ukraine's liberation war against Russian aggression, namely Ukrainian resistance movement at the occupied territories. Let me start with one observation, introductory observation. Both Russian authorities and some Western experts believed that Ukraine would quickly fall under full-scale Russian assault. That hasn't happened. But what was driving Russian expectation was a false premise about so-called unity about Ukrainian and Russian people. That was the famous title of the Putin's paper. And Russian authorities expected that the Russian-speaking presidents of the southeastern regions would be prone to cooperate with Russia. However, it doesn't happen. But Western experts on the other side were underestimating the strengths of Ukrainian identity believing that Ukrainian army will be quickly suppressed and the resistance would have a scattered and chaotic nature. But that doesn't happen. So my talk will be, I would like to emphasize that looking at the war as a complex issue, we have to also not underestimate the need to integrate both peaceful protest and armed unconventional warfare that is waged by the partisans. Because at the initial research dedicated to this phenomenon were quite fragmented. They were focusing either on the civil or armed aspect of that resistance. Of course, they were mostly journalistic investigations, but of those that were already published, I would like to emphasize these three scholarly publications that stand out. This one produced by the Ponars member Jean-Francois Vertel, who was emphasizing the efficiency of the unconventional warfare. Another one was produced by Philip Daza, a Spanish scholar of Catalan Institute of War, but he was concentrated on the peaceful, non-violent protest. And there was also one interesting piece written by Pipa Norris and Ksenia Kizlova, and they were looking for the factors that were fueling resistance. Of course, the limitations of all this study were the lack of reliable data, but what was written already in the media and what I have taken from the media allowed me to make several points and interpretation to this complex issue. So here is several key takeaways. First, Russia's war provoked mass, complex, and organized resistance in different parts of Ukraine. Strong national identity and democratic values are two key factors fueling the resistance movement. Initially open, peaceful protests turned into quiet disobedience and invisible actions, and these were mostly exemplified by the Yellow Ribbon movement. Partisan warfare is waged by relatively small but very well organized units, and both forms of resistance have organized by decentralized struggle. Russian forces have been incapable until now, and hopefully to the end of this war, to suppress the resistance. I will start with describing civil resistance at the beginning of the war and how it slowly turned into those so-called invisible actions. Initially, peaceful protests erupted just days after Russian capture the southeastern Ukraine and specifically Herson and Herson region. The protests quickly spanned across a complete southeast, and it was coordinated by the National Resistance Center. The center was established soon after Russia launched the war. While the protests were mostly peaceful and the people were normally gathering on the streets with Ukrainian flags, Ukrainian symbols, to show the presence and to say Ukrainians no to Russian invasions, Russian troops, after first frustrations, started to intimidate and later to provide searches, kidnapping, and even torture to Ukrainian protesters. There were discovered dozens of hidden torture chambers, including torture chambers for children, who were put in their places throughout the territory under Russian control. So initially, the peaceful protests that were in March, beginning of the April, they have to slowly, after being unable to protest peacefully, people started to change the way they show the Ukrainian presence. So they have designed a hidden response. And the Yellow Ribbon movement is very vibrant, vivid example of that movement. The name comes from a yellow color, which is a part of the Ukrainian flag. So they started to disperse Ukrainian symbols with part of Ukrainian flag in different parts of the occupied territories. And the movement was organized by...
Dr. Matsiyevsky, sorry, could you just select which slide you're on? Because it's not presenting.
Yeah, he said, Mr. Matsiyevsky said that he would like to go on with his presentation because he couldn't get the slides to work. So,
well, I would like to actually, but
yeah, it doesn't need to be in presentation mode. Maybe if you could just make sure you're clicked on the right side.
On the right side of what?
Oh, no. Just make sure that the slide itself is selected in that column.
Okay, let me just turn to...
Oh, there it is. Yep.
Yeah, now it's working.
That's fine. As long as you, yeah, that's fine. As long as you select the slide as you continue.
Okay, now.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, you're all set.
You can see it, right?
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Well, now it's better. So that you're, because it's important. So there is this one, for example, shows the Ukrainian, the symbol of the yellow ribbon movement. As I said, the movement was originated in April 2002 in Kherson, and the core group was around 40 Ukrainian IT specialists who in their later interview admitted that they were showing how can they show the resistance, and they decided that they will be virtually present Ukrainian symbols, and then they started to present Ukrainian symbolics, posting flags, leaflets, and their own symbol in different places of the occupied territories. So also from the interview of the members, we know that the gender composition was approximately 75% of women to 25% of men. And the main goals of this movement was demonstrating Ukrainian presence and providing information about what's going on at the battlefront, and also sabotaging Russian policies, especially Russian referendum campaign. That was one of the main tasks of the Russians when they entered the Ukrainian territory, as well as passportization campaign, meaning pressing Ukrainians to obtain Russian passports. Also the schooling policies, ignoring Russian school programs and preventing kids from attending schools that were taught by the Russian programs. Also, they were trying to subvert introducing Russian currency, as well as military mobilization. Another aspect of the movement was exerting psychological pressure on the occupiers. And so they were starting to put symbols. Well, this is a campaign against receiving Russian passports. So they posted leaflets discouraging people not to become Russian citizens, because the reason Russians had when disseminating Russian passports was to conscription of men into the Russian army and deportating Ukrainian women and children to the Russian territory. So that was the information campaign against being just objects of the Russian policies. So another example is to putting the pictures of Ukrainian collaborators of Russian authorities and making them aware that the Ukrainians are watching them and they will not escape from the Ukrainian hands. So the one that shows the figure of Aksionov, who is the Ukrainian traitor who became the nominated minister of the cabinet in Crimea. This picture is taken somewhere from the Crimean Peninsula. And those pictures were scattered around in many places. And the movement now is also operating in Crimea Peninsula. So the efficacy and the extent of the yellow ribbon was visible before Ukraine liberated the territories, and the movement also precipitated the liberation itself, as it all constantly showed Ukrainians in the occupied territories that Ukraine is here and the Ukrainian army is close to liberate the territory. So movement now is operating on the rest of the occupied territories and Crimea in specific. Now a couple of words about the other aspect of the movement, meaning the partisan warfare. What is interesting here, that the movement emerged long before the actual full-scale invasion, as we now have 9 years of Russian war. As the war began in 2014, the movement began, and those part of Luhansk and Donetsk region that were already under Russian control. And in that period of time, there was several partisan groups that were operating in that territories. For example, nationalists on the ground of Luhansk region that was organized by Svoboda Party. There was also some groups called Snails, and there were some other groups, not very numerous. They have 10 or several dozen people, but they already operated there. But what is important to understand that at the beginning of the Russian invasion, the movement was scattered and spontaneous, and it was disorganized. Only in 2016, the Special Division of Ukrainian Military Forces, Special Operation Forces, were created, and that division was tasked to coordinate the resistance movement. And in 2021, it was a legal base for the resistance, as the law on the foundations of national resistance was adopted. So after the full-scale invasions, the movement has obtained more organized forms. And what we know at the moment, that there were at least 3 partisan groups that is operating on the occupied territories. One is called the Popular Resistance of Ukraine, which is operating on the southeast of Ukraine, the Berdyansk Partisan Army, which is mostly operating in Zaporizhia regions, and the Atesh movements literally means fire, that was originated in Crimea and operates in Crimea and in Russian territory. Well, what they normally do is their actions is targeting Ukrainian collaborators and Russian authorities. The most noticeable of those 3 groups so far was Atesh, as they claim to have 2,000 members infiltrated into the Russian troops. Of course, it is hard to verify, but from what they claim to already done was around 70 Russian military personnel assassinating during the summer, during night patrols. And they also claim one attack on the Russian personnel stationed in hospitals in Simferopol. So with that one only actions, they claim to assassinate around 30 Russian military. So instead of being the only form of resistance, the partisan warfare became a force multiplier, augmenting conventional operations. Both Yellow Ribbon and partisan warfare, they closely cooperate with Ukrainian military and through different channels, reliable channels, so providing vital information about the stationing Russian forces, Russian military personnel, etc. So there were a number of successful Ukrainian attacks on the Russian objects through the information provided by the partisans and about the everyday citizens. So numbers, how many people are operating in this movement. It's hard to establish because there is no, of course, for obvious reasons, there is no data and information about them. But what we know from the media, that there were numbers of operations conducted by the unknown groups. So I assume there are many, many more operating in the south, but they are not identifying themselves for obvious reasons because they are in the Russian sphere. So, but we are seeing their efficiency and effectiveness in subverting Russian policy of establishing control of the territory, and also they are distracting the Russian forces' attention from the battlefield. So to conclude, Russian authorities have not been able to neutralize either peaceful civic protests nor partisan movement until now, and hopefully they will not be able to do so till the end of the war. Two factors were motivating the resistance movement, and that was the findings by Pippa Norris and Yulia Senyakislova. They found that strong national identity, meaning the desire to protect our land and desire to protect our right, were strong motivators behind the resistance. As I said, the resistance prevented the realization of long-term military and political goals of Russian federations, including the denial of Russian narrative about the liberation of the Ukrainian people from Nazi rule, as well as passportization campaign, as well as the legitimation of the so-called referendum, and also the institutionalization of the Russian control over the occupied territories and absorption into the Russian Federation. So the movement, both partisan and civic protest, is two sides of the coin. For scholars, it will be an interesting subject to study, and my message for those interested in this research is that they have to be studied as one single phenomenon, not separating by one or two aspects, because they tightly intertwined as such. So thank you for your time. Yes, my attention.
Thank you very much, Yuri. So we're waiting to see if there are some questions asked in the chat. Perhaps in the meantime, you could try again to go into the Pokaz Slaidiv that didn't work in the beginning, and see if you could show us the big screen, the photos on the big screen. Pokaz Slaidiv at the top of your window.
Okay.
And further up, and then to the right. So I don't see. Just go along that line. Yes. Pokaz Slaidiv, and you click there again.
No, sorry.
Okay. So there don't seem to be any questions. So now you go from there, exactly. Click there. Okay, it doesn't seem to be.
Excuse me.
Yeah. But we can see. We can.
Sophie, I couldn't hear you. I don't know what happened.
It's. I don't know.
My speakers is.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
My speakers is. They are on, but I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I don't know what happened. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, but something happened that I couldn't hear you.
Okay, so and you can hear.
Perhaps if you have questions or someone else have questions, perhaps you could just put them on the chat and I will respond.
I'll put the question in my chat, so into the chat. Here.
I'm sorry for that.
Okay. It's not working?
Sophie, if you have questions, someone else, please just go on chat them, and I will respond.
Yes, you can see the chat. Okay, we're having issue here, so so I will ask my question.
Okay, just tell something if I can hear you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask.
No, I'm sorry. That was my problem here. So I can hear you. Go on.
I was typing my question to you. Now you can hear me. My first question is the following: I find it very interesting how you made this connection, which is very important, I guess, in all our research on the current situation since February 22, to connect it in the broader context of the war in Donbass, and which you did by citing the experience of partisan warfare and resistance in between 2014 and 22. What didn't come through very clearly, but you obviously had the intention of telling us about, is how did this experience circulate to the presently occupied territories? Does it circulate in terms of personnel, that there perhaps has been some training or even some partisan troops that have joined the occupied territories from Donbass to Kherson and other places? Or has it been through perhaps social networks or booklets or some other form? And so that would be my first question. And please answer. And then if there are no other questions, then I will have another question if we have time.
Okay. Yes. What we know so far from open sources, so there was one veteran partisan who gave a couple of interviews to Ukrainian in foreign media. His name is Volodymyr, and who was actually a founder of the partisan movement in Donbass. So he was personally involved in training after Russia made a full-scale invasion. So he was bring his experience from being in Donbass to Southeast Ukraine, and I believe there are many other peoples who were participating in a partisan movement at the initial period of the war. So that was a personal experience of survivals, I would say, because he was mimed and captured, and later when he was released, and now he is coordinating the trainings of today's partisans. So and also probably there were some instructors who were trained somewhere else, and we know that some sub-military organization like Azov movement or some other, they were preparing to the war and did a great job, because they have training camps throughout Ukraine before the Russian invasions, and these people were they learn and they know what to do when the war came, so they were prepared to go to underground and to show their resistance. So that mostly it comes from the people experienced in waging the unconventional warfare.
Okay, thank you very much. Our slot is up, and I thank you very much. I'll also remind everyone that this is Ukrainathon is also an opportunity to donate to the Kyiv School of Economics Humanitarian Aid Campaign for Ukraine that helps both refugee families in their everyday supplies, but also provides the necessary medicine and first aid and protective kits for the State Emergency Service of Ukraine and the Paramedic Association. And hereby I pass on the moderator role to Erik Herron, from Virginia University, West Virginia University, who will be moderating Peter Rutland from Wesleyan University. And thank you very much. The word is now, and the floor is now to you.
Thank you, Sophie. Actually, I think we've got the order reversed. I think Peter is going to moderate me in the first half hour of this 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock time in the Eastern US. And then we're going to reverse it in half an hour. But thank you for the handoff. Peter?
Yes, good morning, everybody. So I'm Peter Rutland from Wesleyan University. I'm living in New Haven, Connecticut. And I'm very pleased to introduce Erik Herron for the next session. Dr. Herron is the Eberle Family Distinguished Professor of Political Science at West Virginia University. Before coming to West Virginia University, he taught for over a decade at the University of Kansas. He has researched and visited Ukraine many times as a Fulbright scholar and as an election monitor. And so I hand the floor over to Dr. Herron.
Thank you, Peter. It's really an honor to be participating in the Ukrainathon this year.
Dr. Herron, you've just frozen for me. Why don't we just give him a second to, come back?
So it looks like we've lost Dr. Herron for now. We can see if we can get him back.
I think he's going to rejoin in just a second. Yeah. Sorry about that.
He'll rejoin, and here he is. Okay. Sorry, Erik, we lost you for a while, so you're back now.
Yes, I apologize. My my internet just went out for a moment, and I should be hopefully back on for the rest of the session. So I don't know where I was, but I was reflecting a little bit on the title of my presentation, Reflections on Research During War, and just sharing that I've been thinking about these issues, a number of different issues, including how the research I've done really reflects what's happening in Ukraine, how I've been affected by my training, especially in an area studies program, really beginning in the Soviet period, how that influences my approach to studying Ukraine and what kind of biases it brings to my work. I've asked myself how scholars from outside Ukraine can approach research in the current environment. How can we ask questions of Ukrainians when they're undergoing and will continue to undergo incredible trauma? I've asked myself how scholars can maintain a scientific approach to their work while also directly engaging in actions to help friends and colleagues in Ukraine, as well as in the broader struggle for Ukraine sovereignty. So other scholars may answer the questions that I have, that I've asked myself differently, and I'm not suggesting that my answers are the right ones or the only ones, and I'll speak to just some of these questions today. And I want to start with research I've conducted on Ukraine over the years and how I've reflected on it lately. So other speakers at the Ukrainathon have addressed some of these issues. My conclusions may diverge from those, but I want to make a couple of points. First, one of the ideas that has long been at the heart of scholarly discourse about Ukraine, at least in the West, is that Ukraine is divided. And I think that this idea really needs to be updated. Now, scholars have generally discussed this issue in a nuanced way, acknowledging that different experiences and different worldviews help us understand why attitudes and behaviors may vary across the country. And I've written about regional differences in Ukraine along with many other researchers. But underlying all of this work is an assumption that there is some kind of internal division in Ukraine. Maybe it's by regional affiliation, by language, by interpretation of history, by the view of how Ukraine fits into the world. And while there's been evidence of these kinds of divisions, I think it unfortunately has prompted us to characterize Ukraine in terms of differences rather than think about the ways it was unified or is unifying. Now, when these scholarly discussions are translated into public discussions, especially in the press, they can get simplified into a storyline that really distorts what's happening. I want to give you a couple of examples. So much of the early coverage of the invasion and really the 9-year-long war in the Western press has implied that Ukraine is divided into two, an east oriented toward Russia, a west oriented toward Europe. We've all heard this story. It has also implied that Russian language use is equivalent to support for Russian interests. And we've known for many years that these types of interpretations aren't accurate and that there's much more nuance that needs to be brought to this issue. So I want to point out a couple of the more egregious examples that appeared in the mainstream US press in wide circulation. Both of my examples are from the Washington Post. It is by no means the only guilty party in presenting an accurate picture of Ukraine, but it's one of the more prominent players in the media landscape, so it deserves perhaps some extra scrutiny. So in 2014, as Euromaidan was happening, the Post published an article which you can see on the slide. This is the one map you need to understand Ukraine's crisis. The article included actually a couple of problematic maps, which you see here. The maps use oblast-level data to characterize or to claim to characterize what's happening on the ground. But there's quite a bit of important variation that these maps are hiding. They suggest that the country is cleaved into two. You can see that visually in the way that the information is presented. These maps imply that former President Yanukovych maintained his support in 2014 across territories where he won more of the vote in 2010. And I'll show you in a couple of minutes that there were regional differences in attitudes at this time. It was certainly not the case that Euromaidan had no support in the south and east, as the map implies. Now let's move forward in time to 2022. In an explainer on the eve of the invasion, the Post ran a similar article using maps to describe the conflict. The map I'm showing you here had 3 different versions. I actually missed taking a screen capture of the first version, but took images of the next 2. And there are several problems with the map, particularly the one that you see on the left. It uses old census data and a question about native language rather than the language that people use in everyday life. It, once again, uses oblast level data, uses oblast as its level of analysis. You can see the scale on the legend of the map is really problematic in terms of how the color ramp maps onto the scale. And the color ramp itself is problematic. And all of these come together to create a picture that you see that implies Ukraine's divided into 2. Now, there were complaints about this map, and the Post updated the map, as I mentioned, twice. The one you see here on the left is actually an improvement over the first one. And the one on the right is the map that, to my knowledge, is still associated with this particular article. The one on the right is much better. It uses Ryhor level data uses a different question, and it uses a color ramp that better reflects variation. And you can see on the right that the narrative of Ukraine divided into two really falls apart. So what has the last year, what has the post-invasion landscape shown us about this problematic narrative? So I have a paper with Ralph Clem in circulation that shows how our perceptions of spatial issues, borders, and regional strengths, especially in terms of development issues, have fundamentally changed in Ukraine, beginning even before the war started 9 years ago. What we found by doing this work is that longstanding assumptions about divisions in Ukraine have really been upended by economic and political development decisions that Ukrainians have made over the last couple of decades. I'm working on another paper with a graduate student, Christina Pelchar, and this paper uses more than a decade of public opinion data that we've been able to access to show how opinions about the direction of the country and other issues have really been converging. So while we see national rallying effects after the Revolution of Dignity in 2014, and the figure you now see reflects that. These are from monthly public opinion polls conducted by the agency InfoSapiens and its predecessor from 2013 until we have data till early 2022. So we see national rallying effects after the Revolution of Dignity in 2014, around the time of President Zelensky's election and the parliamentary elections in 2019, and then again after the full-scale invasion in 2022. Now we see this at the national level. There is some regional variation, but that regional variation is strongest in 2014. By the time we get to 2022, the opinions expressed in Donbass on this question are really similar to other parts of the country. We find a convergence in views on other issues as well, such as post-war reconstruction priorities, and I'll talk about those in a moment. So again, this particular slide shows answers to the question, is the country moving in the right direction? From monthly surveys that this agency InfoSapiens conducted for a decade. You can see those three spikes that I mentioned earlier around the time of Euromaidan, Zelensky's election, and after the full-scale invasion. And once again, this rally effect is not new. The concept is not new, and its application to Ukraine is not new. Olga Onuch and Henry Hale have talked about this, and many others have talked about this with reference to Ukraine and other countries as well. Now, I think what's interesting, maybe especially interesting, is what we see underneath the national response. So this figure shows the yearly means for the same data. I'm only using the yearly data here so it's easier to interpret all three figures together. It's very noisy if I try to show you all the monthly data. Now, if we extract regions, these macro regions I'm using are those defined by InfoSapiens. We could define regions differently, but the results are generally consistent. When we look at these macro regions, we see some differences from the national picture in the regions in 2014. So the enthusiasm around the time of Euromaidan is muted in the South and in particularly in the East. And that's not a surprise. That is consistent with observations on the ground. As we move forward to Zelensky's election and then into the post-invasion environment, the country starts to look really similar across all regions. And it's not limited to this particular question. If we look at reported Ukrainian language use, this is also from the same set of surveys. This is once again data aggregated to the year for sort of ease of interpretation. So if we look at reported language use, Ukrainian use seems to be growing as the language of choice. There's still substantial regional variation, but reported Ukrainian use in the East and South is up in nationally as well. Now, some of this could be change in the population that's able to answer surveys. We know that traditionally Russian-speaking areas are increasingly under occupation, but I suspect it's more than just a selection effect. It could be social desirability bias or some other effect that it will be important to understand moving forward, and thinking about how social pressures on language use may affect people's decisions about how to answer these questions. But again, underlying this, I do think there is some real movement in this behavior. We can see these kinds of effects in other areas as well. So in a recent omnibus survey that was a December-January survey that the Kyiv International Institute of Sociology conducted, we added a question or a set of questions about reconstruction priorities. So our question asked respondents to identify their main priorities for reconstruction after hostilities end. And I think what's notable is that national defense, housing, and energy were by far the most common responses, with things like education, healthcare, water services, communication, transportation, and other items far lower in terms of the overall priority of participants in the survey. There was regional variation, but what's really notable is that the top three and the relative levels of interest in these top three are pretty consistent across the country. And I think it tells an important story. Respondents in Western Ukraine who have experienced less damage to housing than respondents in Eastern Ukraine still highly prioritize housing reconstruction. This, again, suggests a convergence in views nationally, that the interests of the country are being prioritized, and perhaps more so over narrower local interests. So Keith just reported the other day some additional survey results, and I post them here just to once again show that we see this consistency. This has to do with the questions of what is necessary for peace, and you can see strong views, and consistently those views are reflected across with a small amount of variation, but across the country. So once again, we have this convergence in views, so that once again, this narrative of division is something we need to be mindful of. So I just want to make a couple of points. We do have to be cautious about how we interpret public opinion data, especially during wartime. Gerard Toll, John O'Loughlin, and their co-authors have a recent PONAR's memo that points out several reasons to be cautious. We know there's been significant population displacement, death, personal trauma, other experiences that could affect how people respond to the questions that they're being asked. At the same time, anecdotal evidence that I've seen from the media and scholars is consistent with this observation of a rallying effect nationally and a convergence of views regionally. We don't know about longer-term implications, and rallying effects are traditionally found to be short-term, but I'm becoming convinced of longer-term implications. So the last year has prompted me to reflect on how I've characterized Ukraine and the assumptions I've made about how divisions may influence social and political interactions. I'm not suggesting that post-war Ukraine will be a utopia where everyone agrees. There will be competing interests and preferences. There may also be social divisions that emerge, maybe differentiating people by what they did during the war. But the perception of Ukraine as a divided society is something that very clearly needs to be updated. Second point, and I'll make this a bit briefer than the first point so that we have a chance for some interaction and then transition to Peter's talk. So a year ago, Putin alleged that Ukraine is a failed state mired in corruption. And this is false. Not only is corruption more deeply embedded in Russia than in Ukraine, Ukraine's made progress, although corruption has been a vexing problem. And we face, I think, a similar challenge as researchers in terms of how we frame the issue and how that spills over into media coverage of Ukraine. So a couple of years ago, I published a book with the University of Michigan Press that talks about Ukraine's successes and failures in addressing this problem. And on reflection, the title of the book, Normalizing Corruption, it emphasizes the negative at the expense of the positive. And, in the book, in the introduction and really throughout, I point out that civil society has been effective in identifying and challenging the corrupt behavior of officials. The change in government in 2014 and 2019 brought about important reforms. And I talk about anti-corruption efforts that have been successful. But also, as I illustrate in the book and elsewhere, sometimes the solution to difficult governance problems have invited corrupt practices. So an example, I talk about the process of proxy voting in parliament that was prominent under Yanukovych, but did not disappear when he lost power. Members of parliament would vote for their absent colleagues, an illicit practice that became an organized part of parliamentary behavior. After I published the book, President Zelensky and his team altered the way in which the practice was identified and punished, and changes in the rules seem to have reduced or perhaps even eliminated the practice. So why did the practice emerge in the first place? In part, it was out of a need to ensure that legislation could be passed. Absentee or unreliable legislators created impediments to lawmaking. A famous example occurred years before when President Leonid Kuchma thought he had made a deal for electoral and constitutional reform, but his constitutional reform failed because his team wasn't able to mobilize members to vote. So an illicit practice was put in place, challenged by the opposition, adopted by the opposition when it gained power because it was an effective way to get work done. So efficiency in this case was prioritized over the harder work of governing within the rules. And I think we saw this phenomenon again recently in the scandal over military procurement that resulted in the ouster of several officials just in the last few weeks. One of Ukraine's successful anti-corruption reforms has been the institution of the Prozoro system, an online tool to make government purchases of supplies and services transparent. The war has made delays to procurement a national security matter, and some purchases that would have been processed through Prozoro were temporarily suspended to more efficiently get needed supplies to the front lines. And this decision is understandable during wartime, but it opens the door for profiteers to take advantage of the circumstances. We have seen an incredible rallying by the Ukrainian public to aid in the defense of the country. But not everyone is an angel, and it's reflected in what we've seen recently in the media. So the initial media stories about this particular issue focused on corruption. It's an important story, but I think the more interesting and compelling narrative has to do with how Ukraine instituted reforms to reduce corruption, in this case in public tenders, and how this reform seemed to be working well. Absent Russian aggression against Ukraine, that scandal is unlikely to have occurred. So let me just pause here and kind of conclude with a few observations. So first, the full-scale Russian invasion and Ukraine's response to it have really prompted me to think about work I've done more carefully. In reflecting on research related to divisions in Ukraine, the last year has shown us that this framework is problematic and that we've seen a remarkable amount of unity. The corruption framework is also problematic. Corruption is still present, but the characterization of Ukraine as corrupt doesn't do justice to successful efforts to mitigate it. And the war itself has created impediments to progress. Post-war reconstruction will be a real test, but it'll also be an opportunity to move away from some of these practices. So I did raise a number of questions that I've been thinking about at the beginning of the talk. I don't have time to get to all of them. So let me conclude here, and perhaps in the sort of dialogue that Peter and I have, and perhaps after his presentation, we'll get to some of those issues. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm interested in any questions that Peter has or that viewers have.
Thanks, Erik, for a very crystal clear presentation. And it's a very sobering example that you bring up of the misleading use of maps. I mean, I think, you know, the debate about the red-blue state maps in the US raise similar questions. And so a question I have for you is, you didn't use any maps showing the election result disparity. And the elections themselves kind of embed that spatial misrepresentation, as it were. So maybe you could talk a little bit about the trajectory of the electoral map. Yes.
Yeah, of course. And I think that one of the issues, and I'm not a geographer, but when I talk to my colleagues in geography, one of the things they emphasize is we have to be really mindful about how we're displaying visually spatial information. And this would apply to election data, economic data, any kind of data. And I think that the map I showed related to the language use that the Washington Post had to update, I think is a great reflection of that. As we start to look lower and lower at levels of aggregation, so in terms of elections, if we move from oblast level results to district level results, and even below that to polling place level results, we start to see, if we map this out, a lot more variation. So one of the dangers, I think, with the way that we've presented election data spatially on maps in the past is that it has supported this overly simplistic East-West narrative, and it's hidden some of the underlying variation. Now, if we do look at the most recent election, you know, President Zelensky had support really across the country, regardless of the level you look at. And so, you know, maps that you might see which show the strength of his win in 2019 aren't really distortions of what was happening on the ground at the time. But I do think that the complexity of showing election results has, you know, prompts especially the media to look at the oblast level. And when you do that, it does start to appear that the country is maybe divided in ways it's not. I think the other issue is there is a need when these complicated issues are presented to a general public that doesn't pay attention to Ukraine often. I mean, in the last year, that's changed. But prior to that, the Western public, the US public, would only occasionally be exposed to what's happening in Ukraine. You have to simplify the narrative to present it, or at least that's the belief. And so we get these kinds of presentations that imply something that I think is a little bit more complicated when we look at the ground. And I mentioned this already, but you know, there is this also underlying assumption, which I think is really faulty, that, for example, people whose day-to-day language was Russian, there's this presentation of that as being associated with political views. That is, if you spoke Russian, then you must support Yanukovych, for example. And of course, we know that that's false. But when you start to present this narrative to a public that doesn't pay attention, it's just easier to say, the country's divided east-west. Look, here's a map that shows us that, and to use the maps that illustrate that the clearest, because nuance is hard to communicate to people who aren't as interested in a region. So there's no question that there were regional divisions reflected in elections, that some of this had to do with the choices people were presented with, but also some of those divisions were perhaps not as stark as the presentation of election results, particularly because the way that they're aggregated amplifies what appears to be difference when it can be much more complicated.
Yes, simplification is the bane of academics, but it's what journalists do for a living.
Exactly.
But I think you've shown very persuasively that knowing 2 or 3 things about Ukraine is not enough. We need to tell people at least 5 or 6 things about Ukraine to get the conversation going. I'm afraid we're out of time for this session, so I'll kind of hand the chair gavel over to you and get mine on the road.
Yes, thank you. And it's really my great pleasure to introduce Peter Rutland, who's professor of government at Wesleyan University and vice president of the Association for the Study of Nationalities. And Peter, please take over, and we'll, when you're done, we'll turn this back over into a dialogue, and I'll be monitoring for questions for you as well.
Fine. Well, I've shared my screen, so I assume that is visible.
Yes, it is. If you want to turn it on to the presentation mode, it might be a little bit the viewers to see your slides.
Yeah, I'm having some problem getting the toolbar. I'll have to stop share and try again because the toolbar was obscuring.
Yeah, sometimes with Zoom, it's easier to turn the presentation on and then share the screen rather than
good idea. I'll try and do that. So this war is a war on 3 fronts. It's a war on the battlefield. It's a war for public opinion on a global scale, and it's a war of economic. And so can you see it now?
It's still in slide mode. That's okay. I think you can just continue. I can see the slides.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh, there. That's much better. Yeah.
So in this brief presentation, I will try to summarize what's happened with the sanctions on Russia in the past year. And most of the arguments in this presentation you can find in a piece I wrote in the Conversation website on Tuesday of this week. So of the sanctions, the initial plan before the 22 invasion was launched was that the threat of sanctions would deter Putin from invading. Obviously, that didn't work. Once the war began, the hope was that the very strong sanctions introduced within days of the war would deter Putin from escalating and from continuing the war. Unfortunately, that didn't work either. 1 year on, the sanctions have been ratcheted up. The European Union is now in its 10th wave of sanctions, but Putin just refuses to back down. Another hope among some was that the sanctions would actually cause regime change in Russia, and that unfortunately has not happened and is not likely to happen, I would say, in the near future. So what we're left with now is that the sanctions are a long-run tool to make it more difficult, more costly for Russia to wage this war. So the sanctions, the purpose of the sanctions, the goal of the sanctions has evolved over time, and that makes it difficult, impossible to come down with a definitive judgment about or not.
Peter, we've just lost your audio. Can you hear me?
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't change anything. It's just internet instability, I think. Shall I carry on?
Please do, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so initially the sanctions had an effect on the ruble-dollar exchange rate, and we saw collapse in the value of the ruble for a few weeks, but then the central bank intervened and stabilized it. And over the whole year, the inflation peaked at 18% annual rate in April, but eased to 12% by December. And the official figures, to the extent that they can be believed, showed a very modest GDP fall of 3%, while some had been predicting a 10% or even 20% fall. That didn't happen, although retail sales did contract by 9%. The impact of the sanctions was most clear in manufacturing industries that were dependent on imported parts or software, such as the aviation industry and automobiles, which were devastated. We saw something like a 75% fall in Russian automobile manufacture. In the retail sector, we hear a lot about the 1,200 plus Western companies that withdrew from Russian market, but in most cases, they handed over their operations to Russian partners or sold them to Russian partners, and Russian, Chinese, or Turkish brands kind of populate that retail space. Here's a graph showing the initial plunge in the value of the ruble in February, March, after the followed by there are four basic arguments I'll use to explain why the economy is more resilient than was expected. The basic bottom line is the bottom line of oil and gas exports, that while at the peak Russia was earning $800 million per day from energy exports, and the war was an estimated $300 million a day. So Russia could afford to finance the war just from its current exports without dipping into its war chest of savings. Secondly, the restrictions in the gas supply to Europe that Russia started in 21, plus this spike in global oil prices after the war was launched, led to a 50% increase in the price of oil and a 500% increase in the price of wholesale gas in Europe. And that generated huge windfall profits for the Russian government, not to mention for Western oil companies. And that meant that Russia ended 22 with a record surplus of $227 billion. Bear in mind that one of the initial sanctions was the freezing of Russia's assets, government assets abroad, that were about $300 billion. So in 1 year, Russia has almost earned all of that sum back. Now, if the Europeans had introduced a block on Russian gas and oil purchases earlier in 2022, that windfall profit might have been lower, but for various reasons to do with trying to stabilize the oil price, the gasoline price in the US, to moderate the impact of the war in Europe as well, the EU delayed this cap on Russian oil purchases until December 22. Here's a graph showing the increase in gas prices. The good news is that the price is now returned to its pre-war levels. The Europeans have shown remarkable agility of their economies to pivot away from Russian pipeline. Here's a graph showing the overall aggregate volume of Russian imports. And while Russian export values increased because of the price spike, the imports plummeted because of the sanctions and also because of problems in accessing dollars to pay for imports. So the import shock was greater than the export shock. But even here, unfortunately, we see that the import levels have climbed back to almost pre-war levels, mainly because of diversion of trade to non-sanctioning countries. And here's this is from the Free Russia Foundation recent on the impact of sanctions, and we see the line is their estimate of how exports and imports have fared since the sanctions, and you can see the trade surplus has increased, the gap of exports over imports. Second reason for the resilience of the Russian economy is this diversion of trade to other customers. While an impressive 49 countries have joined the sanctions, they have 60% of the globe's economy and about 15% of the globe's population, but that still leaves 40% of the global economy, including, massive players like India and China, willing to do business with Russia and have actually stepped up their purchases of Russian oil and stepped up their exports of, including some sanction materials to Russia. And a crucial entrepot is Turkey and the Gulf, because they are physically closer to Russia than China, easier to fly in and out or even take trucks in from Turkey to Russia. And so Turkey has seen almost 50% increase in its trade with Russia in the course of 22. In aggregate, by the year's end, the European countries had still bought $125 billion of Russian oil and gas, while China had bought 50 billion, Turkey 20 billion, and India 18 billion. And assuming those trends can continue in 23, we will see China and India more Russian oil and gas than the Europeans. This chart shows the spike in trade. This is Russian imports from China, UAE, Uzbekistan, Turkey, and Ireland and India. We see that UAE in particular has massively increased its role as a financial trade hub for Russian, in this case, Russian importers. Looking specifically at microchips, a crucial technology for the military effort, but also for domestic manufacturing. Chips are part of the sanctions, and chips are heavily concentrated in production facilities in Taiwan and South Korea, both of which have joined the sanctions, but they're easy to smuggle in through third parties, through third countries, and this imports took a massive hit immediately after the sanctions, but are kicking back up again. They're still way below the pre-war levels, but this is an ongoing struggle, and there's new efforts by the US to choke off the smuggling of sanctioned dual-use technologies to Russia. So we'll see how that plays out this year. Third reason for the economic resilience is the character of the Russian economy is an economy where all of the major actors, players from businesses down to consumers and workers are used to have a survival mode that they can switch into. This survival mode was developed during the Soviet times, and then it got even deeper and more entrenched in the chaotic and tumultuous 1990s. So Russian economic players are used to kind of going into hibernation and working their way and figuring out how to get by until things improve. And so we're back in the 1990s in terms of the economic actors looking for ways to survive. And so it's its own form of resilience. And we can look at the labor market in particular as an example of this. There hasn't been a massive spike in officially recorded unemployment, in part because firms simply keep workers on the books but pay them less money, or firms can send home the Central Asian migrants and then rehire them when activity recovers. And the government has managed this year to preserve real living standards of workers and pensioners, in part by dipping into the National Welfare Fund And so a key question, which I'll address in a couple of slides' time, is to what extent the finances of the government will hold up this year and next. Other reason for the resilience of the economy is that the politics hasn't changed. There were hopes that oligarchs, seeing their fortunes shrink in most cases by about half because of the sanctions, there were hopes that the oligarchs would kind of persuade Putin to abandon the war, to throttle back on the war, and that simply hasn't happened. We've seen very few oligarchs or top government officials criticize the war for obvious reasons. And so this leads me to conclude that talk of a kleptocracy, of Russia being ruled by a class of rich oligarchs, we're leading. It's a personal dictatorship, and Putin's goals are driven by a sense of historical mission and not simply by a desire to build more palaces. Very high level of repression of protesters with nearly 20,000 people arrested. That tamped down any scenario of popular unrest leading to a termination of the war. And the main form of protest has been exit. So over 500,000 people have left the country. Now that's damaging to the economy in the medium term and long term, but it doesn't affect Putin's effort to wage the war or short term. Looking ahead, what does all this mean for the future? Of course, none of us have a crystal ball. We can't say how this is all going to work, but what we can see happening in 2023 is that the Europeans will substantially wean themselves off Russian oil and gas imports, which is a tectonic shift in the global economy. That pattern of Russian energy exports to Europe had been in place for 40 years, and it was integrated into the German economic model in particular. And within months, Germany pivoted away from that model, and with remarkably low impact on their manufacturing capacity, they've shifted to other energy sources, and they're introducing new LNG facilities to bring in natural gas by sea. And that will be a permanent shift. Short run, Russia, using its fleet of shadow tankers, can sell oil, crude oil, to India, China, and other customers, but they don't have the capacity to sell natural gas in substantially larger quantities to China, let alone India. It would take 5 years to build another pipeline, and then we'd still only be talking about 20% of natural gas going to China by pipe. And so real hit is to Russia's natural gas exports. And even the oil, India and China have been able to secure a $20 or $30 a barrel discount on Urals crude. And if the global oil price sinks below $70 a barrel, which is possible this year, that will be a real financial squeeze for Russia. Is it economically viable for them to continue selling oil to Asia? The transport costs are also higher than pipeline to Europe. So I think the squeeze will be on. Vector of that squeeze is the fiscal imbalances that the federal government in Russia faces. They ran a $47 billion deficit in 22, and already in January 2023 alone, they booked a $38 billion deficit. Now, that might be a one-off, as the government is booking defense procurement in the month of January. So we'll see what happens over the course of the year. But it's possible that the Russian government will start running out of money by the end of 23, and we'll have to start making cuts in welfare spending and state sector wages, which could increase the pressure on Putin. Right now, the National Welfare Fund was $187 billion, so you can see that that can tide them over for. So But after that, it will really depend on what happens with their export revenues to see if they can continue financing the war. So I apologize for the glitches with the slideshow at the beginning, but we did get there in the end. And I'll hand the floor over to Dr. Herron.
Thank you. No worries about that. That's one of the hazards of webinars. So I invite anyone who is interested in asking a question to Dr. Rutland to put it in the chat. And while I keep my eye on the chat for your questions, I have a couple of questions that I'll ask. So you noted, Peter, in the presentation and also in your conversation piece that the Global South hasn't really joined in on sanctions. And Russia has, at least seems to have been successful in promoting its view of the war in the Global South, and particularly its presentation of itself as a power opposing Western imperialism. At the same time, countries like South Africa seem to be trying to carefully manage the line so they can work both with Russia and the West. So to what extent do you see a reorientation of Russia toward trade with the Global South as a sanctions beating strategy for it, as a potentially successful sanctions beating strategy for it? And what do you think of the likelihood that Europe, the United States, Western countries might put more pressure on certain countries in the Global South to participate in the sanctions regime if they're perceived as aiding in the Russian war effort?
Yeah, I think this is a key question right now, because we've seen developments on the battlefield favoring Ukraine. We've seen developments on the sanctions in Europe favoring Ukraine. So this third front of the battle for global public opinion and the sanctions spreading to other countries, that's going to be, I think, a very important factor in determining the outcome of this war. And you know, the motivations of the Global South are mixed, I think. Some of it is just economic self-interest, right? These countries are very keen to raise living standards and to promote growth. And if you can buy cheaper Russian metals and Russian oil, they're going to do that. So India is making a lot of money, not just from buying Russian for their own market, but also refining it and selling refined oil products to other countries from their very large refinery sector. So this is just very good business for India. So that I think the economic motivation is the primary motivation for many of these countries. But there is also an ideological dimension going back to the history of colonialism. And it's like, okay, if Britain and France are supporting Ukraine, we don't want to support Ukraine because Britain and France were our colonizers. So that is the history, and it's not easy to get out from under that history. And it's not easy to persuade those countries that, well, Ukraine is now being colonized by Russia. So with Ukraine as a former colonized country. So that argument doesn't seem to be getting as much traction as it should in places like India. In Brazil, things seem a little bit better. The Brazil did vote to condemn the Russian invasion, both back in March 22 and this week in the UN Security Council. And so Brazil is kind of on the fence, I would say, in terms of which side is it backing. And that might be connected to the fact that, you know, Brazil doesn't have that close economic ties with Russia, so it doesn't have a strong and economic stake in backing Russia that some other countries would have. Definitely something which I've been trying to follow, and which I think we should all, as an academic policy community, should try to give more attention to the to see what kind of arguments can persuade them.
Yeah, and I've been speaking. I spoke recently with a Ukrainian colleague who has connections to the foreign service in Ukraine and some of the representatives in the global South, and he made the point, reflecting on his conversations with them that you did, that of course the position that Ukraine is trying to advance with some of these governments is that they are also victims of colonizers. But the power of this argument that, for example, in a place like South Africa, Western countries supported the apartheid regime and the Soviet Union helped the African National Congress, has a lot of power and has really affected those dynamics, at least in this first year since the invasion. Let me ask you, we've got a couple of minutes before we hand off to the next group. You made a provocative point about Russia as a dictatorship and not a kleptocracy. And let me just ask you something about that. One of the interpretations I've seen of Russia's military failures relies a bit on the kleptocracy argument. That is, military equipment failures are due, at least in part, to officials stealing money designed for maintenance and lying up the chain of command. And the notion is this type of behavior, siphoning off money for yourself and misrepresenting that is especially encouraged in a kleptocratic environment. So what are your sort of thoughts on the implications of the personal dictatorship versus kleptocracy as we move down to lower levels in government?
Yeah, well, by emphasizing the dictatorship angle, of course, I wasn't saying that Russia is not a kleptocracy as well. There's a lot of criminality and corruption. It's just that that's not the dominant political decision-making mechanism. So both things can be true in that sense. And yes, the level of corruption, incompetence, nepotism, etc., military is no doubt very high. But that's kind of always been true. It was true of the Soviet military, but they still managed to win in World War II. It was true during the Chechen wars, and they still eventually kind of managed to win. So the fact that those practices, which of course are not unique to the Russian military either, that many militaries have problems with corruption and incompetence, that's a kind of constant. So I take the point, and it seems pretty clear that the failure of the initial invasion with all of that hardware and impressive looking reformed military, it kind of fell apart pretty quickly. So I think the stories, the anecdotal evidence of poor maintenance and missing equipment, that really seems to have been a key factor. Will the Russians be able to overcome that in the short run? Probably not. Those kind of practices are deeply embedded. So I think it's a kind of cautionary optimism can come from the fact that the leopard doesn't change its that quickly. And the same thing applies to the role of criminality and corruption within the Russian domestic political system, that it does corrode efficiency and effectiveness, and does undermine trust and confidence in government decision-making. So that makes the whole regime much more sluggish and ineffective. But that alone isn't going to determine the outcome of the war.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for engaging in the Q&A. We've come to the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast in the United States, and so we're going to hand off to the next group. Before I do that, I just want to remind everyone to consider making a donation to the Kyiv School of Economics Humanitarian Aid Campaign. You can find a link to it in the chat window and also in promotional material from the Ukrainathon. And I really can think of no better way to transition toward the end of the Ukrainathon than turning the floor over to Ukrainian students. And so we have students from the Ukrainian Global University and the GW's Ukrainian-American Student Association. And so welcome to all of you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Erik. My name is Dmitry Yarowy. I am a lecturer at Kyiv School of Economics, and I'm one of the executive board members at Ukrainian Global University. So today I will just have a low profile here, and I will just start with introducing our students and give the floor to them. So we have the honor today of hearing from a panel of some students participating in Ukrainian Global University, which is an initiative, non-profit initiative, uniting educational institutions to restore Ukraine. And the mission of EGU is to offer scholarships and programs abroad to support students and educators with the goal of coming back to Ukraine to contribute to the economic growth and restoration of the post-war Ukraine. Our initiative aligns with the Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction plan and is supported by the government, by the Office of the President, and uses the best global practices. We believe that international education for Ukrainians is critical in boosting economic recovery after war, with students bringing new ideas, bringing new skills, attracting foreign investment, making Ukrainian companies more competitive. Additionally, I believe that students can build international networks for economic collaboration and trade. I myself had education in Sweden, and I did my master's in 2014 in Göteborg University, and came back to Ukraine with the start of the revolution of dignity. So I believe that we can motivate people coming back. And of course, we cannot underestimate the importance of those young people who have experienced the war and now seeking to rebuild their country. I believe that our students are the future of Ukraine. Their education is key to Ukrainian recovery, and we must support them in every way we can. We are also grateful to our international partner universities, to George Washington University, our other partners who have supported Ukrainian Global University in the mission to restore the Ukrainian education. And this support is critical in providing these people with the opportunity to learn the best and to bring it back to Ukraine. We are grateful for this generosity, for the commitment to building a better future for Ukraine, and I believe that together we can make a difference. And today's panel, I hope, will offer some insight into the experience of these people and the importance of education in rebuilding Ukraine. Apart from the Ukrainian Global University students, we also have some students from George Washington University here, and who study in the US. So I believe that we will have a very interesting exchange of ideas and of thoughts today. Dear colleagues, dear friends, dear students, the floor is yours. So thank you.
Thank you so much for this introduction and for this opportunity to be here today with you guys. We're so excited to talk to you. So just starting off, would each of you tell us a little bit about yourselves and your experience before the war and after the war studying at university, and what sort of topics you study?
Okay, I can start if nobody's okay. Thank you. So my name is Anastasia. I'm 17 years old. I'm from Ukraine, and I'm from Kharkiv, it's east of Ukraine. And before I obviously just finished my school, and then I got a gap year to study in Ukrainian Leadership Academy. And after that, I got an amazing opportunity to go by scholarship from Ukrainian Global University to the City University of London. I'm really grateful for that opportunity, and I'm studying international politics to come back and work with our government. Thank you.
I can go next. Hi, my name is Lisa, and I'm from Kiev. I'm 21 years old, and when everything started, I was on 24, so I wasn't in Kiev, and I was actually planning to finish my bachelor degree that year in international economics. And I planned to do a gap year after my bachelor's in order to work a little bit, because I wanted to change a little bit my major. Then I got this opportunity of studying in Ukraine, becoming part of Ukrainian Global University, and I started my master degree this year, like last September, in Spain, in Madrid. I'm studying in international school, Instituto de Empresa, IE Business School, and I'm studying master in customer experience and innovations. Why this master? Why so businessy? Because I believe in that we can bring business tools right now to improve the non-profit work and government work in Ukraine. I believe in the rebuilding of Ukraine as a human-centered country, and this is basically what I'm studying right now. I'm crazy about design thinking methods, open innovations, so that's what I'm studying now and want to bring to back.
I can continue. My name is Alexei. I also come from Ukraine, and now I'm studying in Sorbonne University in Paris. I'm studying here international economic law. Basically, a huge part of it plays the commercial law and the investment law in like the protection of foreign investors in the country hosting the investment, and therefore in future I plan on working with attraction of investors to Ukraine, and therefore like that I'm planning to help to rebuild Ukraine in future. So by attracting foreign investors which will come to our country during and after the war.
I think those are all of our global Ukrainian students, right?
Sorry, it's me. I had some issues with.
Perfect.
Yeah. Somehow I'm unable to start the video, but yeah, the settings doesn't allow me of the Zoom. Yeah, thank you.
You can try to share your video now.
Yep, I can.
Oh, there you are. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm very happy. Thank you very much for inviting us. It's a great honor for us. My name is Nazar. I'm from Chernihiv, as well as Alexei. We studied both in Kyiv Mahila Academy in Kyiv. Right now we both studying in Sorbonne. And I would like to say that it's been quite a year for everybody of us. I can recall how on 24th of February, I woke up with, I guess, 3 hours of sleep in Chernihiv. Of course, to the sounds of bombings, shellings. In Chernihiv, the Russians were at that time coming, I guess, 15 kilometers from the city, and everybody was lost. Everybody was like, what is going to happen? And today, I feel that it was quite a journey. And I'm very happy that a good community unites people who, not only the students, but the people who, all of them make at least some contribution to the victory of Ukraine, either by volunteering or by spreading the messages. And I now a student at Sorbonne, the law faculty in Sorbonne in Paris, and I can feel, even while we in very different states and even continents, that our common journey, common efforts to victory, they continue. And therefore, as the years of invasion passed, I'm even more sure that after the Ukrainian victory, Ukraine will prosper, because it's really an honor to be a part of such community. And I believe that 2023 will be a great start for the Ukrainian future. Thank you.
All right, perfect. I'll take this short opportunity to introduce myself before we jump into the next question. My name is Lydia Miller. I'm the president of the Ukrainian-American Student Association at George Washington. I was born and raised in Kiev, Ukraine before I moved here when I was around 12. So anything Ukrainian related is still very dear to me, as we just got my family out a year ago. So having you guys here is such a big honor, and I'm just so excited to talk to you and hear your experiences. Our next question to you is, what has your experience been like so far as part of the Ukrainian Global University? It can be anything from like the culture or the challenges or the things that you thought you wouldn't know about it.
Okay, I think we can just go in that order as we started, just like not to. So I believe that Ukrainian Global University is an amazing community. When I just started, I thought it's gonna be like, you know, just scholarship. I mean, they're giving us money, we are going somewhere, and that's all. But it wasn't true, actually, because if you at least once a part of Ukrainian Global University, you're gonna be that part of it forever. So it's about like informal talks, it's about exclusive workshops and events, it's about more exchange opportunities, and in general different options where you can try yourself, and they are always like really, you know, not something that you can see everywhere. It's something really exclusive, and of course support 24/7, because it's not only about support with our mentors, it's also about support of the whole community. And like I remember several of our informal talks when we are sharing our problems. I don't know, it's not even problems, we always say challenges, and how to overcome them, how to pass through, because we all understand how difficult it is, because different country, different people. For me personally, it was, I mean, London is really interesting city. It's really exciting. A lot of opportunities, believe me. I think it's like kind of still a heart of the whole world. Everything most important happening kind of here, if not in Washington or New York, you know. But still, as soon as you understand how big it is, how impressive it is, you understand how miserable you are in the whole like beach, and you only a sand here. And for that reason, it was really important to understand that you belong to something. And like Ukrainian Global University community was one of the communities that I would really, really appreciate that I belong to, and also Ukrainian Leadership Academy. And then you understand that like when you're sharing your stories, when you're doing something together in your universities, or sharing your experience how to do it in different universities, because I understand that all of you around the world, and you understand how huge the impact of it. I don't know, I mean, I'm really grateful that I'm here, and actually if not Ukrainian Global University, I wouldn't be here actually. So yeah.
I totally support everything that Anastasia said, just obviously. And I also agree that, I don't know, just from the very beginning, there was exciting idea of becoming a part of a community that will rebuild Ukraine. Because I was thinking, okay, as soon as I'm not going to serve in the army right now, I was a volunteer at the beginning, and then I became a social entrepreneur. We were collecting money for the army, but in the case of doing business. I was like, okay, but what is the next step? And I was talking a lot with my peers who are serving in the army, and they told me like, okay, do you think after we win this war, we're gonna also participate in the rebuilding? Well, maybe, but we are actually expecting you to do the rotation and then come back to Ukraine and rebuild Ukraine. And I'm like, okay, for that, I need a very good quality education. And Ukrainian Global University really helped me with that. And when I came to my university, I felt a huge support, because they knew about this program, and they say like, okay, yeah, you're a scholar. And we have a foundation here who invited me to be the part of the community, where I met other not only Ukrainians, but other people who won the scholarships. So I kind of expanded my network of the people who also care about the world and want to make a change. And we started communicating as me, like representing Ukraine, and them representing, for example, countries from Africa or India or like Asia, who were also telling me about social innovations, that what they created. And I was like, I'm like a spoon who is absorbing everything, because social innovation is something I want to work with. And then I created the Ukraine Club in our university, because before, like, even though there was Ukrainian students who studied before, but the Ukrainian Global University students who came to my university also to study, we are all not very united. And I was like, okay, we need to change that, because we can together promote Ukraine, Ukrainian values, and show Ukraine from the different point of view. Because before, everyone is like, knows Ukraine as just a country who has a war, just a country somewhere there on the east. And we wanted to change the perspective and show the country that has amazing entrepreneurs, innovations, and we have something to spread. So right now we are like, we united the students from the Ukrainian Global University, and together we are gonna to have one more event next week. Actually, we're going to talk about the innovations born during the war, and we are excited about it. And yeah, so far being a part of Ukrainian Global University brings only benefits, and I'm actually anticipating what's going to be more for it, because we also talked already about where we're going to be employed. Because, okay, the first step is to get education, but the second one is to implement it and actually use it. And Ukrainian Global University right now helps us to find the best place for us to work and to use everything that all the knowledge we gained here. So yeah, I would think that would be my expectations. Thank you.
Okay, to continue, as for me, it's actually not my first time in Sorbonne University, because I've been here on Erasmus before. And at some point I thought like it would be good to come back there for a master, because masters there are quite well specialized, and I found some particular masters that I liked. And so, you know, at the beginning of the war, I wasn't thinking too much about like my future master, which was upcoming, because I was like together with Nazar in the besieged city of Chernihiv, and like it was the situation was pretty hard there. We like didn't know if we will make alive out of the city. And then somewhere in April, I found out about the UGU program, and decided to apply, especially because I was interested by the fact that we'll be able to come back and to rebuild Ukraine afterwards. So yeah, I thought about my essay and I wrote it, and I went through all these steps. Then I was, of course, happy to receive many offers from different universities, actually United States universities as well. And well, finally, I stopped in Paris, and yeah, I'm actually very happy to be here, because it's a city of many opportunities that can help everyone to develop themselves and to open. But on the other hand, being in Paris, I understand that I do miss Ukraine, and that I would like to come back. And so, like, despite the fact that it's very cool, it's lively, it's amazing, it's still, you can feel that something is missing. And it was like that for the first time when I came here. So now I can feel it even more. So UGU program really helped me to integrate into the society, because you know, entering a university isn't that hard, but finding all the convenience, all the I don't know, just funding just for living there, it's not always easy. And fortunately, because of the Ukrainian Global University, the process of finding the scholarship, finding some aid, and so on and so forth, it was it went much smoother and much easier. And so yeah, I'm very thankful to the program that it gave such an opportunity. And yeah, hopefully after I finish my studies and get some practical experience with the internships, I will be able to come back to Ukraine in order to yeah, put my knowledge into practice for the benefit of my country.
Yeah, so I agree with Alexei, but it's not something that's missing. That's everything that is missing in Paris. And I guess what is the main part I feel here that, well, indeed we have a luxury of lightning for the whole day and the luxury of not hearing the air raid sirens, but what we do not have here is the feeling of being, I would say, part of history which is being created right now. Because when I was in Chernihiv here, or when I was in Kyiv or anywhere, I wasn't feeling safe, but I felt that right here, right now, the world is changing, and it really depends how it will develop on us, either in a better, more democratic way, or in a way which undermines human rights. Here in Paris, in the fashion center, in the center in the City of Lights, I do not feel that I'm the part of the history as I felt in Chernihiv, who I guess nobody in Paris now. So the main thing, and I guess everybody in UGU understands that today being a Ukrainian and helping Ukraine and gaining important skills and knowledge to then use them for Ukraine, to rebuild Ukraine is to be a part of the world which changed, and that it empowers you because you understand in practice that your actions, your skills can do better and help other people. So I guess that's my main motivation, because when I understand that I can use my legal skill set to help right now some NGOs and charitable funds in Ukraine to do their import operations for the binoculars or night vision, and in the future I can help Ukrainian companies to prosper, to create workplaces in Ukraine and to gain basically money and rebuild the economy. Of course, it drives me, and it drives me and makes me happy. I would say honestly that I was happy in Chernihiv, much more happier. But Dmitry, please forgive me for saying this, but I'm really happy because UGU is an opportunity to study, to learn, and then to use it to rebuild Ukraine. And I guess everybody really means it, really, to rebuild Ukraine. Thank you.
Wow, it's really interesting hearing all of your different perspectives, especially the variety of them and how some of you have different experiences. So I'd like to take us back to the day when the war started. I remember where I was when it happened. I actually had a midterm the next day, so I did not get too much studying done, and needless to say, the midterm did not go so well. But I don't regret that one bit. I was staying up to date with all my family members and my friends who are in Ukraine and trying to get out when it happened. So I would just like to hear from you all. What were your thoughts on that day, and what steps did you take as soon as you found out? What were you thinking?
Okay, so again, I'll start. And that day, it's really interesting because day before, I was in Ukrainian Leadership Academy for that time in Ivano-Frankivsk. And I remember that the whole term before, we were working for our projects, what we can do for the city, because we were really empowered to do something for community. And literally the day before, 23rd of February, I remember that with my team, we started to doing the video about Ivano-Frankivsk. What are the precious moments of that city, actually town, but I mean, it's amazing place. I really love it. And I really wanted to show the other people to increase the tourist amount, to help its economy and so on, that I believe that it's not worse than the Lviv actually, I believe that Ivano-Frankivsk is better than Lviv. I'm really sorry to all people from Lviv, but I love Ivano-Frankivsk. And it was so strange because you just started something, it was normal life. We got the good jogging in the morning, that a really good like the video day and so on and so forth. And we had the movie night, you know, nothing. Actually, it was really special. Now I understand how special it was and precious. And then as we were in the Frankivsk, so for us, it didn't start from 4 a.m., you know, but we were living really near the airport. So here's the building of airport and here is our campus building. And I remember that like at 5 a.m., our mentors got us up and told us that the war started. I started to call, obviously, all my family. Part of them was in Kharkiv, part of them was in Kyiv. Each city was in the real danger. And I just was trying to call them, understand, are they alive? Literally just alive. They were okay, but I remember the moment when I'm sitting in my apartment, or I don't know, room, and in the moment when I'm like finishing the call with my mom or maybe brother, I don't actually remember, the door in the balcony just pushed out because of the explosion in the airport. I think you all know that, I think at 6 a.m. they started to bombing all airports in the Ukraine. And our airport was bombed also. And I remember that moment of the like truthful shock. And I never understood, you know, in the movies, why people are stuck in the moment of shock. In general, we should try to survive, to do something, but people are literally stuck. And in that moment, I understood why. You really can't move. But actually, because of the screaming of other people, the screaming of our mentors, we went down. And actually, nobody was really prepared for it. So nobody had like actually shelters, you know, and we were just on the ground floor. Everybody screaming. Some people were really good in sleeping, and for somebody of them we had to like run really quickly to get them up and go down, and you see the windows shaking, you hear it, you see the smoke from the neighbor building, and you understand if they're gonna misunderstood the situation, they're gonna bomb that place and you're gonna die like in the next 5 minutes. And in that moment you really don't realize it. You're just like, okay, some strange things happen, but you don't, for me personally, I didn't really understand that I can die like here. And then we went back in the shelter. We find like not actually shelter, but underground near the building. And I remember we're staying in a total darkness because we didn't want to use the chargers of our phone and batteries. So just to stay in the dark all together. But I remember that we are like 32 of us plus mentors, and we are really, you know, we really love songs. And for that moment, we say, okay, we need to stay strong because we understand the situation, but we need to be united. And we started to sing, and one of our mentors made the video. And I don't know what she did, but I think in several hours, that video was in BBC. And maybe if somebody was looking in the news and they saw like how the students are coping with the start of the war, and you see like whole darkness, maybe one phone who we're trying just to like to see each other, to understand where we are, not to fall. But we are singing Ukrainian songs to just to stay, you know, not to be mad at the moment, just to stay together, understand we're still alive and we need to do something. I mean, we can't stay here forever, so we need to get together and do something. But at that moment, I remember was absolutely precious in case of that uniteness and how it was in BBC, and we're like, okay, we are in the news, and it's not the best time where I would like to be in the news and BBC, but it was just the situation was so precious at the same time. So sorry for long speech, just a lot
No,
of
sorry. Come on,
memories.
you shared such a story. Thank you so much. My first thoughts on the 24th. Well, I also would like to start a little bit from the 23rd, because just to give you a little bit of context, I just came back from my Erasmus from London. I was in Westminster University, and I was so excited to come back because I also got the internship in the place where I really wanted to have it. And I was like, on the 24th, it had to be my first day in the office for that internship. So, you know, I was getting to sleep on 23rd, like was like excitement for my new life. And I woke up at 4:30 from the bombing sounds, but I was like, I think it's scam, it's fake. I mean, this is just like someone fooling around. It could not be real. And I remember I came to my parents. I lived with my parents, and I was like, okay, what we should do. So we started searching the internet, and for 1 hour we didn't know what's going on. And I have two little, I call them kids, but like my siblings, little sister and brother, and my mom is, and I was like, okay, should we wake them up? Should we prepare what we should do? And I remember my mom told me like, Lisa, let's not wake them up. Let's give them opportunity to sleep while they can sleep, because we don't know when it's going to be the next time they're going to sleep so peacefully. And I was like, okay. And I remember that after we started just prepare some things, because we were absolutely not ready for anything to happen. And when the bombing started to become more and more, we were like, okay, we need to take an action. In our house, we had a bombing shelter. So we started to find ways how to open it for the people, because everyone in our house was quite stressed and panicking. So then, I mean, I think we spent like maybe 2 hours just like questioning and understanding what's going on, what are we gonna do. And then we're like, okay, let's do the action. So I remember on 24th, I was just setting up the bombing shelter with my neighbors for people to come, because we had the best bombing shelter on the district. So everyone is coming to us, and we need to set up it for 200 people. It was quite crazy. But then the night, I remember I was just hugging my brother and sister, sitting near my parents, and I was just thinking about death. And I was just thinking that, well, my life was quite good, and I'm actually not like, but I thought to myself, like, I'm ready to end it. And I'm just grateful that I'm gonna die near my brother, sister, my parents. I'm just grateful I'm around them, I'm around my family, and I'm not alone. And actually, yeah, I don't think we all did not believe that we could stand up for more. If someone would tell me that time that it's going to be a year, I would not believe them. Yeah, unfortunately. But then a lot of people started requesting some help, and as soon as we use social media a lot, you know, a lot of friends were asking questions, what are we going to do? But I made some clear decisions at the very beginning. I said to myself that I'm going to stay. I will not leave the country. And also said to myself a decision that I'll do everything I can before my life ends. So I started looking for opportunities to help. First, it was digital opportunities. But yeah, to sum up, yeah, the first thoughts were, yeah, about death, as Anastasia said. The second thoughts were how I can be helpful till I have some time. And third is that, like, I'm staying, I'm not leaving. Like, there's no reason for me to leave, because this is my war. I'm adult now. If, for example, during the Revolution of Dignity, I was a child and I could not be really helpful that time. But right now, I was like, this is my fight for my freedom, because I want to be Ukrainian and I will live in Ukraine as Ukrainian. So that was my first thoughts.
Well, as for me, I think I actually went to bed quite late, already on the 24th, and yeah, at that time I was taking part in the investment arbitration competition, and so I was supposed to be in Kyiv, but like for the time being, for several days, I decided to come to my hometown to spend time with my family, and yeah, like the last days before war, they were very stressful, and I think like on the morning of the 24th, when I finally heard the explosions, when I heard like the sirens, when I then checked the news to check if I'm not crazy, at that point I was no longer stressed, because I think like the waiting for the event to happen is much more stressful than like the event itself. So like at some point I felt a bit of a relief, and on the other hand I was of course shocked, and well, but at least I knew what to do. I started preparing my apartment for the siege, because I understood that like very soon we're gonna have like Russians around our city, and so therefore like we took some medicine, we made a like reservoir with water. We checked out our basement, which we used afterwards for like a month as a bomb shelter. And unfortunately, in our old building, it was a real bomb shelter, but pretty old. And I think I'm not sure if it would be so stable if anything exploded there. So yeah, hopefully, like we at that point we were just hoping that everything would go okay. And well, and I stayed in my city for like around 3 weeks before leaving it, and those 3 weeks were at the beginning it seemed as like it's gonna be all right, we will hold and so on. Then with the every other day it was getting harder and harder. So like at first everything is as usual, only the shops are closed. Then the heating is missing and it's very cold, both in the apartment and in the basement. At some point, you don't have anything more in the shops, and like all you can buy is the, I don't know, bread and fish. Or for example, in some other shop, we had only eggs and toilet paper. Like this is all you could buy. And yeah, then you kind of feel that some products are missing, and like there is not much food. Of course, the volunteers after that they managed to bring the shipment of humanitarian aid, and it was quite a relief. But it still wasn't like the normal life at all. At some point, I also got I caught a cold, and being sick when it's very cold around and when it's war is definitely the worst thing you might have, because I couldn't cure myself until I left the city, and like in several weeks sleeping in the warm place. Only then, like in a month, I managed to recover fully. And yeah, at some point the water is missing, and this is probably the worst thing that you have when there is no water in your apartment. And well, and finally the electricity. So like that, you can also stay disconnected from the world, and you don't know what to expect. You don't know what is going on around you. The connection to the internet or to like the mobile also went missing at some point in some districts of our city. So like I lost track of many of my friends. And yeah, that was like the life in our city during the siege. And yeah, what I remember well is that it was getting worse with every other day. This is the hardest part about it. Yeah, but I still like to the last moment I didn't want to leave, because I felt like this is my home and I don't want to go.
Yeah, I guess 100% confirm what Alexei had in his experience, because I had the same. We are from the same city, and also let me go back to the 23rd. It was my grandma's birthday. I went to a village near Russian border, I guess 20 kilometers from a Russian border, and I had the feeling. Everybody had the feeling in Ukraine almost in February that something's going to happen. I had the feeling. We give her presents with my parents, and I go back. And I was a bit prepared for the war. I was reading analytics, mostly the US, about the gathering of Russian forces near the borderlines. So I did some preparations. I saved some voucher. I bought some gasoline for the car. Yeah, so yeah, I go to sleep at, I guess, 2 p.m. a bit drunk because we were talking with my fellow friends in Kiev Hill Academy, thinking that something's going to happen. So everybody opened the most expensive alcohol we had at that time. And then we go to sleep and woke up at 5 a.m. I guess I had a bit shock. For 5 minutes, I was a bit shaken, felt cold. But then I understood that something is going to happen, and I need to do something for my family. So I go to the gas station, went to the gas station, bought some more gasoline, bought some water, candles, and that we changed locations because we lived very nearby to the main road, which led from Russia border to Chernihiv, which was basically then taken by the Russians. So there was a high risk of shellings. And we started communicating with the relatives. I had some relatives in the armed forces in Ukraine who were the first one to meet Russians on the border. They're in the border guard units, so they were the first one to meet the enemy. And then we started volunteering, basically communicated inside Chernihiv, thinking how we can deliver some goods to the armed forces, how we can evacuate some people. And the main point I want to make is that you start to realize war not instantly, but step by step, you start to understand the seriousness of the situation. And what struck me at that time is when I talked to few persons in the, as I thought at that time, very important international organizations, humanitarian, about, for instance, evacuation of the kids with cancer from Chernihiv, or about delivery of the very specific medicine to the elderly people in Chernihiv. And they said they couldn't reach us. So at that time point, I understood that we have quite a funny situation in Chernihiv, and then nobody's going to help. So spent almost a month in Chernihiv, then luckily evacuated to Chernivtsi just a few days before the bridge was blown up by the Russians. And that's it. Yep. What I learned is never put anything for tomorrow, and always try to be prepared for the worst scenario possible, because if you are prepared, great. If it doesn't happen, it's even better. And thirdly, the most important asset you have in a risky situation is people and connections. And if you know people, if people know you and you really help each other, you can go through almost anything. That's it.
I think what you just said should be on a shirt. I think that's a mantra that everybody should go by, because I think that's you have to think about resilience and have a bigger purpose, especially when you're facing a tough situation. Because I remember, just like Elizabeth already talked about hers, I had the same thing. I was in bed, I had a midterm the next day, and then my mom is calling me saying that Kiev is being bombed and my grandparents don't know what to do. So then I spent the next 24 hours calling every single border patrol in Ukraine, trying to figure out how can they exit, because my grandpa was a retired military and they didn't have COVID cards. So getting them out of Ukraine was a very big task, but we did it. And I'm so happy you guys are out, and what you're doing is one of a kind experience, because what you will accomplish by getting the education through the program is you're going to be able to bring it back to Ukraine, just like you said, and put the knowledge behind all of the entrepreneurship abilities and opportunities that will be there. So I guess my last question to you guys is regarding what can we do as American students, Ukrainian-American students, or just spreading the message in our universities in US? Like, what is the message that you want us to send out there, or what can we do to help you guys help Ukraine prosper in the future?
Actually, there's like hundreds of opportunities. I mean, 100 of them, because as we know, I think the US is, I mean, not one of them, but the biggest helper in the war. And in general, the support of that huge hegemon, it was extremely crucial in case if the US would say, oh, okay, we don't care, or okay, it's a pity, but we're not gonna do something. I'm not sure that we're gonna be on that point where we are now. And also, we can, I mean, it's of course my opinion, but I think that if the US won't sometimes push some countries to help us, maybe they won't. But what actually you as students can do, for example, I personally, yesterday we started our exhibition Unissued Diplomas with a lot of countries around the world, and in my university also. So it's like about stories of students from Ukraine who never gonna get their diplomas because they were killed, or actually killed as soldiers, or killed as just civilians in Ukraine. And it's about the connection between like students here, students from Ukraine, and when people were reading, they understood, they can, you know, feel it on their own because they see the same person, the same age, gender, dreams even, and they understand that that guy from that photo, or that girl with her brother, they're not alive anymore. They're not gonna get the diploma. They're not gonna reach their goals. And all kind of that events are always really touching. And I understand that each time, moreover, in terms of 1 year of invasion, full-scaled, personally, I a little bit ran out of ideas, because when it's 100 times protest, I'm really grateful for people who are doing protests. It's really important, but sometimes people around, they just don't understand it anymore. I mean, they understand it, but they don't care anymore. For them, it's even becoming something really annoying, you know? As, I don't know, with strikes here in London, we have a lot of strikes, and I understand what they want to do. They try to actually change something, but in some time you start to really be annoyed of it on them, not on the people who did it, but on the people who are striking. And the same is happening with Ukrainian people. And I mean, anybody else who are doing something for Ukraine, there starts to be something, you know, something out of the main mode. I don't know how to say it. And actually, it's really good when you're doing something original. Collaborate with your Ukrainian societies. Try to like make the donations event. And also, I understand that it's not working anymore. Okay, donate, and that's all what we need from you. No, it doesn't work anymore. Anyway, it should be something interactive. Okay, for that, or we were doing some lotteries or something else, but just be creative in gathering the same ideas, gaining them, but just you as a student. Also, for a student, the people are quite more friendly than for the older people. And when older people are coming in fundraising any kind of projects, they're like, okay, but you have your own money. But when it's the students, you can say, okay, I have an amazing idea. I'm so young, I can do it. Okay, that kind of business or that kind of event. It's for Ukraine. And people really like to be something good, you know, and giving money for good events for Ukraine. So just don't be scared to like implement your ideas in events. And also, if you always have an opportunity to, you know, to stand out of the crowd and talk about something. For example, I had an opportunity to talk on BBC broadcast, or I had an opportunity to go for internship in Munich Security Conference and the Davos Economic Forum. And when you have an opportunity to talk with like high people or just to be heard by more people, it's really important not to forget about Ukraine. It's really important to talk about it. And even if people are going to say, oh my God, again, you're like, yes, again, because it's still not over. If you think that if you don't care anymore, it's over, it doesn't work like that. And I totally understand that now, for example, after the earthquake in Syria and Turkey, the whole focus was like smashed a little bit. But still, for that reason, we need to remind it again and again. And I literally don't have, you know, unique recipe for it, but just be still active and try your best. So.
Well, I'm going to continue Anastasia's thought, just like saying maybe 3 simple steps, which I would do. First is educate about Ukraine, because still US is far, far away from Ukraine. And a lot of people don't know history, don't know culture, nothing. And it's fine. I mean, that's okay. But right now, with all of the information that we have, for example, Ukrainian Institute, they have a lot of information. For example, they have these videos, 2 minutes about Ukraine, which educates you about the history, about the culture. So it's fast, easy, and you can definitely bring that to your classes. And there is a Timothy Snyder who recorded these amazing YouTube videos about the history of Ukraine. So also can be useful. So yeah, that would be first thing, educate about Ukraine and Ukrainian culture and the history, because that would be useful for the rebuilding, to say like why it's important to rebuild Ukraine, because this is unique culture which has to be highlighted and supported. Second, what I would do would be build communities, communities of people who support Ukraine and who are interested in supporting Ukraine in the future. Because again, after we win this war, and we will win it for sure, the times will be not easier, and we'll still need to have allies of people who could help with their knowledge and with their people resources. So yeah, the second thing, I would build communities around people who support Ukraine. And the third thing, this is the easiest one, and I do it right now in my university, is as soon as I have some assignments or some projects to be done in my university, I'm thinking how I can shift this assignment to bring Ukraine inside this assignment. So for example, I have a class about prototyping in spaces, and we are doing prototyping on the VR space in 3D modeling. And I proposed to my team to do the project about Maria Primachenko, famous Ukrainian artist. I love her art a lot. And we're gonna do a 3D VR space with her art for people to have this immersive experience of her art, because you know her museum was burned by Russian soldiers, and for me this is a great way how to show that the war is not only about people genocide, but also it's a cultural genocide in our case, because Russians are aiming to get rid of our culture. So that would be this. The third step, I think, will be the easiest. Bring Ukraine inside your assignments. Think how you can talk about Ukraine more during your classes. Shift some topics. For example, if you study for politics, that will be even easier. So yeah, I think those 3. Educate about Ukraine, build community of Ukraine, people who support Ukraine, and bring Ukraine to your assignments. Yeah, that would be it.
Okay, well, a lot has been said, but yeah, indeed, educational programs and you know, spreading awareness, especially spreading awareness of the fact that like the war is still going on, because sometimes you can feel from other people that they think like, okay, but you know, it finished probably or something, like, you know, because not everyone is following now what is going on there. So this is important, you know, to put an accent on that. And I think like the most important thing is to develop how to say, like the donate culture, donation culture, because this is what we have now in Ukraine. Like, every day you can find literally like hundreds of different initiatives that somehow help the armed forces, or somehow, if like someone doesn't want to help the armed forces, they help like Ukraine in other ways. And this is very important because everyone in Ukraine is connected to the same to the same goal. Like, we need to win this war, and everyone makes a donation, and therefore kind of feels themselves as a part of the community. And this is like something that I have never seen anywhere but in Ukraine. So that now we literally raise millions in in a day or two for some initiative, for, I don't know, buying some equipment to help the armed forces. And Ukrainians, in Ukraine, we if you look at like the statistics, we don't earn as much as in the United States. So what like $5 for us mean, they don't mean the same amount of money in the United States. $5 for us and $5 like in the United States are different $5. And just implementing this donation culture, but like given as little as $5, it can really make a change. And I think this is something that students can organize as well, because students very often, especially in Ukraine, they are the how to say, like the motivator for change. So such initiatives coming from the students, they really can inspire everyone to join. And yeah, as was mentioned before, this like collections, this like donation campaigns, they are very often made not only like just donate here and we'll gather some money for, I don't know, a drone, but very often you can win something by participating. You can get something from the volunteers. So like you also get a kind of a little reward by the fact that you participate in it. And this is also very cool because it can motivate you to participate in a particular collection. And this is something that we often have here. For example, I have a friend who made illustrations, like she drew the pictures of like whatever you want for like, I don't know, about $10 donation to the charity fund, which is like not a lot, but once again, in Ukrainian perspective, $10 are different. So indeed, making such projects, volunteering a bit, and collecting money to help Ukraine is something that you can do, and it will help us a lot.
I guess we're running out of time. Yes, so I should go to be short. So let me be quick.
If you go over a little bit, it's fine. That just, we want to hear you speak. So it's...
Yeah, I'll be ashamed if I don't tell anything, at least something. So yeah, be awesome as you are already, because we need educated people in America who are promoting Ukraine and will be promoting Ukraine in the future. Is the first. Second is, so first, get well educated and get a great job in government or in business and keep promoting Ukraine. Secondly is guys, you don't have money, you are in debt in the US. Yeah, education is quite expensive. So you can make donations probably yourself, but still, if not with money, you still can battle the fakes about the Ukraine, which are being very much spread in the US by some of the political forces and parties. So just be ready to answer them if you hear the person is pushing this message. And thirdly, I guess, is to be prepared for the worst, because life is not easy, and it probably is going to be much complicated in this geopolitically. So be prepared for a long run, for a marathon, and while being strong, resilient, yourself, you will help Ukraine today and in the future. Thank you.
Well, that wraps up all of our questions. I think what you guys said, I took notes, so you can definitely see results, especially we started this organization, the Ukrainian-American Student Association. We're working with our school on bringing classes specifically talking about Ukrainian culture. So exactly what Elizaveta said, like we are working on it. It's one step at a time. But we definitely have those goals of just educating people and just bringing more knowledge about that Ukraine is an independent country and it deserves to flourish and it deserves to be independent. So thank you guys so much. Elizabeth, do you want to say some closing things as well?
Just thank you so much. Like Lydia said, thank you for talking with us. This is really interesting to hear your perspectives, and we will definitely incorporate all of your ideas into our organization that we just started. And I think we have some closing remarks.
Good morning or good afternoon into Europe. Thank you very much for this really inspiring discussion. So I have learned a lot. My name is Alexandra Koidel and I'm assistant professor at the Kyiv School of Economics. And currently I'm a Petrarch visiting fellow in the Ukrainian Studies program at the IRS. And yeah, I have the honor to close this 24 hours of Ukrainathon, the intense discussions about Ukraine, Ukraine's resilience, and what can be done. And I really appreciate this opportunity. And I would like to say that, of course, this year, it was a year of unspeakable suffering. And I mean, I'm not the one to tell you, you have your stories also show it a lot. But also what I see, it was also a year of really brave unity, of commitment, of knowing actually what needs to be done, not being helpless, but being an actor, taking things in your own hands. And this is what in political science and other studies we call societal resilience. The Ukraine is now a model for it, and I believe there's so much to learn from you, from all of people who are in Ukraine and abroad, helping to bring Ukraine's victory. And I want also to highlight to this audience is that there are also questions to be answered for the future, and especially how to make sure Ukraine is safe after its victory, how to punish war crimes, and how to make sure that an invasion like this actually does not happen again. So again, 2.0, so to say, never again 2.0. And on this occasion, I want to share that Ukrainian civil society has recently published a sustainable peace manifesto. I will post it in the chat. It is a very thoughtful proposal of restructuring basically our international security system and also what can be done with Russia. So I really think it's worth spreading it. So on behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank all the speakers for for really your valuable inputs and participants for attention for these 24 hours and questions. And I'd like to thank the organizers themselves. These are PONERS, a program on new approaches to research and security in Eurasia, and Petrarch, Ukrainian Studies programs of the Institute of East European, Russian, and Eurasian Studies at GW University. And as you know, this event took place in partnership with Kyiv School of Economics. We are really thankful for this opportunity. We hope it is not the first, but it's also definitely not the last, and we hope for more collaborations. Here we encourage participants to donate to our humanitarian aid campaign. So maybe it's worth publishing this link once again in the chat. And I thank really on behalf of KSC for everybody who donated. It's really appreciated and it's really important and it makes a difference. So, and if I can implore with my final words for something, is that this year has shown that Ukraine as a state and Ukrainians as a nation, they have agency. So we are able to collectively identify what's good for our security, for our development, for our recovery, and to act on this. And it means that for all of us, and I here want to support ideas that Elizaveta was also sharing, learn about Ukraine, listen to Ukraine, hear Ukrainians in whatever is your field of work. And I thank everyone for your attention. Thanks for this event.